Chapter 19 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The end of the journey. An hour later the party began the ascent of the wall of rock, which proved to be an even more difficult business than they had anticipated. There was no path, for those who lived beyond this natural barrier never came down it, and few of the dwellers in the plains had ever ventured to go up. It was possible, for Soa herself had descended here in bygone years, and this was all that could be said for it. In default of a better road, they followed the course of the river, which thundered down the face of the precipice in 4 great waterfalls, connected by as many sullen pools, whose cavities had been hollowed out in the course of centuries from the rock. The second of these ledges proved so insurmountable that at one time Leonard thought that they would be obliged to abandon their attempt and follow the foot of the cliff till they found some easier route. But at last Otter, who could climb like a cat, succeeded in passing the most dangerous part at the risk of his life, bearing a rope with him by means of which the rest of the party and the loads of goods were hauled up one by one. It was evening before the height was scaled, and they proceeded to encamp upon its summit, making a scanty meal of some meat which they had brought with them. That night they passed in great discomfort, for it was midwinter, and here the climate proved to be very cold. Bitter winds swept across the vast plain before them and searched them through, all the clothing and blankets they had scarcely sufficing to keep them warm. Indeed, the settlement men and Francisco, who had been bred in a southern climate, suffered severely. Nor were matters improved when, on the breaking of the light, they woke from a troubled sleep to find the plain hidden in a dense mist. However, they rose, made a fire with reeds and dead wood which they gathered on the banks of the river, and ate, waiting for the fog to vanish. But it did not vanish, so about 9 o'clock they continued their journey under Soa's guidance, following the east bank of the river northwards. The ground proved easy to travel over, for, with the exception of isolated water-worn boulders of granite, the plain was perfectly smooth, and covered with turf as fine as any that grows in northern lands. All that day they marched on, wandering like ghosts through the mists, and guided in their path by the murmuring sound of the river. They met no man, but once or twice great herds of hairy creatures thundered past them. Leonard fired into one of these herds with an express rifle, for they wanted meat, and a prodigious snorting and bellowing told him that his shot had taken effect. Running to the spot whence the sounds came, he found a huge white bull kicking in its death struggle. The animal was covered with long white hair, like that of the British breed of wild cattle, and measured at least 17 hands in height. Round it stood others snorting with fear and wonder that, when they saw Leonard, put down their heads threateningly, tearing up the turf with their great horns. He shouted aloud and fired another shot, whereupon they turned and disappeared into the mist. This happened towards nightfall, so they determined to camp upon the spot. But while they were engaged in skinning the bull, an incident occurred that did not tend to raise their spirits. At sunset the sky cleared a little. At least the sinking sun shone red through the mist, as it does in a London fog of the 3rd density. Against this red ball of the sun, and some dozen yards away, suddenly there appeared the gigantic figure of a man, for unless the fog deceived them, he must have been between 6 and 7 feet high, and broad in proportion. Of his face they could see nothing, but he was clad in goatskins and armed with a great spear and a bow slung upon his back. Juanna was the first to see and point him out to Leonard, with a start of fear, as he stood watching them in solemn silence. Obeying the impulse of the moment, Leonard stepped forward towards the vision, holding his rifle ready. But before he reached the spot where it had stood, the figure vanished. Then he walked back again to Juanna. "I think we have heard so much of giants that we begin to believe we see them," he said, laughing. As he spoke, something clove the air between them and stuck in the earth beyond. They went to it. It was a large arrow, having a barbed point and flighted with red feathers. "That is a very tangible fancy at any rate," Juanna answered, drawing the shaft out of the ground. "We have had a narrow escape." Leonard did not speak, but raising his rifle, fired it at a venture in the direction whence the arrow had sped. Then he ran to put their little band in a position of defence, Juanna following him. But as it chanced, he might have spared himself the trouble, for nothing further happened. Indeed, the net outward and visible result of this mysterious apparition was that they spent a miserable night, waiting in the fog and wet, for it had come on to rain, or rather drizzle, for an enemy who, in their intense relief, never appeared. But the inward and spiritual consequences were much greater, for now they knew that Spoa spoke truth, and that the legend of the Bushmen as to the great men covered with hair was no mere savage invention. At last the morning came. It was damp and wretched, and they were all half starved with cold and oppressed by fears. Indeed, some of the settlement men were so terrified that they openly lamented having suffered their sense of shame and loyalty to overcome their determination to retreat. Now they could not do so, for the malcontents among them did not dare to retrace their steps alone. Moreover, Leonard spoke plainly on the matter, telling them that he would drive away the first man who attempted any insubordination. Soaked through, shivering and miserable, they pursued their march across the unknown plain. Soa, who seemed to grow hourly grimmer now that she was in her own country, stalking ahead of them as guide. It was warmer walking than sitting still, and in one respect their lot was better, for a little wind, stirring the mist from time to time, revealed gleams of the watery sun. All that day they journeyed on, seeing no more of the man who had shot the arrow or his fellows, till at length darkness drew near again. Then they halted, and Leonard and Otter walked to and fro, searching for a suitable place to make the camp and pitch their solitary tent. Presently Otter shouted aloud. Leonard ran towards him and found him staring into the mist at something that loomed largely about 100 yards away. "Look, Boss," he said, "there's a house of stone, with grass growing on the roof." "Nonsense," said Leonard, "it must be some more boulders. However, we can soon find out." They crept cautiously towards the object that, as soon became evident, was a house, or a very good apology for one, built of huge undressed boulders, bedded in turf by way of mortar, and roofed with the trunks of small trees and a thick thatch of sods whereupon the grass grew green. This building may have measured 40 feet in length by 20 in depth, and 17 from the ground line to the wall plate. Also it had a doorway of remarkable height and 2 window places, but all these openings were unclosed, except by curtains of hide which hung before them. Leonard called Soa and asked her what the place was. "Doubtless the house of a herdsman," she answered, "who is set here to watch the cattle of the king or of the priests. It may chance that this is the dwelling of that man who shot the arrow yesterday." Having assured themselves that here was a human habitation, it remained to be ascertained whether it was tenanted. After waiting a while to see if anyone passed in or out, Otter undertook this task. Going down on his hands and knees, he crept up to the wall, then along it to the doorway, and after listening there a while, he lifted a corner of the hide curtain and peeped into the interior. Presently he rose, saying, "All right, boss, the place is empty." They both entered and examined the dwelling with curiosity. It was rude enough. The walls were unplastered, and the damp streamed down them. The floor was of trodden mud, and a hole in the roof served as a chimney. But, by way of compensation, the internal space was divided into two apartments, one of them a living room, and the other a sleeping chamber. It was evident that the place had not been long deserted, for the fire still smouldered on the hearth, round which stood various earthen cooking dishes, and in the sleeping room was a rough bedstead of wood, whereupon lay wrappings made from the hides of cattle and goats. When they had seen everything there was to be seen, they hurried back to the others to report their discovery. And just then the rain set in more heavily than before. "A house?" said Juanna. "Then for goodness' sake let's get into it. We are all half dead with the cold and wet." "Yes," answered Leonard, "I think we had better take possession, though it may be a little awkward if the rightful owner comes back." The best that can be said for the night which they spent in this stone shanty, undisturbed by any visit from its lawful tenant, is that it passed a shade more comfortably than it would have done outside. They were dry, though the place was damp, and they had a fire. Still, until you are used to it, it is trying to sit in the company of a score of black people and of many thousand fleas, enveloped with a cloud of pungent smoke, according to the custom of our Norse ancestors. So Juanna gave up the attempt, and retired to the great bed in the inner chamber, wondering much who had occupied it last. A herdsman, she judged, as Soa had suggested, for in the corner of the room stood an ox goad, hugely fashioned. But it was a bed, and she slept as soundly in it as its numerous insect occupants would allow. The others were not so fortunate. They had the insects indeed, but no bed. Again the morning came, wet, miserable, and misty, and through the mist and rain they pursued their course, whither they knew not. All day they wandered on by the banks of the river till night fell and they camped, this time without shelter. Now they had reached the extreme of wretchedness, for they had little or no food left, and could not find fuel to make a fire. Leonard took Soa aside and questioned her, for he saw clearly that a couple more days of this suffering would put an end to all of them. "You say these people of yours have a city, Soa?" "They have a city, Deliverer," she answered, "but whether they will allow you to enter it, except as a victim for sacrifice, is another matter." "None of us will enter it unless we find shelter soon," he answered. "How far is the place away?" "It should be a day's journey, Deliverer. Were the mist gone, you could see it now. The city is built at the foot of great mountains. There are none higher, but the fog hides everything. Tomorrow, if it lifts, you will see that I speak truth." "Are there any houses near where we can shelter?" he asked again. "How can I tell?" she answered. "It is 40 years since I passed this road, and here, where the land is barren, none dwell except the herdsmen. Perhaps there is a house at hand, or perhaps there is none for many miles. Who can say?" Finding that Soa could give no further information, Leonard returned to the others, and they huddled themselves together for warmth on the wet ground as best they might, and sat out the hours in silence, not attempting to sleep. The settlement men were numb with cold, and Juanna also was overcome for the first time, though she tried hard to be cheerful. Francisco and Leonard heaped their own blankets on her, pretending that they had found spare ones, but the wraps were wringing wet and gave her little comfort. Soa alone did not appear to suffer, perhaps because it was her native climate, and Otter kept his spirits, which neither heat nor cold nor hunger seemed to affect. "While my heart is warm, I am warm," he said cheerfully when Leonard asked him how he fared. As for Leonard himself, he sat silent, listening to the moans of the settlement men, and reflecting that 24 hours more of this misery would bring the troubles of most of them to an end. Without food or shelter, it was very certain that few of those alive tonight would live to see a second dawn. At last the light came, and to their wonder and exceeding joy they found that the rain had ceased and the mist was melting. Once more they beheld the face of the sun, and rejoiced in its warmth, as only those can rejoice who for days and nights have lived in semi-darkness, wet to the skin and frozen to the marrow. The worst of the mist was gone indeed, but it was not until they had breakfasted off a buck which Otter shot in the reeds by the river that the lingering veils of vapour withdrew themselves from the more distant landscape. At last they had vanished, and for the first time the wanderers saw the land through which they were travelling. They stood upon a vast plain that sloped upwards gradually till it ended at the foot of a mighty range of snow-capped mountains named, as they learned in after days, the Bina Mountains. This range was shaped like a half-moon or a bent bow, and the nearest point of the curve, formed by a soaring snowy peak, was exactly opposite to them, and to all appearance not more than 25 miles away. On either side of this peak the unbroken line of mountains receded with a vast and majestic sweep till the eye could follow them no more. The plain about them was barren, and everywhere strewn with granite boulders, between which wandered herds of wild cattle, mixed with groups of antelopes. But the lower slopes of the mountains were clothed with dense juniper forests, and among them were clearings, presumably of cultivated land. Otter searched the scene with his eyes that were as those of a hawk, then said quietly, "Look yonder, Baas. The old hag has not lied to us. There is the city of the people of the mist." Following the line of the dwarf's outstretched hand, Leonard saw what had at first escaped him, that standing back in a wide bend at the foot of the great mountain in front of them were a multitude of houses, built of grey stone and roofed with green turf. Indeed, had not his attention been called to it, the town might have well missed observation until he was quite close to its walls, for the materials of which it was constructed resembled those of the boulders that lay about them in the thousands, and the vivid green of its roofs gave it the appearance of a distant space of grassy land. "Yes, there is the kraal of the great people," said Otter again, "and it is a strong kraal. See, Baas, they know how to defend themselves. The mountain is behind them that none can climb, and all around their walls the river runs, joining itself together again on the plain beyond. It would go ill with the impi which tried to take the kraal." For a while they all stood still and stared amazed. It seemed strange that they should have reached this fabled city, and now that they were there, how would they be received within its walls? This was the question which each one of them was asking of himself. There was but one way to find out. They must go and see. No retreat was now possible. Even the settlement people felt this. "Better to die at the hands of the great men," said one of them aloud, "than to perish miserably in the mist and cold." "Be of good cheer," Leonard answered. "You are not yet dead. The sun shines once more. It is a happy omen." When they had rested and dried their clothes, they marched on with a certain sense of relief. There before them was the goal they had travelled so far to win. Soon they would know the worst that could befall, and anything was better than this long suspense. By midday they had covered about 15 miles of ground, and could now see the city clearly. It was a great town, surrounded by a cyclopean wall of boulders, about which the river ran on every side, forming a natural moat. The buildings within the wall seemed to be arranged in streets, and to be built on a plan similar to that of the house in which they had slept 2 nights before, the vast conglomeration of grass-covered roofs giving the city the appearance of a broken field of turf hillocks supported upon walls of stone. For the rest, the place was laid out upon a slope, and at its head, immediately beneath the sheer steps of the mountainside, stood 2 edifices, very much larger in size than any of those below. One of these resembled the other houses in construction, and was surrounded by a separate enclosure, but the second, which was placed on higher ground, so far as they could judge at that distance, was roofless, and had all the characteristics of a Roman amphitheatre. At the far end of this amphitheatre stood a huge mass of polished rock, bearing a grotesque resemblance to the figure of a man. "What are those buildings, Soa?" asked Leonard. "The lower one is the house of the king, white man, and that above is the Temple of Deep Waters, where the river rises from the bowels of the mountain." "And what is that black stone beyond the temple?" "That, white man, is the statue of the god who sits there forever, watching over the city of his people." "He must be a great god," said Leonard, alluding to the size of the statue. "He is great," she answered, "and my heart is afraid at the sight of him." After resting for 2 hours they marched on again, and soon it became apparent that their movements were watched. The roadway which they were following, if a track beaten flat by feet of men and cattle could be called a road, wound to and fro between the boulders of rock, and here and there, standing upon the boulders, were men clad in goat skins, each of them carrying a spear, a bow, and a horn. So soon as their party came within 500 or 600 yards of one of these men, he would shoot an arrow in their direction, which, when picked up, proved to be barbed with iron, and flighted with red feathers, like the first one that they had seen. Then the sentry would blow his horn, either as a signal or in token of defiance, bound from the rock, and vanish. This did not look encouraging, but there was worse to come. Presently, as they drew near to the city, they descried large bodies of armed men crossing the river that surrounded it in boats and on rafts, and mustering on the hither side. At length all of them were across, and the regiment, which appeared to number more than 1,000 men, formed up in a hollow square and advanced upon them at the double. The crisis was at hand. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Coming of Aca. Leonard turned and looked at his companions with something like dismay written on his face. "What is to be done now?" he said. "We must wait for them until they come near," answered Juanna. "Then Otter and I are to meet them alone, and I will sing the song which Soa has taught me. Do not be afraid, I have learned my lesson, and if things go right they will think that we are their lost gods, or at least so Soa says." "Yes, if things go right, but if they don't?" "Then good-bye," answered Juanna, with a shrug of her shoulders. "At any rate, I must get ready for the experiment. Come, Soa, bring the bundle to those rocks over there, quick. Stop a minute, I forgot. Mr. Outram, you must lend me that ruby. I have to make use of it." Leonard handed over the ruby, reflecting that he would probably never see it again, since it seemed almost certain that one of the great people would steal it. However, at the moment he was thinking of that which was far above rubies, namely, of what chance they had of escaping with their lives. So soon as she had possession of the stone, Juanna ran to the little ring of boulders that were scattered on the plain about 50 paces from them, followed by Soa, who carried a bundle in her hand. 10 minutes passed, and Soa appeared from behind the shelter of the stones and beckoned to them. Advancing in obedience to her summons, they saw a curious sight. Standing in the ring of rocks was Juanna, but Juanna transformed. She wore a white robe cut low upon the neck and shoulders. Indeed, it was the Arab dress in which she had escaped from the slave camp, that Soa had brought with them in preparation for this moment of trial. Nor was this all, for Juanna had loosened her dark hair, which was of great length and unusual beauty, so that it hung about her almost to her knees, and upon her forehead, gleaming like a red eye, was set the great ruby, ingeniously fastened thereto by Soa in a band of linen pierced in its centre to the size of the stone. "Behold the goddess, and do homage," said Juanna with mock solemnity, although Leonard could see that she was trembling with excitement. "I do not quite understand what you are going to do, but you look the part well," he answered shortly. And indeed, until that moment, he had never known how beautiful she was. Juanna blushed a little at the evident admiration in his eyes. Then, turning to the dwarf, she said, "Now, Otter, you must make ready too, and remember what Soa told you. Whatever you see or hear, you are not to open your mouth. Walk side by side with me, and do as I do. That is all." Otter grunted in assent, and proceeded to make ready. The process was simple, consisting only in the shedding of his coat and trousers, an old pair of Leonard's very much cut down, which left him naked except for a mocha that he wore beneath them in accordance with native custom. "What does all this mean?" asked the headman Peter, who, like his companions, was trembling with fear. "It means," said Juanna, "that Otter and I are impersonating the gods of this people. Peter, if they receive us as gods, it is well. If not, we are doomed. Be careful, should we be so received, lest any of you betray the trick. Be wise and silent, I say, and do what we shall tell you from time to time, if you would live to look upon the sun." Peter fell back astonished, while Leonard and Francisco turned their attention to the approaching soldiers of the people of the mist. They advanced slowly and in silence, but their measured tread shook the earth. At last they halted about 150 yards away, presenting a truly terrifying spectacle to the little band among the rocks. So far as Leonard could see, there was not a man among them who stood less than 6 feet in height, and they were broad in proportion, hugely made. In appearance they were neither handsome nor repulsive, but solemn-looking, large-eyed, thick-haired, between black and yellow in hue, and wearing an expression of dreadful calm, like the calm of an archaic statue. For the rest, they seemed to be well disciplined, each company being under the command of a captain, who, in addition to his arms, carried a trumpet fashioned from a wild bull's horn. The regiment stood silent, gazing at the group of strangers, or rather at the boulders behind which they were concealed. In the centre of their hollow square was a knot of men, one of them young and huge, even in comparison with his companions. This man Leonard took to be a chief or king. Behind were orderlies and councillors, and before him 3 aged persons of stately appearance and a cruel cast of countenance. These men were naked to the waist and unarmed, except for a knife or hanger fixed at the girdle. On their broad breasts, covering more than half the skin surface, the head of a huge snake was tattooed in vivid blue. Evidently they were medicine men or priests. While the adventurers watched and wondered, the king or chief issued an order to his attendants. who ran to the corners of the square and called it aloud. Then he raised his great spear, and every captain blew upon his horn, making a deafening sound. Now the enemy stood still for a while, staring towards the stones, and the three medicine men drew near to the chief, in the centre of the square, and talked with him, as though debating what should be done. "This is our chance," said Juanna excitedly. "If once they attack us, it will be all over. A single volley of arrows would kill every one of us. Come, Otter." "No, no," said Leonard. "I am afraid of you venturing yourself among those savages. The danger is too great." "Danger? Can the danger be more than it is here? In a minute we may all be dead. Nonsense, I will go. I know what to do, and have made up my mind to do it. Do not fear for me. Remember that, if the worst comes to the worst, I have means to protect myself. You are not afraid to come, are you, Otter?" "No, Shepherdess," said the dwarf. "Here all roads are alike." Leonard thought a while. Bitterly did he reproach himself in that he had been the cause of leading his ward into such a position, but now there was no help for it. She must go. After all, it could make no difference if she were killed or captured 5 minutes hence or half an hour later. But Francisco, who could not take such a philosophical view of the situation, implored her not to venture herself alone among those horrible savages. "Go if you like, Juanna," said Leonard, not heeding the priest's importunities. "If anything happens, I will try to avenge you before I follow. Go, but forgive me." "What have I to forgive?" she said, looking at him with shining eyes. "Did you not once dare a greater danger for me?" "Yes, go, Shepherdess," said Soa, who till now had been staring with all her eyes at the three aged men in the centre of the square. "There is little to fear, if this fool of a dwarf will but keep his tongue silent. I know my people, and I tell you that if you sing that song and say the words which I have taught you, you and the black one here shall be proclaimed gods of the land. But be swift, for the soldiers are about to shoot." As Soa spoke, Leonard saw the conference in the square had come to an end. The messengers were calling commands to the captains, which the captains repeated to the soldiers, and then followed a mighty rattling of quivers. Another instant, and the light shone upon many hundreds of arrowheads, every one of which was pointed toward them. Juanna saw also, and springing forward on to a rock, stood there for a moment in the full glare of the sun. Instantly a murmur went up from the host. A great voice called a command. The barbs of steel flickered like innumerable stars and sank downwards. Now Otter, naked except for his moocha, sprang onto the rock by Juanna's side, and the murmur of the soldiers of the great people grew into a hoarse roar of astonishment and dismay. Wonder had turned to fear, though why this multitude of warriors should fear a lovely white girl and a black dwarf was not apparent. For a moment the ill-assorted pair stood together on the rock. Then Juanna leapt to the plain, Otter following her. For 20 yards or so she walked in silence, holding the dwarf by the hand, then suddenly bursting into singing, wild and sweet. This was the refrain of the sacred song which she sang in the ancient language of the people of the mist, the tongue that Soa had taught her as a child. "I do but sleep. Have you wept for me a while? Hush, I did but sleep. I shall awake, my people. I am not dead, nor can I ever die. See, I have but slept. See, I come again, made beautiful. Have you not seen me in the faces of the children? Have you not heard me in the voices of the children? Look on me now, the sleeper arisen. Look on me, who wandered, whose name is the dawning. Why have you mourned me, the sleeper awakened?" Then she sang, even more sweetly and louder, till her voice rang through the still air like the song of a bird in winter. Hushed were the companies of the great men as she drew towards them with slow gliding steps, hushed with fear and wonder, as though her presence awoke a memory or fulfilled a promise. She was in front of their foremost rank, and halting there, was silent for a moment. Then she changed her song. "Will ye not greet me, children of my children? Have ye forgotten the promise of the dead? Shall I return to the dreamland whence I wander? Will ye refuse me, the mother of the snake?" The soldiers looked upon one another, and murmured to each other. Now she saw that they understood her words, and were terror-stricken by them. For another moment there was silence. Then suddenly the three priests or medicine men, who had drawn near together, passed through the ranks and stood before her, accompanied by the warrior chief. Then one of them, the most aged, a man who must have numbered 90 years, spoke in the midst of an intense silence. To Juanna's joy, as they had understood her, so she understood him, for his language was the same that Soa had taught her many years before, and in which, for the sake of practice, they had always conversed together for the last 2 months. "Art thou woman or spirit?" asked the ancient priest. "I am both woman and spirit," she answered. "And he with thee, he whom we know of," went on the priest, pointing trembling to Otter, "is he god or man?" "He is both god and man," she answered. "And those yonder, who are they?" "They are our ministers and servants, white for the white and black for the black, the companions of our wanderings, men and not spirits." The three priests consulted together, while the chief looked on Juanna's beauty with wondering eyes. Then the oldest of them spoke again. "Thou tellest in our own tongue of things that have long been hidden, though perchance they are remembered. Either, O beautiful, thou hast learned these things and lies to us, and then food ye are for the snake, against whom thou dost blaspheme, or ye are gods indeed, and as gods ye shall be worshipped. Tell us now thy name, and the name of yonder dwarf, of whom we know." "I am named the Shepherdess of Heaven among men. His name is Otter, dweller in the waters, among men. Once we had other names." "Tell us the other names, O Shepherdess." "Once in the far past I was named Brightness, I was named Dawn, I was named Daylight. Once in the far past he was named Silence, he was named Terror, he was named Darkness. Yet at the beginning we had other names. Perchance you know them, ministers of the Snake?" "Perchance we know them, O thou who art named Shepherdess of Heaven, O thou who wert named Brightness and Dawn and Daylight, O thou who art named Dweller in the waters, and wert named Silence and Terror and Darkness. Perchance we know them, although they be known to few, and never spoken, save in utter gloom and with hidden head. But do ye know them, those names of the beginning? For if ye know them not, O beautiful, ye lie, and you blaspheme, and you are food for the snake." "Seldom through all the years have those holy names been spoken, save in utter darkness and with covered heads," Juanna answered boldly. "But now is the new hour, the hour of the coming, and now they should be called aloud in the light of day from open lips and with uplifted eyes. Hearken, children of the Snake, these are the names by which we were known in the beginning. Aca is my name, the mother of the Snake. Jal is he named, who is the Snake. Say, do ye know us now?" As these words rang on her lips, a groan of terror burst from every man who heard them. Then the aged priest cried aloud, "Down on your faces, ye children of the Snake! Worship, all ye people of the spear, dwellers in the mist! Aca, the queen immortal, has come home again. Jal, the god, has put on the flesh of men. Olfan, lay down thy kingship. It is his. Ye priests, throw wide the temples. they are theirs. Worship the mother, do honor to the god." The multitude heard and prostrated themselves like a single man, every one of them crying in a shout of thunder, "Aca, the Queen of Life, has come. Jal, the doom god, has put on flesh. Worship the mother, do honor to the god." It was as though the army had suddenly been smitten with death, and of the hundreds there, Juanna and Otter alone were left standing. There was one exception, however, and that was Olfan, the warrior chief, who remained upon his feet, not seeming to relish the command to abdicate his authority thus brusquely in favour of a dwarf, were he god or man. Otter, who was utterly bewildered, not comprehending a word of what had been said, and being unable to fathom the meaning of these strange antics, pointed at the chief with his spear, by way of calling Juanna's attention to the fact that he was still standing. But the great man interpreted the action otherwise. Evidently he thought that the newly arrived god was invoking destruction on him. His pride yielded to his superstition, and he sank to his knees also. When the sound of the worshipping had passed away, Juanna spoke again, addressing the old priest. "Rise, my children," she said. He might as well have been her great-grandfather. "And rise, all ye, soldiers of the spear and servants of the snake, and hear my words. You know me now. You know me by the holy name. You know me by the fashion of my face, and by the red stone that gleams upon my brow. In the beginning my blood fell yonder, and was frozen into such gems as these, which today ye offer yearly to him who is my child and slew me. Now the fate is accomplished, and his reign is finished. I come with him indeed, and he is still a god, but he loves me as a son again, and bows the knee to me in service. Enough, ye who know the ancient tale that is fulfilled this day. Now we pass on towards our city, there to sojourn with you a while, and to proclaim the law of the ending, and we shall pass alone. There in our city let a place be made ready for us, a place apart, but nigh to the temple, and let food be brought to that place, that my servants may eat. At the gate of the city also let men be waiting to bear us to that dwelling. Let none spy upon us, lest an evil fate attend you all. And let none be disobedient, lest we pass from you back to the land of death and dreams. Perchance we shall not tarry here for long. Perchance we come to bring a blessing and to depart again. Therefore hasten to do our bidding, and do it all. For this time farewell, my servants." Having spoken thus with much dignity, accompanied by Otter, whose hand she held as before, Juanna withdrew herself, stepping backwards very slowly toward the circle of the rocks, and singing as she went. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Folly of Otter. Juanna and Otter gained the circle of rocks where the little band lay watching and wonder-struck, that is, all except Soa, who sat apart, brooding, her arms clasped upon her breast. Things had befallen as she expected, as they must befall indeed, provided that Juanna did not forget her lesson or show fear, and that the dwarf did nothing foolish. But Soa knew well enough that this was but the beginning of the struggle, and that, though it might be comparatively easy for Juanna and Otter to enter the city and impose themselves upon its superstition-haunted people as the incarnations of their fabled gods, the maintenance of the imposture was a very different matter. Moreover, she knew, should they be discovered, that escape would be impossible, or at the best, that it must be most difficult. Therefore she sat apart and brooded, for notwithstanding their present triumph, her heart foreboded evil. But with the others it was different. They had heard the singing, they had seen the regiment of great men prostrate themselves, and the sound of worshipping had come to their ears like thunder. But of the why and wherefore of it all they could only guess. "What has happened?" said Leonard eagerly. "Your initiation seems to have come off well." "Bid the men fall back and I will tell you," Juanna answered. Leonard did so, but instead of speaking she broke into hysterical laughter. Her nerves had been overstrained, and now they sought relief thus. "You must all be very respectful to Otter and myself," she said at length, "for we really are gods. Don't look shocked, Francisco. I begin to believe in it myself. We have only just found it out, but I assure you it is a fact. They accepted us fully, and that after no more than 5 minutes' cross-examination. Listen," and she told them all that had passed. While she was speaking, the regiment began to move, no longer in a square, but in formation of companies. Company by company it rushed past them, shaking the earth with its footsteps, and as each section went by, it tossed its spears into the air as a salute, crying, "Glory to the Mother, glory to the Snake," and fled on towards the city. At length the story was done, and the regiment was gone. "Well," said Leonard, "so far so good. Juanna, you are the bravest and cleverest girl in the whole world. Most young women would have forgotten everything and gone into hysterics at the critical point." "I kept them till afterwards," she answered demurely, "and as for being brave and clever, I only repeated what Soa taught me like a parrot. You see, I knew that I should be killed if I made any mistake, and such knowledge sharpens the memory. All I have to say is, if the snake they talk so much about is anything like those which are tattooed upon the old priest's breasts, I have no wish to make a nearer acquaintance with it. I hate snakes. There, don't say any more, for both Leonard and Francisco were breaking out in fresh protestations of gratitude and admiration. If you want to thank anybody, thank Soa." "And so I do," said Leonard heartily, for his spirits had risen in a most wonderful manner. "Soa, you have told us the truth, and you have managed well, and I thank you." "Do you then take me for a liar?" the woman answered, fixing her gloomy eyes upon Leonard's face. "I told you the truth, Deliverer, when I said that my people would accept the shepherdess and this black dog of yours as their gods. But did I not tell you also that the death of the rest of us lies in the matter? If not, I say so now. You have not been named a god, Deliverer, nor has yonder bald pate." The natives called Francisco thus because of his tonsure. "And your black dog will betray you by his yapping. When you look down the jaws of the snake, remember then that Soa told you the truth, Deliverer. Perchance you shall find the red stones you seek hidden in his belly, white man." "Be silent," said Juanna indignantly, and Soa slunk back like a whipped hound. "Confound the old woman," put in Leonard with a shiver. "She is a black Jonah, and if I have to go inside this snake, I hope it will be a case of ladies first, that is all." "I am sure I don't know what has happened to Soa," said Juanna. "Her native air has a very bad effect upon her temper." "Well, the future must look after itself," answered Leonard, "snake or no snake. At present we must follow our luck. Otter, listen to me. Do you understand that you are a god, the god of this people?" "The god, Boss? What is a god?" "Have I not told you, thickhead? You are not a man any more. You are a spirit. Once, so seems, you ruled this people in the past, and now you will rule them again. You and the shepherdess are both gods. She is your mother, and you are her child." "Yes, Boss, no doubt, but once I had another mother, a much uglier one." "Otter, Cease to talk folly, else, when you are no more a god, I will beat you. Now you are a god, and we are all your servants. Except the shepherdess. When you speak to us, you must speak roughly, like a great chief to the lowest of his people, calling us dogs and slaves. If you name me boss in public, I will beat you privately when you are no more a god. You will do best to speak little or not at all, so that none can take hold of your words, which are always foolish. If you say that I am a god, boss, it is enough, for doubtless you have met the gods and know their ways, though it is strange that none have told me this before. They must be an ugly people, the gods, but how will it be with the settlement men when they hear that I am a great spirit? They will say, does a spirit wait upon a man and call him chief? Does a spirit clean the guns and cook the food of a man? They will ask many such things, and the great people will hear them. And will they think that I am a god? No, they will know me for a liar, and will kill me and all of us. That is true, said Leonard. Then he summoned Peter and the settlement men and addressed them. He told them that the plot had succeeded, and that Otter and the shepherdess were accepted as the gods of the people of the mist. Because of this, they were left alive and held in honour, who but for it would now be dead, riddled through with the arrows of the great people. He explained to them for the second time that it was necessary to the safety of all that this delusion as to the divinity of Otter and the shepherdess should be maintained, since, if the slightest suspicion of the fraud crossed the minds of the great people, without doubt they would all be sacrificed as impostors. This was the tale that they must tell. They should say that all of them were hunting game in a far country with himself, Soa and Francisco, when one night they heard a singing, and by the light of the moon they saw the shepherdess and the dwarf Otter coming towards them. Then the shepherdess and Otter commanded them to be their servants and travel with them to a new land, and they obeyed them, black and white together, for they saw that they were not mortals. This was the tale that they must tell. Moreover, they must act upon their words if they would continue to look upon the sun. But their first surprise was past. The settlement men, who were quick-witted people, entered into the spirit of the plot readily enough. Indeed, Peter caused them to repeat the story to him, so he might be sure that they had its details by heart. Then they continued their march to the city on the hill. The two white men went first. Next came Juanna and Otter, followed by Soa, and last of all walked the settlement men. An hour's journey brought them to the bank of the river, which, dividing above it, engirdled the town, to reunite near the roadway that they followed. Here canoes were ready to take them across to the island, or rather the peninsula, on which the city was built. On the other side of the river they found priests waiting in the great gateway with two litters that had been prepared for Juanna and Otter respectively. This, the further bank, was lined with some thousands of spectators who, when the divine pair set their feet upon its shores, prostrated themselves, men, women and children, and burst into a shout of welcome. Juanna and Otter took no heed. With such dignity as they could command, and in the dwarf's case it was not much, they entered the litters, drew the hide curtains, and were borne forward swiftly. After them came Leonard, Francisco, and the others, while the population followed in silence. Now the sun was sinking, but enough of daylight was left to show how strange were the place and the people among which they found themselves. The city, indeed, was rudely built of like materials, and in similar fashion to the house in the plain that has been described already. But the streets were roughly paved. Each habitation stood apart from the other in its own garden. The gates were of wood, fastened together with primitive iron bolts. There were drinking shops, or rather booths, and a large marketplace which they crossed as they ascended the hill, and where, As they afterwards discovered, this people carried on their trade, if trade it could be called, for they had no money, and conducted all transactions like other savages upon a principle of barter. As they went, Leonard took note of these things, which to his mind showed clearly that the inhabitants of this city were the degenerate inheritors of some ancient and forgotten civilization. Their fortifications, stone-built houses, drinking shops, and markets indicated this, just as their rude system of theology, with its divinities of light and darkness, or of death and life, each springing from the other, engaged in an eternal struggle, and yet one was probably the survival of some elaborate nature myth of the early world. But nothing struck him so much as the appearance of the people. In size they were almost giants, a peculiarity which was shared by the women, some of whom measured 6 feet in height. In common with other uncivilized races, most of these women wore little except a girdle and a goat-skin cloak that hung loosely upon their shoulders, displaying their magnificent proportions somewhat freely. They were much handsomer than the men, having splendid solemn eyes, very white teeth, and a remarkable dignity of gait. Their faces, however, wore the same sombre look as those of their husbands and brothers, and they did not chatter after the manner of their sex, but contented themselves with pointing out the peculiarities of the strangers in a few brief words to their children or to one another. After crossing the marketplace, the party came to a long and gentle ascent, which terminated at a wall surrounding the lower of the 2 great buildings that they had seen from the plain. Passing its gates, they halted at the doors of the first of these edifices. Here priests stood with torches, at least they judged them to be priests, from the symbol of the snake head tattooed upon their naked breasts, ready to conduct them to their lodgings, for now the night was closing in rapidly. Soon they found themselves within the walls of a great house, built in the usual way with rough boulders, but on 3 sides of a square, and enclosing a courtyard in which a fountain bubbled. The furniture of the house was rude, but grotesquely carved, and in the courtyard stood a throne, sheltered by a roof of turf, and fashioned of black wood and ivory, with feet shaped like those of a human being. Indeed, as they afterwards discovered, this was the palace of the king, Olfan, who had been summarily ejected by the priests to make room for the newcomers. Here in this strange dwelling the attendant priests assigned them all quarters, the settlement men in one wing, Leonard, Francisco, and Soa in the other, and Juanna and Otter in 2 separate apartments in the body of the building. This arrangement involved the separation of the party, but it was difficult to offer objections, so they were forced to acquiesce in it. Presently women entered bearing food, boiled corn, milk in bowls, and roasted flesh in plenty, of which Leonard and Francisco ate with thankfulness. Before they went to sleep, Leonard looked into the courtyard, and was somewhat alarmed to find that guards were stationed at every door, while in front of those leading to the apartments of Juanna and Otter stood a body of priests with torches in their hands. He made an effort to pass through these guards in order to visit Juanna, but without a word they lifted their great spears and stopped him, and for that time he abandoned the attempt. "Why do the priests stand before the door of the shepherdess, Soa?" asked Leonard. "They guard the place of the gods," she answered. "Unless the gods will it, none may enter there." "Say, Soa," Leonard asked again, "are you not afraid of being here in your own land?" "I am very much afraid, Deliverer, for if I am found out, then I die. Yet many years have gone by since I fled. Few live who knew me, and perchance none remember me. Also now I do not wear my hair after the fashion of my people, and therefore I may escape, unless the priests discover me by their magic. And now I would sleep. On the following morning at dawn, Leonard rose, and accompanied by Francisco, walked into the courtyard. This time the soldiers did not try to stop them, but the priests were still standing in front of Juanna's door, looking like spectres in the grey mist. They went to them and signified by signs that they would worship the queen, but were sternly refused admission in words which they could not understand, but that Soa, who was listening, afterwards translated to them. "The mother has come to her home," said the spokesman, "and might be profaned no more by the eyes of the vulgar. The snake also was in his home, and none should look upon him." When arguments failed, Leonard tried to force his way through, and was met by a huge spear pointed at his throat. How things would have ended it is difficult to say, had not Juanna herself appeared at this juncture, standing between the curtains of the doorway. At the sight of her the priests and soldiers fell upon their faces, and Leonard had sufficient presence of mind to follow their example, dragging Francisco down beside him. "What is this tumult?" she asked the guards in their own tongue. "I tell you what it is, Juanna," said Leonard, rubbing his head upon the ground and speaking in English. "If you do not come to an understanding with these scoundrels, you will soon be cut off from all communication with us, and what is more, we shall be cut off too in another way. Will you be so good as to issue an order that we are to be admitted when we like?" Juanna turned toward the priest and spoke angrily. "Who has dared to forbid my servants to come before me and worship me? My will is my own, and I only make it known. It is my will that these white men and yonder black woman pass in before me at their pleasure." "Your will is our will, mother," said the priests humbly. So they went in, and the curtains were closed behind them. "I am so thankful to see you," said Juanna. "You don't know how dreadfully lonely it has been in this great room all night, and I am afraid of those solemn-eyed priests who stand round the door. The women who brought me food last evening crawled about the place on all fours like dogs. It was horrible." "I'm sorry that you have been left alone," said Leonard, "but you must try to make better arrangements. Soa might sleep with you at any rate. Where is Otter? Let us pay him a visit. I want to see how the god is getting on." Juanna went to the door and addressed the priest, saying that she desired to be led before the snake, and her servants with her. They demurred a little, then gave way, and all four of them were conducted, first into the courtyard in which no human being was to be seen, and thence to an adjoining chamber where a curious sight awaited them. In a huge chair set upon a dais sat Otter, looking furious and by no means at ease, while stretched upon the ground in front of him lay four priests who muttered prayers unceasingly. "Welcome, boss," he cried in rapture at the sight of Leonard. "Welcome, shepherdess." "You idiot," answered Leonard in Dutch, but speaking in the most humble voice and sinking to his knees. "If you will not remember that you are a god, I will pay you out so soon as we are alone. Bid these fellows be gone. The shepherdess will translate for you." "Go, dogs," said Otter, taking the hint. "Go and bring me food. I would speak with my servant, who is named Boss, and with my mother." "These are the words of the snake, that he speaks in the holy tongue," said Juanna, and she translated them. The four priests rose, and bowing to the earth, crept backwards from the room. So soon as they were gone, Otter leaped from his throne with an exclamation of rage that caused the others to burst out laughing. "Laugh, boss, laugh if you will," said the dwarf, "for you have never been a god and don't know what it is. What think you, boss? All night long I have sat upon that great stool, while those accursed dogs burnt stinking stuff beneath my nostrils and muttered nonsense. 1 hour more and I should have fallen on them and killed them, for I've had no meat, and hunger makes me mad." "Hush," said Leonard. "I hear footsteps. On to your throne, Otter, quick. Juanna, stand by his side. We will kneel." They had barely time to obey when the curtains were drawn, and a priest entered, holding a vessel of wood covered with a cloth. Slowly he crept towards the throne, with his head bent almost to his knees. Then, straightening himself suddenly, he lifted up the wooden vessel and cried aloud, "We bring you food, O snake. Eat and be satisfied." Otter took the dish, and lifting the cloth, gazed upon its contents hungrily, but with an ever-growing dissatisfaction. "Son of a dog," he cried in his own tongue, "is this food to set before a man?" And he held the platter downwards, exposing its contents. They were simple, consisting of various sorts of vegetables and watercress, poor in quality, for the season was winter, and all of them uncooked. In the centre of this fodder, whether placed there in obedience to some religious tradition, or by way of ornament, or perhaps to assist the digestive process of the god, as a tenpenny nail is said to assist that of an ostrich, was a fine ruby stone, not so big, indeed, as that which Soa had given to Leonard, but still of considerable size and value. Leonard saw it with delight, but not so the dwarf, the selfish promptings of whose stomach caused him to forget that his master had journeyed far to seek such gems as this. In the fury of his disappointed appetite, he stood upon the footstool of the throne, and, seizing the ruby, he hurled it at the priest, hitting him fair between the eyes. "Am I an eel," he roared, "that I should live on water-grass and red gravel?" Then the priest, terrified at the behaviour of the strange divinity, picked up the offending gem, to the presence of which he attributed his anger, and fled, never looking behind him. Juanna and Francisco were seized with uncontrollable laughter, while even Soa deigned to smile. But Leonard did not smile. "Oh, you last descendant of generation of asses," he said bitterly, "you ass with 4 ears and a 10-fold bray, what have you done? You have hurled that precious stone at the head of him who brought it, and now he will bring no more. Had it not been for you, doubtless with every meal such stones would have been offered to you, and though you grew thin, we should all of us have become rich, and that without trouble, tricks, or violence." "Forgive me, boss," lamented Otter, "but my rage took away my reason, and I forgot. See now what it is to be a god. It is to be fed upon stuff such as would gripe an ox. Oh, boss, I would that these wild men had made you a god and left me your servant." And again he gazed with disgust upon the watercress and rows of leathery vegetables resembling turnips. "You had better eat them, Otter," said Juanna, who was still choking with laughter. "If you don't, you may get nothing more for days. Evidently you are supposed to have a small appetite." Thus driven to it by his ravening hunger, the wretched Otter fell upon the turnips and munched them sullenly, Leonard rating him all the while for his unequalled stupidity. Scarcely had he finished his meal when there was a stir without, and once again priests entered, headed on this occasion by the same aged man who had acted as spokesman when Juanna declared herself on the previous day, and who, as they had discovered, was named Nam. In fact, he had many other and much longer names, but as this was the shortest and most convenient of them, they adopted it. It chanced that Leonard was standing by Soa, and when this priest entered, whom she now saw face to face for the first time, he noticed that she started, trembled, and then drew back into the shadow of the throne. "Some friend of the old lady's youth," thought Leonard to himself. "I hope he won't recognize her, that is all." Nam bent himself in adoration before the gods, then began an address, the substance of which Juanna translated from time to time. Bitterly did he grieve, he said, that such an insult had been offered to the snake as the presenting to him among his food of the red stone, known as the blood of Aca. The man who had done this folly was doomed to die, if indeed he were not already dead. Well could they understand that, the mother and snake having become reconciled, the proffering to Jal of that which reminded him of the sin of long ago was a wickedness that might bring a curse upon the land. Let the snake be appeased. Command had been given that all such stones should be hidden in a secret place by him who had wrought the crime, and, as he had said, if the man returned alive from that place, he should be slain. But he would not return alive, for to go thither was death, as it should be death henceforth even to mention that stone, of which but one should now be seen in the land, that which the mother wore in memory of the past. "Oh, Otter, my friend," murmured Leonard to himself, "if I don't make you pay for this, my name is not Outram." But enough of the stones, went on Nam. He had come upon a more important matter. That night an assembly of all the tribe would be held in the great temple an hour before moonrise, that the mother and snake might take up their royalty in the presence of the people. Thither they would come to lead them and their servants at the appointed time. Was this pleasing to the gods? Juanna bent her head in assent, and the priest turned to go with many obeisances. But before he went, he spoke again, asking if all things were as the gods desired. "Not altogether, my servant," answered Juanna. "It is our will that these our other servants should have free access to us at all times and without question. Also it is our will that their food should be brought to them with our food. Moreover, it is the desire of the snake that no more grass should be given to him to eat, for now, in these latter days, having put on the flesh of men, he needs that which supports the flesh. One thing more, my servant, the snake forgives the affront that was offered him, and I command that some of the greatest of the holy stones should be brought to me, that I may look upon the blood which I shed so long ago." "Alas, it may not be, mother," answered the priest in tones of sorrow. "All the stones, both red and blue, have been placed in bags of hide and cast into that place whence they can be brought no more, together with him who offended. Nor can others be gathered at this season of the year, seeing that deep snow covers the place where they lie buried. In the summer, when the sun has melted the snow, more can be found, if your eyes still desire the sight of them." Juanna made no reply, and the priest went. "Here is a pretty business," said Leonard. "That idiot Otter has upset everything. We might have become millionaires for the asking, and now we must wait for months before we so much as get sight of a ruby or a sapphire." Nobody answered. Indeed, the whole party were plunged into consternation at the fatal effects of this accident. As for Otter himself, when he understood fully what he had done, he almost wept for grief. "Who could have known, Boss?" he groaned. "It was the sight of the green food that bewitched me, who have always hated the taste of grass. And now my folly has undone all, and it seems that I must be a god for many months if indeed they do not find me out." "Never mind, Otter," said Leonard, moved to pity by the dwarf's genuine grief. "You have lost the stones, and you will have to find them again somehow. By the way, Soa, why did you start so when that old priest came in?" "Because he is my father, Deliverer," she answered. Leonard whistled. Here was a new complication. What if Nam should recognize her? End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Temple of Jal. In considerable agitation of mind, Leonard bid good-bye to Juanna, promising to return soon, and went to visit the settlement men, whom he had not seen since the previous evening. He found them in good case enough, so far as their material comfort was concerned, for they were well supplied with food and warmly lodged. So much could not be said, however, for their mental state, for they were terrified by the multitude of solemn priests and warriors who watched them as cats watch mice. Crouching round him dejectedly, they implored Leonard not to leave them, saying that they expected to be murdered every minute. He pacified them as well as he could, and left them with the assurance that he would return presently, having first reminded them that the lives of all depended upon the maintenance of the delusion as to the divinity of Otter and the shepherdess. The remainder of that day passed heavily enough. After the first excitement of this strange position had gone by, a reaction set in, and everybody was much depressed. As the hours drew on, the mist, which had lifted a little about 10 o'clock, closed in very densely, throwing the ill-lighted chamber where they sat into a deep gloom. In such an atmosphere conversation languished. Indeed, at times it died altogether, and the only sound to be heard was that of the monotonous voices of the priests without the curtains, as they muttered prayers unceasingly. At length Leonard could bear it no longer, but rose, declaring that he was going out to see whatever might be seen. Juanna tried faintly to dissuade him, and Otter wished to come too, which was impossible. The end of it was that he went alone. First he revisited the settlement men and tried to cheer them, and sadly did they need cheering. Then he passed to the great gates of the palace yard and looked through them. The mist had lifted a little, and about 100 paces away he could perceive the doors of the temple, on either side of which rose cyclopean walls of 50 feet or more in height. It was obvious that here preparations for some ceremony were in progress, and on a large scale, for immense crowds of people were gathered about the doors, through which bodies of priests and armed men passed continually. More he could not learn, for the gates of the palace yard were barred and guarded, and the soldiers would not let him through. He stood by them watching till sunset. Then returning to the others, he told them what he had seen. An hour passed, and suddenly the curtains were drawn aside, and a body of priests entered, 12 in number, bearing large candles of fat in their hands, and headed by their chief, Nam. Prostrating themselves before Juanna and Otter, they remained plunged in silence. "Speak on," Juanna said at length. "We come, O Mother, and O Snake," said the priest Nam, "to lead you to the temple, that the people may look upon their gods." "It is well, lead on," Juanna answered. "First you must be robed, Mother," said Nam, "for without the temple none may look upon your divinity, save your priests alone." Rising as he spoke, he produced a black dress from a grass bag, which was carried by an attendant. This dress was very curious. It fastened in front with buttons of horn, and either was, or seemed to be, woven in a single piece from the softest hair of black fleeced goats. Moreover, it had sleeves just long enough to leave the hands of the wearer visible, and beneath its peaked cap was a sort of mask with 3 slits, 2 for the eyes and 1 for the mouth. Juanna retired to put on this hideous garment over her white robe, and reappeared presently, looking like the black ghost of a medieval monk. Then the priests gave her 2 flowers, a red lily and a white, to be held in either hand, and it appeared that her equipment was complete. Next they came to Otter, and bound a scarlet fringe of hair about his forehead in such fashion that the fringe hid his eyes, at the same time placing in his hand a sceptre of ivory, apparently of very ancient workmanship and fashioned in the shape of a snake standing on its tail. "All is prepared," said Nam. "Lead on," answered Juanna again, "but let our servants come with us, both those here and those without, save the woman only, who stays to make ready for our return." Juanna spoke thus because Soa had announced her wish to be left behind when they went to the temple. Juanna had consulted Leonard on the subject, who gave it as his opinion that Soa had good reason of her own for making this request. Also he pointed out that in case of disturbance she could scarcely help them, and might possibly prove an encumbrance. "They wait," answered Nam. "All is prepared for them also," and as he spoke a sardonic smile flickered on his withered countenance that made Leonard feel very uncomfortable. What was prepared, he wondered? They passed through the curtains into the courtyard, where soldiers, clad in goat-skin cloaks, waited with 2 litters. Here also were the settlement men, armed, but in an extremity of fear, for they were guarded by about 50 of the great people, also armed. Juanna and Otter entered the litters, behind which Leonard formed up his little band, going in front of it himself with Francisco, both of them having rifles in their hands and revolvers at their girdles, of which no attempt was made to deprive them, for none knew their use. Then they started, surrounded by the bare-breasted priests, who chanted and waved torches as they walked, and preceded and followed by the grim files of tall soldiers, on whose spears the torchlight flashed ominously. As they came, the gates of the palace yard were opened. They passed them and across the space beyond until they reached the doors of the temple, which were thrown wide before them. Here Otter and Juanna descended from the litters, and all the torches were extinguished, leaving them in darkness. Leonard felt his hand seized and was led along, he knew not where, for the misty gloom was intense. He could scarcely see the face even of the priest who conducted them, but from the sounds he gathered that all their party was being guided in a similar fashion. Once or twice also he heard the voice of a settlement man speaking in accents of fear or complaint, but such demonstrations were followed quickly by the sound of a heavy blow, dealt, no doubt, by the priest or soldier in charge of that individual. Evidently it was expected that all should be silent. Presently Leonard became aware that they had left the open space across which they were walking, for the air grew close and their footsteps rang hollow on the rocky floor. "I believe that we are in a tunnel," whispered Francisco. "Silence, dog," hissed a priest in his ear. "Silence, this place is holy." They did not understand the meaning of the words at the moment, but the tone in which they were spoken made their purport sufficiently clear. Leonard took the hint, and at the same time clutched his rifle more tightly. He began to be afraid for their safety. Whither they were being led? To a dungeon? Well, they would soon know, and at the worst it was not probable that these barbarians would harm Juanna. They followed the tunnel or passage for about 150 paces. At first it sloped downwards, and then the floor became level, till at length they began to ascend a stair. There were 61 stone steps in this stairway, for Leonard counted them, each about 10 inches high, and when all were climbed they advanced 11 paces along a tunnel that echoed strangely to their steps, and was so low that they must bend their heads to pass it. Emerging from this tunnel through a narrow opening, they stood upon a platform also of stone, and once more the chill night air fanned their brows. So dense was the gloom that Leonard could tell nothing of the place where they might be, but from far beneath them rose a hissing sound as of seething water, and combined with it another sound of faint murmuring, as though thousands of people whispered to each other. Also from time to time he heard a rustling like that of a forest when a gentle wind stirs its leaves, or the rustling of the robes of innumerable women. This sense of the presence of hidden waters and of an unseen multitude was strange and terrifying in the extreme. It was as though, without perceiving them, their human faculties suddenly became aware of the spirits of the unnumbered dead, thronging, watching, following there, but intangible, speaking without words, touching without hands. Leonard was tempted to cry aloud, so great was the strain upon his nerves, which usually were strong enough. Nor was he alone in this desire. Presently a sound arose from below him, as of some person in hysterics, and he heard a priest command silence in a fierce voice. Then sobbing and laughter went on till it culminated in a shrill scream. After the scream came the thud of a blow, a heavy fall, a groan, and once again the invisible multitudes whispered and rustled. "Someone has been killed," muttered Francisco in Leonard's ear. "Who is it, I wonder?" Leonard shuddered, but made no answer, for a great hand was placed upon his mouth in warning. At length the portentous silence was broken, and a voice spoke, the voice of Nam, the priest. In the silence all that he uttered could be heard plainly, but his words came from far away, and the sound of them was still and small. This was what he said, as Juanna told it to them after the ceremony. "Hear me, ye children of the Snake, ye ancient people of the mist. Hearken to me, Nam, the priest of the Snake. Many a generation gone in the beginning of time, so runs the legend, that Mother Goddess, whom we worship from of old, descended from heaven and came hither to us, and with her came the Snake, her child. While she tarried in the land, the crime of crimes was wrought. The darkness slew the daylight, and she passed hence, we know not how or where, and from that hour the land has been a land of mist, and its people have wandered in the mist. For he whose name is Darkness has ruled over them, answering their prayers with death. But this doom was on the Snake, that because of his wickedness he must put off the flesh of men and descend into the holy place of waters, where, as we and our fathers have known, his symbol dwells eternally, taking tribute of the lives of men. Yet ere that crime was wrought, the mother gave a word of promise to her people. Now that I am about to die at the hands of him I bore, for so it is fated, she said, but not forever do I leave you, and not forever shall the Snake be punished by putting off the flesh of men. Many generations shall go by, and we will return again and rule over you, and the veil of mist shall be lifted from your land, and ye shall be great in the earth. Till then, choose your kings, and let them govern you. Moreover, forget not my worship, and see to it that throughout the ages the altar of the Snake is wet with blood, and that he lacks not the food he loves. And I will give you a sign by which we shall be known when at length the fate is accomplished, and the hour of forgiveness is at hand. As a fair maid I will come again, a maid lovely and white, but because of his sin the Snake shall appear in the shape of that which sits within your temple, and his hue shall be black and his face hideous. Out of the earth we will arise, and we will call to you, and ye shall know us, and we will tell you our holy names that shall not be spoken aloud from this hour to that hour of our coming. But beware lest ye be deceived, and false gods set themselves among you, for then shall the last evil fall upon you, and the sun shall hide his face. Thus, children of the mist, did the mother speak to him who was her chief priest in the long ago, and he graved her words with iron on the stone that whereon I stand, but none can read the writing, for its secret is lost to us, although the prophecy remains. And now the time is full, and it has been given to me, his successor in my old age, to see the fulfilment of the saying. The time is full, and this night the promise of the past is accomplished. For people of the mist, the immortal gods, whose names are holy, have appeared to rule their children. Yesterday they came, he saw them, and in your ears they called aloud the sacred names. As a maiden fair and white, and as a dwarf black and hideous, have they come. And Aca is the name of the maiden, and Jal is the name of the dwarf. He ceased, and his voice died away in the echoes of the great place. Once again there was silence, broken only by the seething sound of waters and the indefinable murmur of an unseen throng beneath. Leonard stood a while, then edged himself gently forward with the design of discovering where and upon what they were standing. His curiosity soon met with a violent check, for before he had gone a yard he felt that his right foot was dangling in space, and it was only by a strong effort that he prevented himself from falling, whither he knew not. Recovering his balance, he shuffled himself back again to the side of Francisco, and whispered a warning to him not to move if he valued his life. As Leonard spoke, he noticed that the blackness of the night was turning grey with the light of the unrisen moon. Already her rays, striking upwards, brightened the sky above and the mountains behind, and from them fell a pale reflection, which grew gradually stronger and clearer. Now he could discover that close upon him to the left a black mass towered high into the air, and that far beneath him gleamed something like the foam on broken water. For a time he watched this water, or whatever it might be, until a smothered exclamation from Francisco caused him to look up again. As he looked, the edge of the moon rose above the temple wall, and by slow degrees a wonderful sight was revealed to him. Not till the moon was fully visible did he see everything, and to describe all as he discovered it, piecemeal, would be difficult. This was what Leonard saw at length. Before him and underneath him lay a vast and roofless building, open to the east, covering some 2 acres of ground, and surrounded by titanic walls 50 feet or more in height. The building was shaped like a Roman amphitheatre, but with the exception of the space immediately below him, the area was filled with stone seats, and round its wide circumference stone seats rose tier on tier. These were all occupied by men and women in hundreds, and except at the farther end, scarcely a place was empty. At the western extremity of the temple, a huge statue towered 70 or 80 feet into the air, hewn to all appearance from a mass of living rock. Behind this colossus, and not more than 100 paces from it, the sheer mountain rose, precipice upon precipice, to the foot of a white peak clad in eternal snow. It was the peak they had seen from the plain when the mist lifted, and the statue was the dark mass beneath it which had excited their curiosity. This fearful colossus was fashioned to the shape of a huge dwarf of hideous countenance, seated with bent arms outstretched in a forward direction and palms turned upward as though to bear the weight of the sky. The statue stood, or rather sat, upon a platform of rock, and not more than 4 paces from its base, so that the outstretched hands and slightly bowed head overhung it. Indeed, was a circular gulf measuring perhaps 30 yards across, in which seething waters raged and boiled. Whence they came and whither they went it was impossible to see, but Leonard discovered afterwards that here was the source of the river which they had followed for so many days. Escaping from the gulf by underground passages, that it had hollowed for itself through the solid rock. The two branches of the torrent passed round the walls of the town to unite again in the plain below. How the pool itself was supplied, Leonard was destined to learn in after days. Between the steep, polished sides of the rock basin and the feet of the statue was placed an altar or sacrificial stone. Here on this ledge, which covered an area no greater than that of a small room, and in front of the altar stood a man bound, in whom Leonard recognized Olfan, the king, while on either side of him were priests, naked to the waist and armed with knives. Behind them again stood the little band of settlement men, trembling with terror. Nor were their fears groundless, for among them lay one of their number, dead. This was the man whose nerve had broken down, who shrieked aloud in the darkness, and in reward had been smitten into everlasting silence. All this Leonard saw by degrees, but the first thing that he saw has not yet been told. Long before the brilliant rays of the moon lit the amphitheatre, they struck upon the huge head of the dwarf idol, and there, on this giddy perch, some 70 feet from the ground, and nearly 100 above the level of the pool of seething water, sat Juanna herself, enthroned in an ivory chair. She had been divested of her black cloak, and was clad in the robe of snowy linen, cut low upon her breast, and fastened round her waist with a girdle. Her dark hair flowed about her shoulders. In either hand she held the lilies, red and white, and upon her forehead glowed the ruby like a blood-red star. She sat quite still, her eyes wide in horror, and first the moonlight gleamed upon the gem bound to her forehead. Next it showed the pale and lovely face beneath, then her snowy arms and breast, the whiteness of her robes, and the hideous demon head whereupon the throne was fixed. No spirit could have seemed more beautiful than this woman set thus on high in that dark place of blood and fear. Indeed, in the unearthly light she looked like a spirit, the spirit of beauty triumphing over the hideousness of hell, the angel of light trampling the devil and his works. It was not wonderful that this fierce and barbarous people sighed like reeds before the wind when her loveliness dawned upon them, made ethereal by the moon, or that thenceforth Leonard could never think of her quite as he thought of any other woman. Under such conditions most well-favoured women would have appeared beautiful. Juanna did more. She seemed divine. As the light grew downward and the shadows thinned before it, Leonard followed with his eyes, and presently he discovered Otter. The dwarf, naked except for his girdle and the fringe upon his head, was also enthroned, holding the ivory sceptre in his hand, but in a seat of ebony placed upon the knees of the colossus, nearly 40 feet below Juanna. Then Leonard turned to consider Francisco's position and his own, and found it terrible enough. Indeed, the moment that he discovered it was nigh to being his last. In company with 2 priests of the Snake, they were standing on the palm of the right hand of the idol, that formed a little platform some 6 feet square, which they had won in the darkness through a tunnel hewn in the arm of stone. There they stood, unprotected by any railing or support, and before them, on either side of them, was a sheer drop of some 90 feet to the water beneath, or 50 to the rock of the platform. Leonard saw, and for a moment turned faint and dizzy. Then, setting the butt of his rifle onto the stone, he leaned upon the barrel till his brain cleared. It was well for him that he had not known what lay beneath when, but now, he thrust his foot into vacancy, for then his senses might have failed him. Suddenly he remembered Francisco and opened his eyes, which he had closed to shut out the sight of the yawning gulf beneath. It was not too soon. The priest had seen also, and consciousness was deserting him. Even as Leonard turned, his knees gave way, and he sank forward and downward. Quick as a thought, Leonard stretched out his right hand and caught Francisco by the robe he wore. Then, resting his weight upon the rifle, he strained at the priest's falling body with all his force in such a manner that its direction was turned, and it fell sideways upon the platform, not downwards into space. Leonard dragged at him again and thrust him into the mouth of the little tunnel through which they had reached this dreadful eminence, where he lay quiet and safe, lost in blessed insensibility. All this took place in a few seconds. The two priests of the Snake, who stood by them as calmly as though their feet were still on the solid earth, saw but made no movement. Only Leonard thought that they smiled grimly, and a horrible fear struck his heart like a breath of ice. What if they waited a signal to cast him down? It might well be so. Already he had seen enough of their rites to enable him to guess that theirs was a religion of blood and human sacrifice. He shivered and again turned faint, so faint indeed that he did not dare to keep his feet, but sank into a sitting posture, resting his back against the stone of the idol's thumb. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Juanna Conquered Nam. Still the silence endured, and still the moonlight grew, creeping lower and lower till it shone upon the face of the seething waters, and except in the immediate shadow of the walls, all the amphitheatre was full of it. Then the voice of Nam spoke again from far away, and Leonard looked to see whence he spoke. Now he saw. Nam, attended by three priests, was perched like an eagle on the left palm of the colossus, and from this dizzy platform he addressed the multitude. Looking across the breast of the statue, Leonard could see the outstretched arm and the fierce face of the high priest as he glared down upon the people. Hearken, ye dwellers of the mist, children of the Snake. Ye have seen your ancient gods, your father and your mother, come back to rule you, and to lead you on through war to peace, to wealth, to power, and to glory. Ye see them now by that light, and in that place wherein only it is lawful that ye should look upon them. Say, do ye believe and do ye accept them? Answer, every one of you, answer with your voice. Then a mighty roar of sound went up from the gathered thousands, a roar that shaped itself into the words, "We believe and we accept." "It is well," said Nam, when the tumult had died away. "Hearken, ye high gods, O Aca and O Jal. Bend down your ears and deign to hearken to your priest and servant, speaking in the name of your children, the people of the mist. Be ye kings to reign over us? Accept the power and the sacrifice, and sit in the place of kings. We give you rule through all the land. The life of every dweller in the land is yours. Yours are their cattle and their goats, their city and their armies. For your altars shall run red. The cry of the victim shall be music in your ears. Ye shall look upon him whom long ago you set to guard the secret awful place, and he shall crawl beneath your feet. As ye ruled our fathers, so ye shall rule us, according to the customs which ye laid down for ever. Glory be to you, O Aca, and to you, O Jal, immortal kings for evermore. And in a shout that rent the skies, the great audience echoed, "Glory be to you, O Aca, and to you, O Jal, immortal kings for evermore." Then Nam spoke again, saying, "Bring forth the virgin, that fair maid, who is destined to the snake, that he may look upon her and accept her as his wife. Bring her forth also, who 12 months gone was vowed in marriage to the shape of a stone, that she may bid her lord farewell." As he spoke, there was a stir behind the idol, and presently from each side of it a woman was led forward by 2 priests, and onto the little space of rock between its feet and the edge of the gulf, and placed one to the right of the altar and one to the left. Both these women were tall and lovely, with the dark and somewhat terrifying beauty of the people of the mist. But there the resemblance between them ended. She to the right was naked, except for a girdle of snakeskin and the covering of her abundant hair, which was crowned with a wreath of red lilies, similar to the flower that the priests had given to Juanna. She to the left, on the contrary, was clothed in a black robe round which was broidered the shape of a blood-red snake, whose head rested upon her breast. Leonard noticed that the appearance of this woman was that of extreme terror, for she shrank and trembled, whereas that of the flower-crowned bride was jubilant and even haughty. For a moment the 2 women stood still, while the people gazed upon them. Then, at a signal from Nam, she who was crowned with flowers was led before the altar, and thrice she bowed the knee to the idol, or rather to Otter, who sat upon it. Now all eyes were fixed on the dwarf, who stared at the girl but made no sign, which was not wonderful, seeing that he had no inkling of the meaning of the ceremony. As it chanced, he could not have acted more wisely, at least in the interest of the bride, for here, as elsewhere, silence was held to give consent. "Behold, the god accepts," cried Nam. "The beauty of the maid is pleasing in his eyes. Stand aside, Saga the blessed, that the people may look upon you and know you. Hail to you, wife of the snake." Smiling triumphantly, the girl moved back to her place by the altar, and turned her proud face to the people. Then the multitude shouted, "Hail to you, bride of the snake! Hail to you, the blessed, chosen of the god!" While the tumult lasted, the woman who was clad in the black robe was led forward, and when it had died away, she also made her obeisance before the idol. "Away with her, that she may seek her lord in his own place," cried Nam. "Away with her, her day is done," echoed the multitude. Then before Juanna could interfere, before she could even speak, for, be it remembered, she alone understood all that was said, the 2 priests who guarded the doomed woman rent the robe from her, and with one swing of their strong arms hurled her backwards far into the pool of seething waters. She fell with a shriek and lay floating on their surface, flung this way and that by the eddy of the whirlpool, just where the moonlight beat most brightly. All who could of the multitude bent forward to see her end, and overcome by a fearful fascination, Leonard threw himself on his face, and craning his head over the stone of the idol's hand, watched also. For the girl's struggling shape was almost immediately beneath him. Another minute, and he would have foregone the hope of winning the treasure which he had come so far to seek, not to have yielded to the impulse. For, as he stared, the waters beneath the feet of the idol were agitated, as a pond is agitated by the rush of a pike when he dashes at his prey. Then, for an instant, the light gleamed upon a dull, enormous shape, and suddenly the head of a crocodile reared itself out of the pool. The head of a crocodile, but of such a crocodile as he had never heard nor dreamed of. For this head alone was broader than the breast of the biggest man. Its dull eyes were the size of a man's fist. Its yellow fangs were like the teeth of a lion, and from its lower jaw hung tentacles or lumps of white flesh, which at that distance gave it the appearance of being bearded like a goat. Also the skin of this huge reptile, which could not have measured less than 50 feet in length by 4 feet in depth, was here and there corroded into rusty excrescences, as though some fungus or lichen had grown upon it, like a grey moss on an ancient wall. Indeed, its appearance seemed to point to extreme antiquity. Footnote: crocodiles are proverbially long-lived, but Leonard could never discover the age of this particular reptile. On inquiry, he was able to trace it back for 300 years, and tradition said that it had always dwelt among the people of the mist from the beginning of time. At least it was very old, and under the name of the snake had been an object of worship for many generations. How it came among the people of the mist is difficult to say, for no other specimen appeared to exist in the country. Perhaps it was captured in some distant age and placed in the cave by the priests, to figure as an incarnation of the snake that was the object of their worship. End of footnote. Hearing the disturbance in the water, the reptile had emerged from the cave where it dwelt beneath the feet of the idol, to seek its accustomed food, which consisted of human victims that were cast to it at certain intervals. It reared its hideous head and glared round. Then, of a sudden, the monster and the victim vanished together into the depths. Sick with horror, Leonard drew himself back into a sitting posture and glanced up at Juanna. She was crouched in her ivory chair, overcome, and her eyes were closed, either through faintness or to shut out the sight of dread. Then he looked down at Otter. The dwarf, staring fixedly at the water, sat still as the stone effigy that supported him. Evidently, in all his varied experience, he had seen no such thing as this. "The snake has accepted the sacrifice," cried Nam again. "The snake has taken her who was his bride to dwell with him in his holy house. Let the offerings be completed, for this is but the first fruit. Take Olfan, who was king, and offer him up. Cast down the white servants of the mother, and offer them up. Seize the slaves who stood before her in the plain, and offer them up. Lead forth the captives, and offer them up. Let the sacrifice of crowning of kings be accomplished according to custom. That the god whose name is Jal may be appeased, that he may listen to the pleadings of the mother, that the sun may shine upon us, that fruitfulness may fill the land, and peace be within its gates." Thus he cried, while Leonard felt his blood turn cold and his hair rise upon his head, for though he could not understand the words, he guessed their purport, and his instinct told him that a great danger threatened them. He looked at the two priests who stood by, and they glared hungrily on him in answer. Then his courage came back to him. At least he had his rifle, and would fight for his life. It must go hard if he could not put a bullet through one or both of them before they got hold of him. Meanwhile, the priests below had seized the king Olfan, whose giant form they were dragging towards the stone of sacrifice. But of a sudden, for the first time, Juanna spoke, and a deep silence fell upon the temple and all within it. "Hearken, people of the mist," she said, and her voice, falling from that great height, seemed small and far away, although so clear that every word was audible in the stillness of the night. "Hear me, people of the mist, and ye, priests of the snake. Aca is come again, and Jal is come again, and ye have given them back their rule after many generations, and in their hands lies the life of every one of you. As the old tradition told of them, so they are, the mother and the child, and the one is clothed with beauty, the symbol of life and the fruitful earth, and the other is black and hideous, the symbol of death and the evil that walks upon the earth. And ye who would do sacrifice to Jal, that he may be appeased according to the ancient law, and listen to the pleading of the mother, that fruitfulness may fill the land. Not so shall Jal be appeased, and not because of the sacrifice of men shall Aca plead with him that prosperity may reign in the land. Behold, the old law is done away, and we give you a new law. Now is the hour of reconciliation. Now life and death walk hand in hand, and the hearts of Aca and Jal have grown gentle through the ages, and they no longer crave the blood of men as an offering to their majesty. Henceforth ye shall bring them fruits and flowers, and not the lives of men. See, in my hand I hold winter lilies, red and white. Blood red they are, and white as snow. Now the red flower, token of sacrifice and slaughter, I crush and cast away, but the white bloom of love and peace I set upon my breast. It is done, gone is the old law. See, it falls into the place of the snake, its home. But the new law blossoms above my heart and in it. Shall it not be so, my children, people of the mist? Will ye not accept my mercy and my love? The multitude watched the red bloom as, bruised and broken, through the light and through the shadow, they fell slowly to the seething surface of the pool. Then it looked up like one man, and saw the white lily set upon Juanna's whiter breast. They saw, and moved by a common impulse, they rose with a sound like the rush of the wind and shouted, "Gone is the day of blood and sacrifice. Come is the day of peace. We thank you, Mother, and we take your mercy and your love." Then they were silent, and again there was a sound like that of the wind, as all their thousands sank back to their seats of stone. Now Nam spoke again in a voice of fury that rang through the still air like a clarion. "What is this that my ears hear?" he cried. "Are ye mad, O ye dwellers in the mist? Or does the mother speak with a charmed voice? Shall the ancient worship be changed in an hour? Nay, not the gods themselves can alter their own worship. Slay on, ye priests, slay on, or ye yourselves shall die the dreadful death." The priests below heard, and seizing the struggling king, they cast him with difficulty down upon the stone. "Leonard, Leonard," cried Juanna in English, addressing him for the first time by his Christian name, and even then he noticed, but looking straight before her that none might guess to whom she spoke. "These priests are going to kill you and all of us, except Otter and myself. If you can, when you see me point with my hand, shoot that man who is about to sacrifice the king. Make no answer." Leonard heard and understood all. Resting his back firmly against the thumb of the statue, he shifted his position a little, so that the group below him came within his line of sight, and waited, watching Juanna, who now was speaking again in the language of the people of the mist. "This I promise you, ministers of blood," she said. "If ye obey me not, ye shall indeed die the dreadful death, the death unknown. Hearken, my servant, who are named Deliverer," and she looked down upon Leonard, "and do my bidding. If one of these shall dare lift his hand against yonder man, slay him swiftly as you know how." "Smite on," screamed Nam, "smite on and fear not." Most of the priests drew back affrighted, but one ruffian lifted his knife, and at that moment Juanna pointed with her hand. Then Leonard, stepping forward, covered the priest's great breast with his rifle as surely as the uncertain light would allow. Unconscious of his danger, the executioner muttered an invocation. Now the knife was about to fall upon the throat of Olfan, when fire and smoke sprang out far above him. The rifle rang and shot through the heart. The priest leaped high into the air and fell dead. Terror seized the witnesses of this unaccustomed and to them most awful sight. "The gods speak With flame and thunder, one cried, and death is in the flame. Silence, dogs, screamed Nam. Ye are bewitched. Hold, you that stand on high, cast down the wizard who is named Deliverer, and let us see who will deliver him from death upon the stone. Then one of the guards who stood by him made a movement to grasp Leonard and throw him down, but the other was terrified and could not stir. The first man stretched out his arm, but before it so much as touched its aim, he himself was dead. For seeing his purpose, Leonard had lifted the rifle, and once more its report rang through the temple. Suddenly the priest drew his arms wide, then fell backwards, and with a mighty rush dived into the sheer space to crash lifeless on the stone floor below, where he lay, his head and hands hanging over the edge of the pool. Now for the first time Otter's emotion overcame him. He stood up on the knees of the dwarf, and shaking the sceptre in his hand, he pointed with it to the dead man on the paving below, at the same time crying in stentorian tones, "Well done, boss, well done. Now tumble the old one yonder off his perch, for I weary of his howlings." This speech of Otter's produced even a greater effect on the spectators, if that were possible, than the mysterious death of the priests. That he whose name was Silence should cry aloud in a strange tongue, of which they understood no single word, was a dread and ominous thing that showed his anger to be deep. But Leonard took no heed. He was too engaged in covering the second guard with the barrel of his repeater. This man, however, had no liking for such a dreadful death. Swiftly he flung himself on to his knees, imploring Leonard to spare him in humble accents, and with gestures that spoke more plainly than his words. Taking advantage of the pause, again Juanna cried aloud, "Ye see, people of the mist, I make no idle threats. Where are they now, the disobedient ones? The tongue of flame has licked them, and they are dead. As they have perished, so shall perish all who dare to gainsay my word, or the word of Jal. Ye know us for gods, and ye have crowned us kings, and gods and kings we are indeed. Yet fear not, for on the rebellious only shall our anger fall. Answer you, Nam, will you do our bidding, or will you die also as your servants died?" Nam glanced round desperately. He looked down on the multitude and found no help there. Long they had cowered beneath him, now hope was born in their breasts, and in the presence of a power greater than his, if only for a little while, they broke his yoke and the yoke of their red superstitions. He looked at the company of priests. Their heart was out of them. They were huddled together like knots of frightened sheep, staring at the corpses of their two companions. Then he bethought him of Otter. Surely there was refuge in the god of blood and evil, and he cried to him, "The mother has spoken, but the mother is not the child. Say, old Yaw, what is your command?" Otter made no answer, because he did not understand, but Juanna replied swiftly, "I am the mouth of Yah, as Yah is my hand. When I speak the words of Yah. Do his bidding and mine, or die, you disobedient servant." This was the end of it. Nam was beaten. For the first time in his life he must own a master, and that master the gods who he himself discovered and proclaimed. "So be it," he said suddenly. "The old order passes and the new order comes. So be it. Let your will be done, O Aca and old Jal. I have striven for your glory. I have fed your altars, and ye threaten me with death, and put away my gift. Priest, set free that man who was king. People, have your way. Forget your ancient paths. Pluck the white flower of peace, and perish. I have said." So he spoke from on high, shaking his clenched fists above his hoary head, and was gone. Then the executioners unbound the limbs of the ex-king, and he rose from the stone of death. "Olfan," cried Juanna from on high, "you that were king, we, who have taken your kingship, give you life and liberty and honour. See that in reward you serve us well, lest again you should lie upon that bed of stone. Do you swear fealty to us?" "For ever and for ever I swear it by your holy heads," answered Olfan. "It is well. Now under us once more, we give you command of the armies of this people, our children. Summon your captains and your soldiers. Bid those that brought us hither lead us back whence we came, and there set guards about us, so that none trouble us. For you, our people, for this time fare you well. Go in peace, to dwell in peace beneath the shadow of our strength." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Olfan tells of the Rubies. It was at this juncture that Francisco recovered his senses. "Oh," he gasped, opening his eyes and sitting up. "Is it done? Am I dead?" "No, no, you are alive and safe," answered Leonard. "Stay where you are, and don't look over the edge, or you will faint again. Here, take my hand. Now, you brute," and he made energetic motions to the surviving priest, indicating that he must lead them back along the path by which they had come, at the same time tapping his rifle significantly. The man understood and started down the darksome tunnel as though he were glad to go, Leonard holding his robe with one hand, while with the other he pressed the muzzle of the loaded rifle against the back of his neck. Francisco followed, leaning on Leonard's shoulder, for he could not walk alone. As they had come, so they returned. They passed down the steps of stone which were hollowed in the body of the colossus. They traversed the long underground tunnel, and at length, to their intense relief, once more they stood upon the solid ground and in the open air. Now that the moon was up and the mist which had darkened the night had melted, they could see their whereabouts. They had emerged upon a platform of rock within a bowshot of the great gates of the palace, from whence the secret subterranean passage used by the priests was gained, its opening being hidden cunningly among the stonework of the temple. "I wonder where the others are," asked Leonard anxiously of Francisco. As he spoke, Juanna, wrapped in her dark cloak, appeared, apparently out of the stones of the wall, and with her Otter, the settlement men bearing their dead companion, and a considerable company of priests, among whom, however, Nam was not to be seen. "Oh, is that you, Leonard?" said Juanna in English, and in a voice broken with fear. "Thank heaven that you are safe." "Thank heaven that we all are safe," he answered. "Come, let us get on. No, we can walk, thank you," and he waved away the priests, who produced the litters from where they had hidden them under the wall. The men fell back and they walked on. At the gate of the palace a welcome sight met their eyes, for here stood Olfan, and with him at least 100 captains and soldiers, who lifted their spears in salute as they advanced. "Olfan, hear our bidding," said Juanna. "Suffer no priests of the Snake to enter the palace gates. We give you command over them, even till death. Set guards at every doorway, and come with us." The ex-king bowed and issued some orders, in obedience to which the sullen priests fell back murmuring. Then they all passed the gates, crossed the courtyard, and presently stood in the torch-lit throne-room, where Juanna had slept on the previous night. Here food had been prepared for them by Soa, who looked at them curiously, especially at Leonard and Francisco, as though, indeed, She had never expected to see them again. "Hearken, Olfan," said Juanna. "We have saved your life tonight, and you have sworn fealty to us. Is it not so?" "It is so, Queen," the warrior answered, "and I will be faithful to my oath. This heart, that but for you had now been cold, beats for you alone. The life you gave back to me is yours, and for you I live and die." As he spoke he glanced at her with an expression in which, as it seemed to Juanna, human feelings was mixed with supernatural awe. Was it possible, she wondered, with a thrill of fear, that this savage king was mingling his worship of the goddess with admiration of the woman? And did he begin to suspect that she was no goddess after all? Time would show, but at least the look in his eyes alarmed her. "Fear not," he went on. "1,000 men shall guard you night and day. The power of Nam is broken for a while, and now all this company may sleep in peace." "It is well, Olfan. Tomorrow morning, after we have eaten, we will talk with you again, for we have much to say. Till then, watch." The great man bowed and went, and at last they were alone. "Let us eat," said Leonard. "What is this, spirit, or a very good imitation of it? Well, I never wanted a glass of brandy more in my life." When they had finished their meal, at the request of Leonard, Juanna translated all that had been said in the temple, and among her listeners there was none more interested than Soa. "Say, Soa," said Leonard, when she had finished, "you did not expect to see us come back alive, did you? Is that why you stayed away?" "No, Deliverer," she answered. "I thought that you would be killed, every one of you, and so it must have come about, had it not been for the shepherdess. Also, I stayed away because those who have looked upon the snake once do not desire to see him again. Many years ago I was bride to the snake, Deliverer, and, had I not fled, my fate would have been the fate of her who died this night." "Well, I do not wonder that you choose to go," said Leonard. "Oh, boss," broke in Otter, "why did you not shoot that old medicine man as I told you? It would have been easy when you were about it, boss, and now he would have been broken like an eggshell thrown from the housetop, and not alive and full of the meat of malice. He is mad with rage and wickedness, and I say that he will kill us all if he can." "I rather wish I had," said Leonard, pulling his beard. "I thought of it, but could not do everything. And on future occasions, Otter, will you remember that your name is Silence? Luckily, these people do not understand you. If they did, you would ruin us all. What is the matter, Soa?" "Nothing, Deliverer," she answered. "Only I was thinking that Nam is my father, and I am glad that you did not shoot him, as this black dog, who is named a god, suggests." "Of gods I know nothing, you old cow," answered Otter angrily. "They are far off people, though it seems that I am one of them. At any rate, among these fools, your kinsmen. But of dogs I can tell you something, and it is that they bite." "Yes, and cows toss dogs," said Soa, showing her teeth. "Here is another complication," thought Leonard to himself. "One day this woman will make friends with her venerable parent and betray us, and then where shall we be? Well, among so many dangers, an extra one does not matter." "I must go to bed," said Juanna faintly. "My head is swimming. I cannot forget those horrors and that giddy place. When I first saw where I was, I nearly fainted and fell, but after a while I grew more used to it. Indeed, while I was speaking to the people, I quite forgot my fear, and the height seemed to exhilarate me. What a sight it was! When all is said and done, it is a grand thing to have lived through such an experience. I wonder if anyone has ever seen its like. "You are a marvellous woman, Juanna," said Leonard with admiration. "We owe our lives to your wit and courage. "You see, I was right in insisting on coming with you," she answered, somewhat aggressively. "For our sake, yes. For your own, I am not so sure. To tell you the truth, I think that we should have done better never to have started on this mad expedition. However, things look a little more promising now, though Nam and his company have still to be reckoned with, and we don't seem much nearer the rubies, which are our main object." "No," said Juanna, "they are gone, and we shall be lucky if we do not follow them into the home of that hideous snake. Good night." "Francisco," said Leonard, as he rolled himself up in his blanket, "you had a narrow escape tonight. If I had missed my hold—" "Yes, Outram, it was lucky for me that your arm is strong and your mind quick. I'm a dreadful coward, and I can see the place now," and he shuddered. "Always from a child I have believed that I shall die by a fall from some height, and tonight I thought that my hour had come. At first I did not understand, for I was watching the Señora's face in the moonlight, and to me she looked like an angel. Then I saw, and my senses left me. It was as though hands were stretched up from the blackness to drag me down. Yes, I saw the hands. But you saved me, Outram, though that will not help me, for I shall perish in some such way at last. So be it. It is best that I should die, who cannot conquer the evil of my heart." "Nonsense, my friend," said Leonard. "Don't talk like that about dying. We can none of us afford to die just at present, that is, unless we are obliged to do so. Your nerves are upset, and no wonder. As for the evil of your heart, I wish that most men had as little. The world would be better. Come, go to sleep. You will feel very differently tomorrow." Francisco smiled sadly and shook his head. Then he knelt and began to say his prayers. The last thing that Leonard saw before his eyes closed in sleep was the rapt, girlish face of the priest, round which the light of the taper fell like an aureole, as he knelt muttering prayer after prayer with his pale lips. It was 9 o'clock before Leonard awoke next morning, for they had not slept till nearly 4, to find Francisco already up, dressed, and, as usual, praying. When Leonard was ready, they adjourned to Juanna's room, where breakfast was prepared for them. Here they found Otter, looking somewhat disturbed. "Boss, boss," he said, "they have come and will not go away." "Who?" asked Leonard. "The woman, boss, she who was given to me to wife, and many other women, her servants with her. There are more than 20 of them outside, boss, and all of them very big. Now, what shall I do with her, boss? I came here to serve you and to seek the red stones that you desire, and not a woman tall enough to be my grandmother." "I really don't know and don't care," answered Leonard. "If you will be a god, you must take the consequences. Only beware, Otter. Lock up your tongue, for this woman will teach you to speak her language, and she may be a spy." "Yes, boss, I will see to that. Is not my name Silence, and shall women make me talk, me, who have always hated them? But the boss would not like to marry her himself. I am a god, as you say, though it was you who made me one, boss, not I, and my heart is large. I will give her to you, boss." "Certainly not," answered Leonard decidedly. "See if the breakfast is ready. No, I forgot, you are a god, so climb up into the throne and look the part of it, if you can." As he spoke, Juanna came from her room, looking a little pale, and they sat down to breakfast. Before they had finished their meal, Soa announced that Olfan was waiting without. Juanna ordered him to be admitted, and presently he entered. "Is all well, Olfan?" asked Juanna. "All is well, Queen," he answered. "Nam and 300 of his following held council at dawn in the house of the priests yonder. There is much stir and talk in the city, but the hearts of the people are light, because their ancient gods have come back to us, bringing peace with them." "Good," said Juanna. Then she began to question him artfully on many things, and by degrees they learnt more of the people of the mist. It seemed, as Leonard had already guessed, that they were a very ancient race, having existed for countless generations on the same misty upland plains. They were not, however, altogether isolated, for occasionally they made war with other savage tribes, but they never intermarried with these tribes, all the captives taken in their wars being offered in sacrifice at the religious festivals. The real governing power in the community was the society of the priests of the Snake, who held their office by hereditary tenure, outsiders being admitted to their body only under very exceptional circumstances. The council of this society chose the kings, and when they were weary of one of them, they sacrificed him and chose another, either from among his issue or elsewhere. This being the custom, as may be imagined, the relations between church and state were much strained, but hitherto, as Olfan explained with suppressed rage, the church had been supreme. Indeed, the king for the time being was only its mouthpiece, or executive officer. He led the armies, but the superstitions of the people, and even of the soldiers themselves, prevented him from wielding any real power, and unless he chanced to die naturally, his end was nearly always the same, to be sacrificed when the seasons were bad, or Jal was angry. The country was large but sparsely populated. The fighting men numbered not more than 4,000, of whom about half lived in the great city, the rest occupying villages here and there on the mountain slopes. As a rule, the people were monogamous, except the priests. It was the custom of sacrifice which kept the population to its low level, made the powers of the priests absolute, and their wealth greater than that of all the other inhabitants of the country put together, for they chose the victims that had offended against Jal or against the mother goddess, and confiscated their possessions to the service of the temple. Thus the great herds of half-wild cattle which the travellers had seen on the plains belonged to the priests, and the priests took a fourth of the produce of every man's field and garden, that is, when they did not take it all, and his life with it. Twice every year great festivals were held in the Temple of Jal, at the beginning of the spring season, and in the autumn, after the ingathering of the crops. At each of these festivals many victims were offered in sacrifice, some upon the stone, and some by being hurled into the boiling pool beneath the statue, there to be consumed by the snake, or swept down the secret course of the underground river. The feast celebrated in the spring was sacred to Jal, and that in the autumn to the mother goddess. But there was this difference between them, that at the spring ceremony female victims only were sacrificed to Jal to propitiate him and to avert his evil influence, while at the autumn celebration males alone were offered up to the mother goddess in gratitude for her gifts of plenty. Also, criminals were occasionally thrown to the snake that his hunger might be satisfied. The priests had other rites, Olfan added, and these they would have an opportunity of witnessing if the spring festival, which should be celebrated on the second day from that date, were held according to custom. "It shall not be celebrated," said Juanna almost fiercely. Then Leonard, who had hitherto listened in silence, asked the question through Juanna. "How is it," he said, "that Nam and his fellows, being already in absolute power, were so willing to accept the gods Jal and Aca when they appeared in person, seeing that henceforth they must obey, not rule?" "For two reasons, Lord," Olfan answered. "First, because the gods are gods, and their servants know them, and secondly, because Nam has of late stood in danger of losing his authority. Of all the chief priests that have been told of, Nam is the most cruel and the most greedy. For 3 years he has doubled the tale of sacrifice, and though the people love these sights of death, they murmur, for none know upon whom the knife shall fall. Therefore he was glad to greet the gods come back, since he thought that they would confirm his power and set him higher than he sat before. Now he is astonished, because they proclaim peace and will have none of the sacrifice of men. For Nam does not love such gentle gods. Yet he shall obey them, said Otter, speaking for the first time by the mouth of Juanna, who all this while was acting as interpreter, or drink his own medicine, for I myself will sacrifice him to myself. When Juanna had translated the dwarf's bloodthirsty threat, Olfan bowed his head meekly and smiled. Clearly, the prospect of Nam's removal did not cause him unmixed grief. It was curious to see this stately warrior chief humbling his pride before the misshapen, knob-nosed Kaffir. "Say, Olfan," asked Leonard, "who cut from rock the great statue on which we sat last night? And what is that reptile we saw when the woman was thrown into the pool of troubled waters?" "Ask the water-dweller of the water-dweller, the snake of the snake, and the dwarf of his image," answered Olfan, nodding toward Otter. "How can I, who am but a man, tell of such things, lord? I only know that the statue was fashioned in the far past, when we, who are now but a remnant, were a great people, and as for the snake, he has always lived there in his holy place. Our grandfathers' grandfathers knew him, and since that day he has not changed." "Interesting fact in natural history," said Leonard. "I wish I could get him home alive to the zoological gardens." Then he asked another question. "Tell me, Olfan, what became of the red stones yesterday, and of him who offended in offering them to the god yonder?" "The most of them were cast into the pit of waters, lord, there to be hidden for ever. There were 3 hide sacks full." "Oh heavens!" groaned Leonard, when Juanna had translated this. "Otter, you have something to answer for." "But the choices," went on Olfan, "were put into a smaller bag and tied about the neck of the man who had sinned. They were not many, but among them were the largest stones that until yesterday shone in the eyes of the idol, stones blue and red together. Also there was that stone, shaped like a human heart, which hitherto has been worn by the high priest on the days of sacrifice, and with it the image of the dwarf fashioned from a single gem, and that of the water-dweller cut from the great blue stone, and other smaller ones chosen because of their beauty, and also because they have been known for long in the land. For although many of these pebbles are found where the priests dig for them, but few are large and perfect, and the art of shaping them is lost." "And what became of the man?" Leonard asked, speaking as quietly as he could, for his excitement was great. "Nay, I do not know," answered Olfan. "I only know that he was let down with ropes into the home of the snake, and that he gained the holy place, for it was told to me that he dragged rope after him, perhaps as he fled before the snake. Now it was promised to the man that when he had laid the bag of stones in the place of the snake, for the snake to guard forever, his sins would be purged, and if it pleased the water-dweller to spare him, that he should be drawn up again. Thus Nam swore to him, but he did not keep his oath, for when the man had entered the cave he bade those who held the ropes to cast them loose, and I know not what happened to him. But doubtless he is food for the snake. None who look upon that holy place may live to see the sun again." "I only hope that the brute did not swallow the rubies as well as their bearer," said Leonard to Juanna. "Not that there is much chance of our getting them anyway." Then Olfan went, nor did he return till the afternoon, when he announced that Nam and his two principal priests waited without to speak with them. Juanna ordered that they should be admitted, and presently they came in. Their air was humble, and their heads were bowed, but Leonard saw fury gleaming in their sombre eyes, and was not deceived by this mask of humility. "We come, O ye gods," said Nam, addressing Juanna and Otter, who sat side by side on the throne-like chairs. "We come to ask your will, for ye have laid down a new law which we do not understand. On the 3rd day from now is the feast of Jal, and 50 women are made ready to be offered to Jah, that his wrath may be appeased with their blood, and he may number their spirits among his servants, and withhold his anger from the people of the mist, giving them a good season. This has been the custom of the land for many a generation, and whenever the custom was broken, the sun has not shone, nor the corn grown, nor have the cattle and the goats multiplied after their kind. But now, O ye gods, you have proclaimed a new law, and I, who am yet your servant, come hither to ask your will. How shall the feast go, and what sacrifice shall be offered unto you?" "The feast shall go thus," answered Juanna. "Ye shall offer us a sacrifice indeed. To each of us shall ye offer an ox and a goat, and the ox and the goat shall be given to the snake to feed him, but not the flesh of men. Moreover, the feast shall be held at noon, and not in the night time." "An ox and a goat, to each an ox and a goat," said Nam humbly, but in a voice of bitterest sarcasm. "As ye will, so let it be, O ye gentle-hearted gods, and the festival shall be held at noon, and not in the night season as of old. As ye will, O ye kind gods, your word is my law, O Aca and O Jal," and bowing to the ground, the aged man withdrew himself, followed by his satellites. "That devilish priest makes my flesh creep," said Juanna, when she had translated his words. "Oh, boss, boss," echoed Otter, "why did you not shoot him while you might? Now he will surely live to throw us to the snake." As he spoke, Soa advanced from behind the thrones where she had taken refuge when Nam entered. "It is not well for a dog who gives himself out as a god to threaten the life of one whom he has tricked," she said meaningly. "Perchance the hour shall come when the true god will avenge himself on the false, and by the hand of his faithful servant, whom you would do to death, you base-born dwarf." And before anyone could answer, she left the chamber, casting a malevolent look at Otter as she went. "That servant of yours makes my flesh creep, Juanna," said Leonard. "One thing is clear enough, we must not allow her to overhear any more of our plans. She knows a great deal too much already." "I cannot understand what has happened to Soa," said Juanna. "She seems so changed." "You made that remark before, Juanna, but for my part I don't think she is changed. The sight of her amiable parent has developed her hidden virtues, that is all." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sacrifice after the new order. The 3rd day came, the day of sacrifice after the new order. Nothing particular had happened in the interval. Leonard and Francisco took some walks through the city, guarded by Peter and the settlement men. That was all. They did not see much there, except the exteriors of the houses built of stone and roofed with turves, and the cold stare of curiosity with which they were followed by hundreds of eyes gave them a sense of unrest that effectually checked their efforts at closer examination. Once, indeed, they halted in the marketplace, which was thronged, whereon all business ceased, and seller, buyer, herdsman, and presiding priests flocked around, staring at them, half in fear and half in curiosity, for they had never seen white men before. This they could not bear, so they returned to the palace. Of course, Otter and Juanna, being divine, were not allowed to indulge in such recreations. They were gods and must live up to their reputation. For one day Otter endured it. On the second, in spite of Leonard's warnings, he sought refuge in the society of the bride Saga. This was the beginning of evil, for if no man is a hero to his valet de chambre, much less can he remain a god for long in the eyes of a curious woman. Here, as in other matters, familiarity breeds contempt. Leonard saw these dangers and spoke seriously to the dwarf on the subject. Still he could not conceal from himself that, putting aside the question of his ennui, which made his conduct natural, at any rate in a savage, Otter's position was a difficult one. So Leonard shrugged his shoulders and consoled himself as best he could with the reflection that, at least, his wife would teach the dwarf something of her language, which, by the way, he himself was practising assiduously under the tuition of Juanna and Soa. At noon the party adjourned to the temple, escorted by a bevy of priests and soldiers, for in obedience to Juanna's commands, the feast was to be celebrated in the daytime and not at night. As before, the vast amphitheatre was crowded with thousands of human beings, but there was a difference in the arrangements. Juanna and Otter had declined to occupy their lofty thrones, and sat in chairs at the feet of the huge and hideous stone idol, almost on the edge of the pool. Nam alone standing before them, while Leonard, Francisco, and the settlement men ranged themselves on either side. The day was cold and miserable, and snow fell from time to time in large flakes from an ashen sky. Presently Nam addressed the multitude. "People of the mist," he cried, "ye are gathered here to celebrate the feast of Jal, according to ancient custom, but the gods have come back to you, as ye know, and the gods in their wisdom have changed the custom. 50 women were prepared for the sacrifice. This morning they rose rejoicing, deeming that they were destined to the snake, but now their joy is turned to sorrow, since the gods will not accept them, having chosen a new offering for themselves. Let it be brought forward." At his word lads appeared from behind the idol, driving 2 lean bulls, and with them a pair of he-goats. Whether by accident or design, they drove them so unskilfully that the animals blundered hither and thither over the rocky platform, till they were finally dispatched with blows from clubs and axes, that is, except one goat, which, escaping its pursuers, rushed down the amphitheatre and scrambled from seat to seat among the audience, uttering a succession of terrified baas. Indeed, the scene was so comic that even that sombre and silent people began to laugh, accustomed as they were on these occasions to the hideous and impressive ceremonial of the midnight sacrifice of so many human beings. The ancient feast was a fiasco. This was a fact which could not be concealed. "Begone, ye people of the mist," said Nam presently, pointing to the dead animals. "The sacrifice is sacrificed. The festival of Jah is done. May the mother plead with the snake that the sun may shine and fruitfulness bless the land." Now scarcely 10 minutes had elapsed since the beginning of the ceremony, which in the ordinary course of events lasted through the greater part of the night, for it was the custom to slaughter each victim singly and with appropriate solemnities. A murmur of disapprobation arose from the far end of the amphitheatre, that swelled gradually to a roar, The people had been thankful to accept Juanna's message of peace, but brutalized as they were by the continual sight of bloodshed, they were not willing to dispense with their carnivals of human sacrifice. A Roman audience gathered to witness a gladiatorial show, to find themselves treated instead to a donkey race and a cockfight, could scarcely have shown more fury. "Bring out the women! Let the victims be offered up to Jal as of old!" the multitude yelled in their rage, and 10 minutes or more elapsed before they could be quieted. Then Nam addressed them cunningly. "People of the mist," he said, "the gods have given us a new law, a law, the sacrifice of oxen and goats in the place of men and maids, and ye yourselves have welcomed that law. No longer shall the blood of victims flow to Jal beneath the white rays of the moon, while the chant of his servants goes up to heaven. Nay, henceforth this holy place must be a shambles for the kine. So be it, my children. In my old age I hear the gods speaking in an altered voice, and I obey them. It is nothing to me, who am about to die, yet I tell you that rather would I myself be stretched upon the ancient stone than see the worship of our forefathers thus turned into a mockery. The sacrifice is sacrificed. Now may the maid intercede with the snake that plenty may bless the land." And he smiled satirically and turned away. Those of the audience who were near enough to hear his words cried them out to the ranks behind them, and when all understood, there followed a scene of most indescribable tumult. "Blood, give us blood!" roared the populace, their fierce faces alight with rage. "Shall we be mocked with the sacrifice of goats? Offer up the servants of the false gods. Give us blood. Lead forth the victims." In the midst of this uproar, Juanna, clad in her white robes and with the red stone bound upon her brow, rose from her seat to speak. "Silence!" cried Nam. "Hear the voice of Aca!" And by degrees the shouting died away, and she spoke. "Do you dare thus offer outrages to the gods?" she cried. "Be warned, lest we bring death and famine upon you all. Men shall be offered up to us no more. I have spoken." For a while there was silence. Then the clamour broke out with redoubled violence, and a portion of the multitude made a rush round the edge of the pool towards the rocky platform, which was repelled by the soldiers in a very half-hearted way. "Now," said Olfan, "I think that these will do well to be going," and he pointed to Leonard, Francisco, and the settlement men. "Doubtless the gods can defend themselves, but if the others do not fly, this is sure, that presently they will be torn to pieces." "Let us all go," said Juanna, whose nerve began to fail her, and suiting the action to the word, she led the way towards the rock tunnel, followed by the others. They were not allowed to reach it unmolested, however, for a number of the crowd, headed, as Leonard noticed, by 2 priests, forced their way through the cordon of guards and became mixed with the rear of their little party, the members of which they threatened and struck at savagely. This happened just as they were entering the mouth of the tunnel, behind the statue where the gloom was great. This tunnel was protected by a door, which, so soon as they thought that all had passed, Olfan and Leonard made haste to close, leaving the mob howling without. Then they pressed on to the palace, which they reached in safety, Olfan remaining behind, however, to watch the movements of the mob. "Oh, why would you not suffer them to sacrifice according to their wicked custom, shepherdess?" said Otter. "What does it matter if they kill each other? So there shall be fewer of them. Now the end of it must be that the devils will find us out and murder us." "No, no," said Francisco. "The Senora was right. Let us trust in Providence and keep ourselves clean from such iniquity." As he spoke, the roars of wrath in the distance changed to a shout of triumph, followed by silence. "What is that?" said Juanna faintly. At this moment Olfan pushed the curtains aside and entered, and his face was heavy. "Speak, Olfan," she said. "The people sacrifice as of old, Queen," he answered. "All of us did not pass the gate. 2 of your black servants were mixed up with the crowd and left, and now they offer them to Jal and others with them." Leonard ran to the yard and counted the settlement men, who were huddled together in their fear, staring towards the temple through the bars of the gate. 2 were missing. As he returned, he met Olfan coming out. "Where is he going?" he asked of Juanna. "To guard the gates. He says that he cannot be sure of the soldiers. Is it true about the settlement men?" "Alas, yes. 2 are gone." She hid her face in her hands and shuddered. "Poor creatures," she said presently in a hoarse voice. "Why did we ever bring them here? Oh, Leonard, is there no escape from this land of demons?" "I hope so," he answered, then added, "Come, Juanna, do not give way. Things look so bad that they are sure to mend." "There is need of it," she sobbed. All that evening and night they watched, hourly expecting to be attacked and dragged forth to sacrifice, but no attack was made. Indeed, on the morrow they learnt from Olfan that the people had dispersed after sacrificing about 1 score of human beings, and that quiet reigned in the city. Now began the most dreadful of their trials, and the longest, for it endured 5 whole weeks. As has been said, the climate of these vast upland plains, backed by snow-clad mountains that are the dwelling place of the people of the mist, is cold during the winter months to the verge of severity. But at a certain period of the year, almost invariably within a day or 2 of the celebration of the feast of Jal, the mists and frost vanish, and warm weather sets in with bright sunshine. This is the season of the sowing of crops, and upon the climatic conditions of the few following weeks depends the yield of the harvest. Should the spring be delayed by even a week or 2, a short crop would certainly result, but if its arrival is postponed for a month, it means something like a famine during the following winter. For although this people dwell on highlands, they cultivate the same sorts of grain which are common in these latitudes, namely maize and sundry varieties of Kaffir corn, having no knowledge of wheat and the other hardy cereals. Therefore it is all important to them that the corn should have a fair start, for if the autumn frosts catch it before it is fit to harvest, the great portion of the crop turns black and is rendered useless. These agricultural details had no small bearing upon the fate of our adventurers. The feast of Jal was celebrated in order to secure a good seed bed and springtime for the grain. Juanna and Otter had abolished the hideous ceremonies of that feast, and the people of the mist watched for the result with a gloomy and superstitious eye. If the season proved more than ordinarily good, all might go well, but if it chanced to be bad, and as was to be expected, seeing how much depended upon it, this spring proved the very worst which any living man could remember in that country. Day after day the face of the sun was hidden with mists that only yielded to the bitter winds which blew from the mountains at night, so that when the spring should have been a month old, the temperature was still that of midwinter, and the corn would not start at all. Leonard and Juanna soon discovered what this meant for them, and never was the aspect of weather more anxiously scanned than by these 2 from day to day. In vain every morning the blanket of cold mist fell like a cloud, blotting out the background of the mountains, and every night the biting wind swept down upon them from the fields of snow, chilling them to the marrow. This state of things, wretched enough in itself, was only one of many miseries which afflicted them. Otter and Juanna were still treated as gods indeed, and considerable respect was shown to Leonard and Francisco, that is, within the walls of the palace. But if, wearied with the monotony of their life, they went out, which they did twice only during these 5 dreadful weeks, matters were different. Then they found themselves followed by a mob of men, women, and children, who glared at them ferociously and cursed them aloud, asking what their gods had done with the sunshine. On the second occasion, indeed, they were forced to fly for their lives, and after this they gave up making the attempt to walk abroad, and sat in the palace with Juanna and Otter, who, of course, never dared to leave it. It was a terrible life. There was nothing to do, nothing to read, and only anxieties to think on. The greater part of the day Leonard and Juanna occupied in talking for practice in the language of the people of the mist. When their conversation was exhausted, they told each other tales of their adventures in past years, or even invented stories like children, and prisoners. Indeed, they were prisoners, prisoners as they feared, under sentence of death. They grew to know each other very well during those 5 weeks, so well indeed that each could almost guess the other's thoughts, but no tender words ever passed their lips. On this subject, whatever their hearts might feel, their tongues were sealed, and in their curious perversity, the chief object of each was to disguise the truth from the other. Moreover, Leonard never for one moment forgot that Juanna was his ward, a fact that in itself would have sufficed to cause him to conceal any tender emotions he might have felt towards her. So they lived side by side, lovers at heart, yet talking and acting as brother and sister might, and through it all were still happy after a fashion, because they were together. But Soa was not happy. She felt that her mistress no longer trusted her, and was at no loss to guess the cause. Day by day she stood behind them like a mummy at an Egyptian feast, and watched Leonard with ever-growing jealousy. Francisco, for his part, did not attempt to conceal his fears. He was certain that they were about to perish, and sought consolation in the constant practice of religion, which was edifying, but scarcely improved him as a companion. As for Otter, he also believed that the hour of death was nigh, but being a fatalist, this did not trouble him much. On the contrary, in spite of Leonard's remonstrances, he began to live hard, betaking himself freely to the beer pot. When Leonard remonstrated with him, he turned somewhat sulky. "Today I am a god, boss," he answered. "Tomorrow I may be carrion. While I am a god, let me drink and be merry. All my days also women have cursed me because I am ugly. Now my wife holds me great and beautiful. What is the good of thinking and looking sad? The end will come soon enough. Already Nam sharpens the knife for our hearts. Come and be merry with me, boss, if the shepherdess will let you." "Do you take me for a pig like yourself?" said Leonard angrily. "Well, go your own way, foolish that you are, but beware of the beer and the spirits. Now you are beginning to know this language, and when you are drunk you talk. And do you think there are no spies here? That girl Saga is great niece to Nam, and you are besotted with her. Be careful lest you bring us all to death." "Thither we shall come anyway, so let us laugh before we weep, boss," Otter replied sullenly. "Must I then sit here and do nothing till I die?" Leonard shrugged his shoulders and went. He could not blame the dwarf, who, after all, was a savage, and looked at things as a savage would, notwithstanding Francisco's earnest efforts to convert him. He sometimes wished, so deep was his depression, that he also was a savage and could do likewise. But the worst of their trials is still to be told. For the first week the settlement men stayed in the palace. Their fears and the rumours that had reached them of the terrible fate of their two lost companions, keeping them quiet. By degrees, however, this dread wore off, and one afternoon, wearied with the sameness of their life, they yielded to the solicitations of some men who spoke to them through the bars of the great gate, and went out in a body without obtaining Leonard's permission. That night they returned drunk, at least 10 of them dead. The other 2 were missing. When they were sober again, Leonard questioned them as to the whereabouts of their companions, but they could give him no satisfactory information. They had been into various houses in the city, they said, where the people had plied them with beer, and they remembered nothing more. These 2 men never reappeared, but the rest of them, now thoroughly frightened, obeyed Leonard's orders and stayed in the palace, although the decoy men still came frequently to the gates and called them. They passed the days in wandering about and drinking to drown their fears, and the nights huddled together for protection from an unseen foe, more terrible and craftier than the leopard of their native rocks. But these precautions were all in vain. One morning, hearing a tumult among them, Leonard went to see what was the matter. 3 more of the settlement men were missing. They had vanished in the night, none could say how, vanished though the doors were barred and guarded. There where they had slept lay their guns and little possessions, but the men were gone, leaving no trace. When he was consulted, Olfan looked very grave, but could throw no light upon the mystery beyond suggesting that there were many secret passages in the palace, of which the openings were known only to the priests, and that possibly the men had been let down them. Terrible information enough for people in their position. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last of the settlement men. On the day of the vanishing of the 3 settlement men, Nam paid his weekly visit to do honour to the gods, and Leonard, who by this time could make himself understood in the tongue of the people of the mist, attacked him as to the whereabouts of their lost servants. When he had finished, the priest answered with a cruel smile that he knew nothing of the matter. Doubtless, he said, the gods had information as to the fate of their own servants. It was not for him to seek those whom the gods had chosen to put away. Then, turning the subject, he went on to ask when it would please the mother to intercede with the snake that might cause the sun to shine and the corn to spring, for the people murmured, fearing a famine in the land. Of course, Juanna was able to give no satisfactory answer to the priest's questions, and after this the quarters of the settlement men were changed, and for a few days the survivors slept in safety. On the 3rd night, however, 2 more of them were taken in the same mysterious manner, and one of those who remained swore that hearing something stir, he woke and saw the floor open, and a vision of great arms dragging his sleeping companions through the hole in it, which closed again instantly. Leonard hurried to the spot and made a thorough examination of the stone blocks of the pavement, but could find no crack in them, and yet, if the man had dreamed, how was the mystery to be explained? After this, with the exception of Otter, who, sure of the fate that awaited them, took little heed of how or when it might fall, none of the party could even sleep because of their terror of the unseen foe who struck in silence and in darkness, dragging the victim to some unknown, awful end. Leonard and Francisco took it in turns to watch each other's slumbers, laying themselves to rest outside the curtain of Juanna's room. As for the survivors of the settlement men, their state can scarcely be described. They followed Leonard about, upbraiding him bitterly for leading them into this evil land, and cursing the hour when they first had seen his face. It would have been better, they said, that he should have left them to their fate in the slave camp than have brought them here to die thus. The Yellow Devil was at least a man, but these people were sorcerers and lost spirits in human shape. Nor did the horror stop here, for at last the head man Peter, a man whom they all liked and respected, went mad with fear, and ran to and fro in the palace yard, while the guards and women watched him with curious eyes as he shrieked out curses upon Juanna and Leonard. This shocking scene continued for some hours, for his companions would not interfere with him, vowing that he was possessed by a spirit, till at length he put a period to it by suddenly committing suicide. In vain did Leonard caution the survivors to keep their heads and watch at night. They flew to the beer which was supplied to them in plenty, and drank till they were insensible, and still one by one they vanished mysteriously, till at length all were gone. Never might Leonard forget his feeling when one day at dawn, in the 5th week of their incarceration, he hurried as usual to the chamber where the last 2 of the unfortunate men were accustomed to sleep, and found them not. There were their blankets, there was the place where they had been, and on it, laid carefully in the form of a St. Andrew's cross by some unknown hand, shone 2 huge sacrificial knives, such as the priests wore at their girdles. Sick and faint with fear, he staggered back to the throne room. "Oh, what is it now?" said Juanna, who, early as it was, had risen already, looking at him with terrified eyes and trembling lips. "Only this," he answered hoarsely. "The last 2 have been taken, and here is what was left in place of them." And he cast down the knives on to the pavement. Then at last Juanna gave way. "Oh, Leonard, Leonard," she said, weeping bitterly, "they were my father's servants, whom I have known since I was a child, and I have brought them to this cruel end. Can you not think of any way of getting out of this place? If not, I shall die of fear. I can sleep no more. I feel that I am watched at night, though I cannot tell by whom. Last night I thought that I heard someone moving near the curtain where you and Francisco lie, though Soa declares that it is fancy." "It is impossible," said Leonard. "Francisco was on guard. Ah, here he comes." As he spoke, Francisco entered the room with consternation written on his face. "Outram," he gasped, "someone must have been in the throne chamber where we slept last night. All the rifles have gone, ours and those of the settlement men also." "Great heavens," said Leonard, "but you were watching." "I suppose that I must have dozed for a few moments," answered the priest. "It's awful, awful. They are gone, and we are weaponless." "Oh, we cannot escape," moaned Juanna. "There is no hope of it," answered Leonard gloomily. "We are friendless here, except for Olfan, and he has little real power. For the priests have tampered with the captains and the soldiers who fear them. How can we get out of the city? And if we got out, what would become of us, unarmed and alone? All that we can do is keep heart and hope for the best. Certainly they are right, who declare that no good comes of seeking after treasure, though I believe we shall live to win it yet," he added. "What, deliverer?" said a satirical voice behind him. "Do you still desire the red stones? Whose heart's blood shall soon redden a certain stone yonder. Truly, the greed of the white man is great." Leonard looked round. It was Soa who spoke, Soa who had been listening to their talk, and she was glaring at him with an expression of intense hate in her sullen eyes. A thought came into his mind. Was it not possible that this woman had something to do with their misfortunes? How came it about that the others were taken while she was left? "Who gave you leave, Soa," he said, looking her fixedly in the face, "to hearken to our words and thrust yourself into our talk?" You have been glad enough of my counsel hitherto, white man, she answered furiously. Who told you the tale of this people, and who led you to their land? Was it I or another? You, I regret to say, said Leonard coolly. Yes, white man, I led you here that you might steal the treasure of my people like a thief. I did it because the shepherdess, my mistress, forced me to the deed, and in those days her will was my law. For her and you I came here to my death, and what has been my reward? I am put away from her. She has no kind word for me now. You are about her always. You hold her counsel, but to me her mind is as a shut door that I can no longer open. You have poisoned her against me, you and that black swine whom they call a god. Moreover, because she has learned to love you, white thief, wanderer, without a corral as you are, at your bidding she has also learned to hate me. Beware, white man, I am of this people, and you know their temper. It is not gentle. When they hate, they find a means to be revenged. And she ceased, gasping with rage. Indeed, at that moment, Soa would have made no bad model for a statue of one of the Furies of Greek mythology. Then Juanna attempted to interfere, but Leonard waved her back. So he said, as I thought, you are at the bottom of all this business. Perhaps you will not mind telling us what has become of your friends, the settlement men, or if you feel a delicacy on that point, how is it that you have escaped while they have vanished? I know nothing of the settlement men, answered the Fury, except that they have been taken and sacrificed as was their meed, and as yet I have lifted no hand and said no word against you, though a breath from me would have swept you all to doom. Hitherto I have been spared for the same reason that you and Bald Pate yonder have been spared, because we are the body servants of the false gods, and are reserved to perish with them when the lie is discovered, or perhaps to live a while, set in cages in the marketplace, to be mocked by passers-by, to serve as a warning to any whose monkey hearts should dare to plot sacrilege against the divinity of Aca and Jal. Now, shepherdess, take your choice. As you know well, I have loved you from a babe, and I love you yet, though you have scorned me for this man's sake. Take your choice, I say. Cling to me and trust me, giving the deliverer to the priests, and I will save you. Cling to him, and I will bring shame and death upon you all, for my love shall turn to hate. At this juncture, Leonard quietly drew his revolver, though at the time nobody noticed it except Francisco. Indeed, by now, Juanna was almost as angry as Soa herself. "How dare you speak to me thus?" she said, stamping her foot. "You whom from a child I have thought good and have trusted. What do you say? That I must give him who saved me from death over to death, in order that I may buy back your love and protect myself? You evil woman! I tell you that first I will die, as I would have died yonder in the slave camp." And she ceased, for her indignation was too great to allow her to say more. "So be it, shepherdess," said Soa solemnly. "I hear you. It was to be expected that you would prefer him whom you love to her who loves you. Yet, shepherdess, was it not I, after all, who saved you yonder in the slave camp? Doubtless I dream, but it seems to me that when those men who are dead deserted you, running this way and that in their fear, and shepherdess, it is for this that I am glad that they are dead, and lifted no hand to save them. I followed you alone. It seems to me that, having followed you far till I could walk no more for hunger and weariness, I used my wit and bribed a certain white man, of the sort who would sell their sisters and blaspheme their mothers for a reward, to attempt your rescue. I bribed him with a gem of great price. Had there been 10 of them, that gem would have bought them all, and with the gem I told him the secret of the treasure which is here. He took the bribe, and being brave and desperate, He drew you out of the clutches of the yellow devil, though in that matter also I had some part. And then you loved him. Ah, could I have foreseen it, shepherdess, I'd have left you die in the slave camp, for then you had died loving me, who now hates me and casts me off for the sake of this white thief." Leonard could bear it no longer, and in the interest of their common safety he came to a desperate resolve. With an exclamation, he lifted the pistol and covered Soa. Both Francisco and Juanna saw the act and sprang to him, the latter exclaiming, "Oh, what are you going to do?" "I propose to kill this woman before she kills us, that is all," he answered coldly. "No, no," cried Juanna. "She has been faithful to me for many years. I cannot see her shot." "Let the butcher do his work," mocked Soa. "It shall avail him little. Doubtless he is angry because I have spoken the truth about him," and she folded her arms upon her breast, awaiting the bullet. "What is to be done?" said Leonard desperately. "If I do not shoot her, she will certainly betray us." "Then let her betray," said Francisco. "It is written that you shall do no murder." "If you fear to shoot a woman, send for your black dog, white man," mocked Soa. "He would have killed my father, and doubtless this task also will be to his liking." "I can't do it. Get a rope and tie her up, Francisco," said Leonard. "We must watch her day and night. It will be a pleasant addition to our occupations. After all, it is only one more risk, which is no great matter among so many. I fancy the game is about played out anyhow." Francisco went for the rope and presently returned, accompanied by Otter. A month of furious dissipation had left its mark even on the dwarf's iron frame. His bright black eyes were bloodshot and unsteady. His hands shook, and he did not walk altogether straight. "You have been drinking again, you sot," said Leonard. "Go back to your drink. We are in sorrow here, and want no drunkards in our company. Now then, Francisco, give me that rope." "Yes, boss, I have been drinking," answered the dwarf humbly. "It is well to drink before one dies, since we may not drink afterwards, and I think that the hour of death is at hand. Oh, shepherdess of the heavens, they said down yonder at the settlement that you were a great rainmaker. Now if you can make the rain to fall, can you not make the sun to shine? Wind and water are all very well, but we have too much of them here." "Hearken," said Leonard. "While you revelled, the last of Mavoom's men vanished, and these are left in their place," and he pointed to the knives. "It is so, boss," answered Otter with a hiccup. "Well, they were a poor lot, and we shall not miss them. And yet I wish I were a man again and had my hands on the throat of that wizard Nam. Wow, but I would squeeze it." "It is your throat that will be squeezed soon, Otter," said Leonard. "Look here, God or no God, get you sober or I will beat you." "I am sober, boss, I am indeed. Last night I was drunk. Today nothing is left but a pain here," and he tapped his great head. "Why are you tying up that old cow Soa, boss?" "Because she threatens to use her horns, Otter. She says that she will betray us all." "Indeed, boss. Well, it is in my mind that she has betrayed us already. Why do you not kill her and have done?" "Because the shepherdess here will have none of it," answered Leonard. "Also, I do not like the task." "I will kill her if you wish, boss," said Otter with another hiccup. "She is wicked. Let her die." "I have told you that the shepherdess will have none of it. Listen, we must watch this woman. We will guard her today, and you must take your turn tonight. It will keep you from your drink." "Yes, boss, I will watch, though it would be better to kill her at once, for thus we should be spared trouble." Then they bound Soa securely and set her in a corner of the throne chamber, and all that day Leonard and Francisco mounted guard over her alternately. She made no resistance and said nothing. Indeed, it seemed as if a certain lassitude had followed her outbreak of rage, for she leaned her head back and slept, or made a pretense to sleep. The day passed uneventfully. Olfan visited them as usual, and told them that the excitement grew in the city. Indeed, the unprecedented prolongation of the cold weather was driving the people into a state of superstitious fury that must soon express itself in violence of one form or another, and the priests were doing everything in their power to foment the trouble. No immediate danger was to be apprehended, however. After sundown, Leonard and Francisco went out into the courtyard to inspect the weather according to their custom. There was no sign of a change. The wind blew as bitterly as ever from the mountains. The sky was ashen. The stars seemed far off and cold. "Will it never break?" said Leonard with a sigh, and re-entered the palace, followed by Francisco. Then, having solemnly cautioned Otter to keep a strict guard over Soa, they wrapped themselves up in their blankets in order to get some rest, which both of them needed sadly. Juanna had retired already, laying herself to sleep immediately on the other side of the curtain, for she feared to be alone. Indeed, they could see the tips of her fingers appearing beneath the bottom of the curtain. Very soon they were asleep, for even terror must yield at last to the necessities of rest, and a dense silence reigned over the palace, broken only by the tramp of the sentries without. Once Leonard opened his eyes, hearing something move, and instantly stretched out his hand to assure himself of Juanna's safety. She was there, for in her sleep her fingers had closed instinctively upon his own. Then he turned round and saw what had disturbed him. In the doorway of the chamber stood the bride of the snake, Saga, a lighted torch in one hand and a gourd in the other, and very picturesque that handsome young woman looked, with her noble figure illumined by the glare of the torchlight. "What is the matter?" said Leonard. "It's all right, boss," answered Otter. "The old woman here is as safe as a stone statue yonder, and quite as quiet. Saga brings me some water. That is all. I bade her to do so because of the fire that rages inside of me and the pain in my head. Fear not, boss. I do not drink beer when I am on guard." "Beer or water, I wish you would keep your wife at a distance," answered Leonard. "Come, tell her to be off." Then he looked at his watch, the hands of which he could just distinguish by the distant glare of the torch, and went to sleep again. This took place at 10 minutes past 11. When he awoke again, dawn was breaking, and Otter was calling to him in a loud, hoarse voice. "Boss," he said, "come here, boss." Leonard jumped up and ran to him, to find the dwarf on his feet and staring vacantly at the wall against which Soa had been sitting. She was gone, but there on the floor lay the ropes with which she had been tied. Leonard sprang at Otter and seized him by the shoulders. "Wretched man," he cried, "you have been sleeping, and now she has escaped and we are lost." "Yes, boss, I have been sleeping. Kill me if you wish, for I deserve it. And yet, boss, never was I more wide awake in my life until I drank that water. I am not wont to sleep on guard, boss." "Otter," said Leonard, "that wife of yours has drugged you." "It may be so, boss. At least the woman is gone, and say, whither has she gone?" "To Nam, her father," answered Leonard. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Father and daughter. While Leonard and Otter spoke thus in their amazement, had they but known it, a still more interesting conversation was being carried on some 300 yards away. Its scene was a secret chamber hallowed in the thickness of the temple wall, and there the dramatis persona consisted of Nam, the high priest, Soa, Juanna's servant, and Saga, the wife of the snake. Nam was an early riser, perhaps because his conscience would not allow him to sleep, or because on this occasion he had business of importance to attend to. At any rate, on the morning in question, long before the break of dawn, he was seated in his little room alone, musing, and indeed his thoughts gave him much food for reflection. As has been said, he was a very aged man, and whatever may have been his faults, at least he was earnestly desirous of carrying on the worship of the gods according to the strict letter of the customs which had descended to him from his forefathers, and which he himself had followed all his life. In truth, from long consideration of them, their attributes, and the traditions concerning them, Nam had come to believe in the actual existence of these gods, although the belief was a qualified one, and somewhat half-hearted. Or, to put it less strongly, he had never allowed his mind to entertain active doubt of the spiritual beings whose earthly worship was so powerful a factor in his own material rule and prosperity, and in that of his class. In its issue, this half-faith of his had been sufficiently real to induce him to accept Otter and Juanna when they arrived mysteriously in the land. It had been prophesied that they should arrive thus. That was a fact, and their outward appearance exactly fitted every detail of the prophecy. That was another fact, and these two facts together seemed to point to a conclusion so irresistible that, shrewd and experienced as he was, Nam was unable to set it down to mere coincidence. Therefore, in the first rush of his religious enthusiasm, he had accorded a hearty welcome to the incarnations of the divinities whom for some 80 years he had worshipped as powers spiritual. But though pious zeal had much to do with this action, as Olfan informed Juanna, it was not devoid of worldly motives. He desired the glory of being the discoverer of the gods. He desired also the consolidation of the rule which his cruelties had shaken, that must result from their advent. All this was well enough, but he had never even dreamed that the first step of these new divinities would be to discard the ancient ceremonial, without which his office would become a sinecure and his power a myth, and even to declare an active hostility against himself. Were they or were they not gods? This was the question that exercised his mind. If there was truth in the prophecies, they should be gods. On the other hand, he could discover nothing particularly divine about their persons, characters, or attributes, that is to say, nothing sufficiently divine to deceive Nam himself, whatever impression they produced upon the vulgar. Thus Juanna might be no more than a very beautiful woman, white in colour, and Otter only what he knew him to be through his spies, a somewhat dissolute dwarf. That they had no great power was also evident, seeing that he, Nam, without incurring the heavenly vengeance, had been able to abstract and afterwards to sacrifice comfortably the greater number of their servants. Another thing which pleaded against their celestial origin was that so far, instead of peace and prosperity blessing the land as it should have done immediately on their arrival, the present season was proving itself the worst on record, and the country was face to face with the prospect of famine in the ensuing winter. And yet, if they were not gods, who were they? Would any human beings in their senses venture among such a people as the Children of the Mist, merely to play off a huge practical joke of which the finale was likely to be so serious to themselves? The idea was preposterous, since they had nothing to gain by so doing, for Nam, it may be observed, was ignorant of the value of rubies, which to him were only emblems employed in their symbolical ceremonies. Think as he would, he could come to no definite conclusion. One thing was clear, however, that it was now very much to his interest to demonstrate their non-celestial origin, though to do so would be to stultify himself and to prove that his judgment was not infallible. Otherwise, did the gods succeed in establishing their power, he and his authority seemed likely to come to a sudden end in the jaws of that monster, which his order had fostered for so many generations. Thus reflected Nam in perplexity of soul, wishing to himself that while he had retired from his office before he was called upon to face questions so difficult and so dangerous. "I must be patient," he muttered to himself at last. "Time will show the truth, or, if the weather does not change, the people will settle the matter for me." As it chanced, he had not long to wait, for just then there was a knock upon his door. "Enter," he said, arranging his goatskin robe about his broad shoulders. A priest came in bearing a torch, for there was no window in the chamber, and after him 2 women. "Who is this?" said Nam, pointing to the second of the women. "This is she who is servant to Aca, father," answered the priest. "How comes she here?" said Nam again. "I gave no orders that she should be taken." "She comes of her own free will, father, having somewhat to say to you." "Fool, how can she speak to me when she does not know our tongue? But of her presently. Take her aside and watch her. Now, Saga, your report. First, what of the weather?" "It is grey and pitiless, father. The mist is dense, and no sun can be seen." "I thought it, because of the cold," and he drew his robe closer around him. "A few more days of this," and he stopped, then went on. "Tell me of Jal, your lord." "Jal is as Jal was, merry and somewhat drunken. He speaks our language very ill, yet when he was last in liquor he sang a song which told of deeds that he, and he whom they named the Deliverer, had wrought together down in the south, rescuing the goddess Aca from some who had taken her captive. At least so I understood the song." "Perhaps you understood it wrong," answered Nam. "Say, niece, do you still worship this god?" "I worship the god Jal, but the man, dweller in the waters, I hate," she said fiercely. "Why, how is this? But 2 days gone you told me that you loved him, and there was no such god as this man, and no such man as this god." "That was so, father, but since then he has thrust me aside, saying that I weary him, and courts a handmaid of mine own, and therefore I demand the life of that handmaiden." Nam smiled grimly. "Perchance you demand the life of the god also?" "Yes," she replied without hesitation. "I would see him dead if it can be brought about." Again Nam smiled. "Truly, niece, your temper is that of my sister, your grandmother, who brought 3 men to sacrifice because she grew jealous of them. Well, well, these are strange times, and you may live to see your desire satisfied by the death of the god. Now, what of that woman? How comes she to be with you?" "She was bound by the order of Aca, father, and Jal was set to watch her. But I drugged Jal and loosened her bonds. I led her down the secret way, for she desires to speak to you." "How can that be, niece? Can I then understand her language?" "Nay, father, but she understands ours. Had she been bred in the land, she could not speak it better." Nam looked astonished, and going to the door, he called to the priest without to lead in the stranger. "You have words to say to me," he said. "Yes, lord, but not before these. That which I have to say is secret." Nam hesitated. "Have no fear, lord," said Soa, reading his thoughts. "See, I am unarmed." Then he commanded the others to go, and when the door had closed behind them, he looked at her inquiringly. "Tell me, lord, who am I?" asked Soa, throwing the wrapping from her head and turning her face to the glare of the torchlight. How can I know who you are, wanderer? Yet, had I met you by chance, I should have said that you were of our blood." "That is so, Lord. I am of your blood. Cast your mind back and think if you can remember a certain daughter whom you loved many years ago, but who through the workings of your foes was chosen to be a bride to the Snake." And she paused. "Speak on," said Nam in a low voice. "Perchance you can recall, Lord, that, moved to it by love and pity, on the night of the sacrifice you helped the daughter to escape the fangs of the Snake." "I remember something of it," he replied cautiously, "but tidings were brought to me that this woman of whom you speak was overtaken by the vengeance of the god, and died on her journey." "That is not so, Lord. I am your daughter, and you are none other than my father. I knew you when I first saw your face, though you did not know me." "Prove it, and beware how you lie," he said. "Show me the secret sign, and whisper the hidden word in my ear." Then, glancing suspiciously behind her, Soa came to him and made some movements with her hands in the shadow of the table. Next, bending forward, she whispered a while into his ear. When she had finished, her father looked up, and there were tears in his aged eyes. "Welcome, daughter," he said. "I thought that I was alone, and that none of my issue lived anywhere upon the earth. Welcome. Your life is forfeit to the Snake, but, forgetting my vows, I will protect you, ay, even at the cost of my own." Then the two embraced each other with every sign of tenderness, a spectacle that would have struck anyone acquainted with their characters as both curious and interesting. Presently Nam left the chamber, and having dismissed the attendant priest and his great niece Saga, who were waiting outside, he returned and prayed his daughter to explain the reason of her presence in the train of Aca. "First you shall swear an oath to me, my father," said Soa, "and if you swear it not, I will tell you no word of my story. You shall swear by the blood of Aca that you will do nothing against the life of that queen with whom I journeyed hither. For the others you may work your will upon them, but her you shall not harm." "Why should I swear this, daughter?" he asked. "You shall swear it because I, whom you love, love her, and also because so you shall gain the greater honour. Who am I that I should lift my hand against the gods, daughter? I swear it by the blood of Aca, and if I break my oath, then may Jal deal with me as once he dealt with Aca." Then Soa went on freely, for she knew that this was a vow that could not be broken. Beginning at its commencement, she told him all the story of her life since, 40 years ago, she had fled from among the people of the mist, passing on rapidly, however, to that part of it which had to do with the capture and rescue of Juanna from the slave traders, and with the promise that she had made to Leonard as the price of his assistance. This promise, she was careful to explain, she had not intended to fulfil until she was forced to do so by Juanna herself. Then she gave him a minute history of the object and details of their expedition, down to her final quarrel with Leonard and her mistress on the previous day. To say that the old priest was thunderstruck at these extraordinary revelations would be too little. He was overwhelmed, so overwhelmed that for a while he could scarcely speak. "It is fortunate for this jade of a mistress of yours, who dares to make a mockery of our goddess, that she may steal her wealth, that I have sworn to save her from harm, daughter," he gasped at length, "else she had died, and swiftly. At least the others remain to me," and he sprang to his feet. "Stay a while, father," said Soa, catching his cloak. "What is your plan?" "My plan? To drag them to the temple and denounce them. What else is there to do?" "And thereby denounce yourself also, who proclaim them gods? I think I have a better." "Tell it then, daughter." "It is this. Do you pass in before the gods this day. Speak humbly to the gods, praying them to change the face of the heavens, that the sun may shine. Telling them also that strange talk has come to your ears by the mouth of Saga and the other women, of words that have been spoken by the god Jal, which would seem to show that he is no god, but that of this you believe nothing as yet. Then say to him that if the face of the heavens remain grey on the morrow, you will know that this talk is true, and that they will be brought to the temple, there to be judged and dealt with according to the finding of the people, who have heard these things also. And what if the weather should change, daughter? It will not change yet a while, but if that should chance, we must make another plan. Just now I swore to you that I would not harm her whom you love, and yet, daughter, if she is proved to be a false goddess in the face of all the multitude, how shall she escape harm? For then her end must be quick and terrible. She shall escape because she will not be there, father. You have seen the white man with her, not the deliverer, the other. Were that man dressed in the robes of Aca, and sat on high upon the head of the statue where the light is low, who should say that he was not Aca? Then you would give all the others to death, daughter? Nay, I would save the deliverer alive, for a while at least. And wherefore? You are too subtle for me. For this reason, father. He loves her who is named Aca, and trusts to marry her fully according to the custom of his people. Therefore I would that he should see her given to another. To another? To whom then? To Olfan the king, who also loves her. Now Nam held up his hands in perplexity, saying, "O my daughter, be plain, I pray of you, for I cannot understand your counsels. Were it not better to give to these people the red stones which they desire, and send them secretly from the land, saying that they had vanished into the earth again? For so it seems to me we should be rid of much shame and trouble. Listen, my father, and I will tell you. Were she whom I love to leave this land, I should see her face no more, and this madness has come upon me that I cannot live without the sight of her. Also, how can these people escape the dangers of the road? But 4 of them are left alive, and even were they without our borders, they must journey for 3 months before they come to any place where white men live, passing through swamps and deserts and tribes of wild men. This they could hardly do with arms such as those whereby the deliverer slew the priests. And now their arms are gone. You alone know where, my father. The instruments of which you speak lie in the deep waters of the temple pool, daughter, for there I caused them to be cast." "Their arms are gone," said Soa. "They are alone, and here they must live or die. 3 of them I will give to death, and the 4th I would make the wife of the king, seeing that nothing better can be done for her. Let her be hidden a while, and then let Olfan take her. As for the tale that we shall tell of the matter to the ears of the people, doubtless time will show it. I say that Olfan loves her, and will buy her with a great price, and that price which you must ask shall be that henceforth he obeys you in everything. The scheme is good, daughter. At the least, bearing my oath in mind, I have none better, though were it not for my oath, either I should kill them all or set them free. Yet who can say that it shall succeed? It is in the hands of fate. Let it go as fate wills. And now follow me, that I may place you where you shall dwell in comfort. Then, after we have eaten, I will speak with these gods whom you have let loose upon us." The morning passed heavily enough for the 4 wretched prisoners in the palace. For some hours they sat together in the throne room, almost silent, for they were crushed by misfortune and fear. The toils were closing on them, and they knew it, nor could they lift a finger to save themselves. Francisco knelt and prayed. Leonard and Juanna sat hand in hand, listening to him, while Otter wandered to and fro like an unquiet spirit, cursing Soa, Saga, and all women in many languages, and with a resource and vigour that struck his hearers as unparalleled. At length he vanished through the curtains, to get drunk probably, Leonard reflected. However, the dwarf sought not drink, but vengeance. A few minutes later, hearing screams in the courtyard, Leonard ran out to find himself witness to a curious scene. There on the ground, surrounded by a group of other women, her companions, who were laughing at her discomfiture, lay the stately Saga, bride of the snake. Over her stood her lord and master, the god Jal, his left hand twisted in her long hair, while with his right, in which he grasped a leather thong, despite her screams and entreaties, he administered to her one of the soundest and, be it added, best deserved thrashings that ever fell to the lot of erring woman. "What are you doing?" said Leonard. "I am teaching this wife of mine that it is not well to drug a god, boss," gasped Otter, then added with a final and most ferocious cut, "There, get you gone, witch, and let me see your ugly face no more." The woman rose and went, cursing and weeping, while the dwarf followed Leonard back into the throne room. "You have done it now, Otter," said Leonard. "Well, it does not much matter. I fancy she is gone for good, anyway." "Yes, boss, she is gone, and she is gone sore," replied Otter, with a faint grin. At that moment a messenger arrived, announcing that Nam was without, waiting for an audience. "Let him be admitted," said Juanna with a sigh, and seated herself on one of the thrones, Otter clambering into the other. They had scarcely taken their places when the curtains were thrown back, and the ancient priest entered, attended by about a score of his fellows. He bowed himself humbly before Juanna and the dwarf, and then spoke. "O ye gods," he said, "I have come in the name of the people of the mist to take counsel with you. Why is it we do not know, but things have gone amiss in the land. The sun does not shine as in past years before you came to bless us. Neither does the grain spring. Therefore your people are threatened with a famine, and they pray that you may comfort them out of the store of your wisdom." "And if we have no comfort to give, Nam?" "Then, Queen, the people ask that you will be pleased to meet them tomorrow in the temple at the moonrise, when the night is 1 hour old, that they may talk with you there through the mouth of me, your servant." "And if we weary of your temple and will not come, Nam?" asked Juanna. "Then this is the command of the people, O Aca, that we bring you thither, and it is a command that may not be disobeyed," answered the high priest slowly. "Beware, Nam," replied Juanna. "Strange things have happened here that call for vengeance. Our servants pass away like shadows, and in their place we find such weapons as you carry," and she pointed to the priest's knives. "We will come tomorrow night at the rising of the moon, but again I say to you, beware, for now our mercy is but as a frayed rope, and it were well for you all that the cord should not break." "You know best whither your servants have wandered, O Aca," said the priest, stretching out his hands in deprecation, and speaking in a tone of which the humility did not veil the insolence. "For true gods, such as ye are, can guard their servants. We thank you for your words, O ye gods, and we pray you to be merciful to us, for the threats of true gods are very terrible. And now one little word. I ask justice of you, O ye gods. She who was given to be bride of the snake, my niece who is named Saga, has been cruelly beaten by some evil-doer here in the palace, as I know, for but now I met her bruised and weeping. I ask of you, then, that ye search out this evildoer and punish him with death or stripes. Farewell, O ye high gods." Leonard looked at the priest as he bowed humbly before the thrones, and a desire to take Otter's advice and kill him entered his heart, for he knew that he had come to drag them to their trial and perhaps to doom. He still had his revolver, and it would have been easy to shoot him, for Nam's broad breast was a target that few could miss. And yet, what could it help them to shed his blood? There were many to fill his place if he died, and violence would certainly be answered with violence. No, he would let him be, and they must bide their fate. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Juanna Prevaricates. The morrow drew toward its evening. Like those that had gone before it, this day had been misty and miserable, only distinguished from its predecessors by the fall of some sharp showers of sleet. Now, as the afternoon waned, the sky began to clear in its accustomed fashion, but the bitter wind sweeping down the mountains, though it drove away the fog, gave no promise of any break in the weather. At sunset, Leonard went to the palace gates and looked towards the temple, about the walls of which a number of people were already gathering, as though in anticipation of some great event. They caught sight of him, and drew as near to the gates of the palace as they dared, howling curses and shaking their fists. "This is a foretaste of what we must expect tonight, I suppose," said Leonard to Francisco, who had followed him as they retreated across the courtyard. "We are in trouble now, friend. I do not so much care for my own sake, but it breaks my heart to think of Juanna. What will be the end of it, I wonder?" "For me, Outram, the end will be death, of that I am sure. Well, I have long expected it, and I am ready to die. What your fate will be I cannot say, but as to the Senora, comfort yourself. For many weeks I have had a presentiment that she will escape safely." "In that case, I am ready enough to go," answered Leonard. "Life is as dear to me as to any other man, but I tell you, Francisco, that I would pay mine down gladly tonight as the price of her deliverance." "I know it, Outram. We are both of one mind there, and perhaps before many hours are over we shall be called upon to practice what we preach." By now they had reached the throne room, where Otter, who for the last 20 hours had been quite sober, was squatted on the floor at the foot of his throne, a picture of repentant misery, while Juanna walked swiftly up and down the long room, lost in reflection. "Any news, Leonard?" she said as they came in. "None, except there are great preparations going on yonder," and he nodded towards the temple. "Also, a mob is howling at the gates." "Oh," groaned Otter, addressing Juanna, "can you not, who are named Shepherdess of the Heavens, prophesy to these people that the weather will break, and so save us from the snake?" "I can prophesy," she answered, "but it will not change tonight, nor, I think, tomorrow. However, I will try." There came a silence. Nobody seemed to have anything to say. It was broken by the entrance of Olfan, whose face showed the disturbance of his mind. "What passes, Olfan?" asked Juanna. "Queen," he answered sadly, "there is great trouble at hand. The people rave for the blood of you, their gods. Nam told you that ye are summoned this night to confer with the people. Alas, I must tell you otherwise. This night ye will be put upon your trial before the Council of Elders." "That we guessed, Olfan, and if the verdict goes against us, what then?" "Alas, that I must say it then, Queen. You will be hurled, all of you, into the pool of the snake, to be food for the snake." "Can you not protect us, Olfan?" "I cannot, O Queen, except with my own life. The soldiers are under my command indeed, But in this matter they will not obey me, for the priests have whispered in their ears, and if the sun does not shine, they too must starve next winter. Pardon me, Queen, but if you are gods, how is it that you need help from me who am but a man? Cannot the gods then protect themselves and be avenged upon their enemies?" Juanna looked despairingly at Leonard, who sat by her side, pulling at his beard, as was his fashion when perplexed. "I think that you had better tell him," he said in English. "Our situation is desperate. Probably in a few hours he will know us to be impostors. Indeed, he guesses it already. It is better that he should learn the truth from our own lips. The man is honest. Moreover, he owes his life to us, though it is true that were it not for us, he never would have been in danger of his life. Now we must trust him and take our chance. If we make a mistake, it does not greatly matter. We have made so many already." Juanna bowed her head and thought a while. Then she lifted it and spoke. "Olfan," she said, "are we alone? That which I have to say must be overheard by none." "We are alone, Queen," he answered, glancing round, "but these walls have ears." "Olfan, draw near." He obeyed, and leaning forward, she spoke to him almost in a whisper, while the others clustered round to hear her words. "You must call me Queen no more," she said in a broken voice with humiliation. "I am no goddess. I am but a mortal woman, and this man," and she pointed to Otter, "is no god. He is only a black dwarf." She paused, watching the effect of her words. An expression of astonishment swept across the king's face, but it was her boldness rather than the purport of her speech that caused it. Then he smiled. "Perhaps I have guessed as much," he answered, "and yet I must still call you by that name, seeing that you are the queen of all women. For say, where is there another so lovely, so brave, or so great? Here at least there are none," and he bowed before her with a stately courtesy that would have become any European gentleman. Now it was Leonard's turn to look astonished. There was nothing in the king's words to which he could take objection, and yet he did not like their tone. It was too full of admiration. Moreover, it seemed to him that Olfan was not in the least disappointed to discover as a fact that Juanna was only a woman, a supposition which was fully established by his next speech. "I am glad to learn from your own lips, Queen, that you are no goddess, but a mortal lady, seeing that goddesses are far away, as we men must worship them from afar, whereas women we may love," and again he bowed. "My word," said Leonard to himself, "this king is setting himself up as my rival. I almost wish I had put things on a more satisfactory footing, but of course it is absurd. Poor Juanna." As for Juanna herself, she started and blushed. Here was a new trouble, but however disagreeable it might prove to be, now was no time to show displeasure. "Listen, Olfan," she said, "this is not an hour for pretty speeches which mean nothing, for it seems that before the light dawns again I may well be dead and far beyond all love and worship. This is our tale. We came to your land to seek adventure, and also to win those red stones that you named the blood of Aca, which among the white people are much prized as ornaments for their women. That is why I, who am a woman, urged the Deliverer to undertake this journey, and it is because of my folly that now we stand in danger of our lives." "Your pardon, Queen," said Olfan bluntly, "but I would ask you one question before you tell me the end of your tale. What is this white man to you?" Now Juanna was in a cleft stick. If she said that Leonard was nothing to her, it might possibly be better for him, though it was doubtful whether Olfan would believe her. If, on the other hand, She said that he was her husband, it might be better for herself, and protect her from the advances of this dignified savage. But against this course her pride revolted. Had she not always indignantly repudiated the validity of that hateful marriage? And though she loved him, were not she and Leonard, in a sense, at daggers drawn? Still she must decide, and quickly. Her common sense told her that under the circumstances it was her pride which must give way. "He is my husband," she said boldly. Olfan's face fell, then a look of doubt came into it, for Juanna's mode of life, every detail of which was known to him, seemed to contradict her statement. Seeing that he did not believe her, Juanna plunged still deeper into the mire. "He is my husband," she said again. "This man," and she pointed to Francisco, "who is a priest among us, married us according to our customs some 6 months since, and Otter yonder was a witness to the marriage." "Is this so?" asked Olfan. "It is so, King," replied Francisco. "I married them, and they are man and wife." "Yes, yes, it is so," put in Otter, "for I saw it done, and we celebrated a great sacrifice in honour of that wedding feast. I would that we could have such another here tonight." "Fear not, dwarf," answered Olfan, with a touch of irritation. "You will see enough of sacrifices before all is ended." Then a new thought struck him, and he added, "You say that the deliverer is your husband, Queen, and that these men bear witness to it, all except your lord himself. Now tell me one thing more. Do you love him, and would you be sorry if he died?" Juanna's brow burnt red as the ruby stone upon it, for with the exception of her black robe, she was prepared to proceed to the temple. But there was no help for it now. She must speak clearly now, however much it shamed her to do so, lest Olfan might take her silence as a hint, and that the husband for whom she disavowed affection should be removed from her life for ever. "You have little right to put such a question to me, King, yet I will answer it. I love him, and if he died, I should die also." Leonard suppressed an exclamation with difficulty, for here was Juanna appearing in a new light indeed. "I am answered, Queen," said Olfan in tones of deep depression. "Now, if it pleases you, will you end your tale?" "There is not much to tell," replied Juanna, heaving a sigh of relief, for this cross-examination as to her exact relations with Leonard had been somewhat trying. "The woman Soa, my servant, is of your people. Indeed, she is a daughter of Nam the priest, and fled the land 40 years ago because she was destined to the snake." "Where is she now?" interrupted Olfan, looking around. "We do not know. Last night she vanished, as our other servants have vanished." "Perhaps Nam knows, and if so, you may see her again soon. Proceed, Queen." "After the deliverer and I were married, Soa, who had been my nurse for many years, told us of the great people, her brethren, among whom she wished to die." "May her desire be gratified," put in Otter. "And said that if we would escort her thither, we could buy many such stones as that upon my brow, which she had brought with her from this country and given to me. Then it was that I, desiring the playthings, tormented my husband till he consented to lead me hither, though his own heart spoke against it. So we came, and the journey was long and terrible, but at last we reached the cliff yonder which borders the land of the mist. And it was then, for the first time, when it was too late to go back, that Soa told us the tale of the gods and of your people, and showed us that either we must do sacrilege and feign to be those gods come back, as the prophecy promised, or perish miserably. Indeed, this was her plot, to set up false gods over you, having first told the secrets to the priests that she might gain honour with them and save herself alive. And now, Olfan, that is all the tale. We have played the game, and we have lost, or so it seems. That is, unless you help us." And she clasped her hands and looked upon him pleadingly. The king dropped his eyes, as though he were not willing to contemplate the loveliness which, as he now learned, belonged to the white stranger at Juanna's side. "Have I not said that my power is little, Queen?" he answered, somewhat sullenly. "Also, why should I help those who came to this land to trick us, and who have brought the anger of the gods upon its children?" "Because we saved your life, Olfan, and you swore to be loyal to us." "Had it not been for you, Queen, my life would not have been in danger. Moreover, I swore fealty to gods, and now the gods are mortals, upon whom the true gods will be avenged. Why then should I help you?" "Because we have been friends, Olfan. You shall help us for my sake." "For your sake, Queen," he said bitterly, "for your sake, who tell me that you are this man's wife, and that you love him to the death. Nay, this is too much to ask. Had it been otherwise, had you been unwed and willing to look upon me, the king of this land, with favour, then doubtless I had died for your sake if there were needed. But now, have you then no better reasons to show why I should risk my life for you and for these men?" "I have two more reasons, King, and if they are not enough, then leave us to our fate, and let us, who must prepare to die, waste no more breath in words. The first is that we are your friends and have trusted you, saving your life at the danger of our own, and telling you this tale of our own free will. Therefore, in the name of friendship, which you should hold sacred, who are no common man but a king, we demand your help. We who have put our lives in the hollow of your hand, knowing that you are of noble mind and will not betray us. The second is that our interest is your interest. We strive against Nam and the priests, and so do you. If Nam conquers us today, tomorrow it will be your turn, and the snake, whose fangs we must feel, shall in days to come feed upon you also. Now is the hour of destiny for you and your descendants. Cling to us and break the yoke of Nam and the priests, or desert us and bind that yoke upon your shoulders to your doom. I have spoken. Choose." Olfan thought a while and answered, "Truly your mind is great, Queen, and sees far into the darkness of things such as our women have no knowledge of. You should have ruled this country and not I, for then by now Nam, who is my master, would have begged his daily bread at the gates of your palace, and the priests, his servants, had become the hewers of your wood and the drawers of your water. But I will not talk to you of policy, for time is short. Nay, I will deal with your first reason, and that alone. You have conjured me in the name of friendship and of my oath, and by the memory of service done, and not in vain. I am a man different from that race of men of whom you are, a wild chief of a wild tribe, having little wisdom, yet I have learned these things: never to break a promise, never to desert a friend, and never to forget a service. Therefore, because I swore fealty to you, because you are my friend, and because you saved my life, I will protect you to the last, though it may well chance that I can do nothing except die for you. For, Queen, although you can be naught to me while yonder man lives, still I am ready to give my life for you. As for the others, I will say this only, that I will not harm them or betray them. Now I go to speak with certain of the great men who are friends to me and hate the priests, so that when this matter comes on for judgment, they may lift up their voices in your favour, for nothing can be done except by policy. That is, not now. Shortly I will return to lead you to the temple. Till then, farewell." And he bowed and was gone. When the curtain had swung to behind Olfan, Juanna sank back in her chair and sighed, but Leonard sprang up and said, "Juanna, that savage is right. You should have been a queen. I know what it must have cost you to say what you did." "Pray, to what do you refer, Leonard?" she said, interrupting him coldly. "I mean about our being married and the rest." "Oh yes, well, you see, it is sometimes necessary to tell white lies, and I think that after tonight I am entitled to a prize for general proficiency in this respect. Of course," she added, dropping her sarcastic tone, "you will not misinterpret anything that I was forced to say to Olfan with reference to yourself, because you know that those statements were the biggest fibs of all. Just then, had it been needful, I should have been prepared to swear that I was married to Otter and deeply attached to him, or even to the king himself, who, by the way, strikes me as the most satisfactory savage that I have ever come across. In short, as a gentleman." Leonard turned pale with anger. "Really, Juanna," he said, "I think that you might wait until I seek to take some advantage of our friendship and accidental relations before you rebuke me as you think fit to do. It is a little short of an insult, and were we in any civilized country I would never speak to you again." "Don't get angry, Leonard," she said appealingly, for Juanna seemed to have every mood at her command and ready to be assumed at a moment's notice. Perhaps this gift was one of the secrets of her charm, since monotony is a thing to be avoided by women who seek to rule, even the monotony of sweetness. "It is very unkind of you," she went on, "to speak crossly to me when I am so tired with talking to that savage, and we may all be dead and buried in a few hours." And she looked as though she were going to cry. Leonard collapsed instantly, for Juanna's plaintive mood was the one that he could resist the least of any. "You would make me angry if I were on my deathbed," he said. "That is when you talk like that. But there it is. I cannot change you, so let us change the subject. Have you any of that poison to spare? If so, you might serve us out a little. We may want it before the evening is over." Juanna put her hand to her hair and after some manipulation produced a tiny skin bag, from which she extracted a brown ball of about the size of a rifle bullet. "I can afford to be generous," she said with a little laugh. "There is enough here to kill 20 of us." Then Leonard took a knife and chipped off 3 fragments of the ball, taking one himself and presenting the other 2 to Francisco and Otter. The priest received it doubtfully, but the dwarf would have none of it. "Keep it for yourself, boss," he said. "Keep it for yourself. Whatever way I die, it shall not be thus. I do not love a medicine that causes men to tie themselves into knots and turns them green. No, no, first I will face the jaws of the snake." So Leonard took that piece also. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trial of the Gods. Juanna had scarcely restored the remainder of her deadly medicine to its hiding place when the curtains were drawn and Nam entered. After his customary salutations, which on this occasion were more copious than usual, he remarked blandly that the moon had risen in a clear sky. "Which means, I suppose, that it is time for us to start," said Leonard gruffly. Then they set out, Juanna in her monk-like robe and Otter in his red fringe and goatskin cape which he insisted upon wearing. "I may as well die warm as cold, boss," he explained, for of cold I shall know enough when I am dead." At the palace gate Olfan and a guard were waiting, but they found no opportunity of speaking with him. Here also were gathered a great number of priests, who preceded and followed them. The procession being formed, they were led solemnly to a different gate of the temple from that by which they had entered it on their previous visits. On this occasion the secret passages were avoided, and they passed up a broad avenue through the centre of the amphitheatre to seats that had been prepared for them on that side of the pool which was furthest from the colossal idol. As before, the temple was crowded with human beings, and their advance through it was very impressive, for the priests chanted as they walked, while the multitude preserved an ominous silence. At first Leonard was at a loss to know why they were placed on the hither side of the pool, but presently he saw the reason. In front of the chairs to be occupied by Juanna and Otter, an open space of rock was left, semicircular in shape, on which were set other seats to the number of 30 or more. These seats were allotted to elders of the people, who, as Leonard guessed rightly, had been chosen to act as their judges. The position was selected for the convenience of these elders, and in order that the words they spoke might be heard by a larger proportion of their vast audience. When Juanna and Otter were seated, and Leonard and Francisco had taken their place behind them, Nam came forward to address the council and the multitude beyond. "Elders of the people of the mist," he said, "I have conveyed your wishes to the holy gods, who but lately have deigned to put on the flesh of men to visit us their people, namely, that they should meet you here and talk with you of the trouble which has come upon the land. And now the gracious gods have assented to your wish, and behold, they are face to face with you in this great company of their children. Be pleased, therefore, to make known what you desire to the gods, that they may answer you, either with their own mouths or by the voice of me, their servant." He ceased, and after a pause, during which the people murmured angrily, an elder rose and said, "We would know of you how it is, O Aca and O Jal, that the summer has deserted the land. Now our strait is very sorry, for famine will come upon us with the winter snows. A while ago, O Aca and O Jal, you changed the worship of this people, forbidding the victims who had been prepared to be offered up at the spring festival, and lo, there has been no spring. Therefore we ask a word of you on this matter, for the people have consulted together and say by our voice that they will have no gods who kill the spring. Speak, O ye gods, and you, Nam, speak also, for we would learn the reasons of these evils, and from you, O Nam, we would learn how it comes that you have proclaimed gods in the land whose breath has destroyed the sunshine." "You ask me, O people of the mist," answered Juanna, "why it is that the winter stretches out his hand over the slumber of the spring, forbidding her to awake, and I will answer you in few words and short. It is because of your disobedience and the hardness of your hearts. O ye rebellious children, did ye not sacrifice when we forbade you to take the blood of men? Aye, and have not our servants been stolen secretly away and put to death to satisfy your lust for slaughter? It is for this reason, because of your disobedience, that the heavens have grown hard as your own hearts, and will not bless you with their sunshine and their gentle rain. I have answered you." Then again the spokesman of the elders rose and said, "We have heard your words, O Aca, and they are words of little comfort, for to sacrifice is the custom of the land, and hitherto no evil has befallen us because of that ancient custom. Yet if there has been offence, it is not we who have offended, but rather the priests in whose hands these matters lie. And as for your servants, we know nothing of them or of their fate. Now, Nam, make answer to the charges of the gods and to the question of the people, for you are the chief of their servants, and you have proclaimed them to be true gods, and set them over us to rule us." Thus adjured, Nam stood forward, and his mien was humble and anxious, for he saw well that his accusers were not to be trifled with, and that his life, or at least his power, was at stake together with those of the gods. "Children of the Mist," he began, "your words are sharp, yet I do not complain of them, for, as ye shall learn, my fault has been grievous. Truly I am the chief of the servants of the gods, and I am also the servant of the people, and now it would seem that I have betrayed both gods and people, though not of my own will. Listen, ye know the legend that has come down to us, that Aca and Jal should reappear in the land, wearing the shapes of a fair white maiden and of a black dwarf. Ye also know how they came as had been promised, and how I showed them to you here in this temple, and ye accepted them. Ye remember that then they put away the ancient law, and forbade the sacrifices, and by the hand of their servant who is named Deliverer, they destroyed 2 of the priests, my brethren, in a strange and terrible fashion. Then I murmured, though they threatened me with death, but ye overruled my words and accepted the new law, and from that hour all things have gone ill. Now I took counsel with my heart, for it seemed wonderful to me that the gods should discard their ancient worship, and I said to my heart, can these be true gods, or have I perchance been duped? Thenceforward I held my peace and sat myself to watch, and now, after much watching, alas, I must say it to my shame, I have discovered that they are no true gods, but wicked liars who have sought to usurp the places of the gods." He paused, and a roar of rage and astonishment went up from the assembled thousands. "It has come at last," whispered Leonard into Juanna's ear. "Yes, it has come," she answered. "Well, I expected it, and now we must face it out." When the tumult had subsided, the spokesman of the elders addressed Nam, saying, "These are heavy words, O Nam, and having uttered them, you must prove them, for until they are proved, we will not believe readily that these are human beings so wicked that they dare to name themselves as gods. When you proclaimed these strangers to be Aca and Jal, we accepted them, perhaps too easily, and after too short a search. Now you denounce them as liars, but we will not disclaim them whom we have once received till we are sure that there is no room for error. It may chance, Nam, that it would please you well to cast aside those gods who have threatened you with death and do not love you." "I should be bold indeed," answered Nam, "if I dared speak as I have spoken, lacking testimony to establish a charge so dreadful as that which I bring against these wanderers. Nor should I seek to publish my own shame and folly were I not forced thereto by knowledge that, did I conceal it, would make me a partner of their crime. Listen, this is the tale of those whom we have worshipped. The fair woman, as she herself told us, is named Shepherdess of the Heavens, and she is the wife of the white man, who is named Deliverer, and the dwarf dweller in the waters is their servant, together with the second white man and the others. Dwelling in a far country, these men and women chanced to learn the story of our people, how, I shall show you presently, and also that we find in the earth and use in the ceremonies of our temple certain red and blue stones, which among the white people are of priceless value. These they determined to steal, being adventurers who seek after wealth. To this end the shepherdess learned our language. Also she learned how to play the part of Aca, while the dwarf dog that he is dared to take the holy name of Jal. I will be short. They accomplished their journey, and the rest you know, but as it happened, None of the stones they covet had come into their hands, except that gem which the shepherdess wears upon her forehead, and this she brought with her. Now, people of the mist, when doubts of these gods had entered into me, I made a plan. I sent spies to watch them in the palace yonder, and those spies being the wife who was given to the dwarf and her handmaidens. Also, I caused their black servants to be seized and thrown to the snake, one or two of them at a time, for of this I was sure, that if they had the power they would protect their servants. But as the snake knows, those men were not protected. Meanwhile reports came to me from the women, and more especially from Saga, the granddaughter of my brother, who was given as a bride to Jal, and this was their report, that the dwarf behaved himself like a cur of low birth, and that when he was in liquor, which was often, he babbled of his doings with the deliverer in other lands, though all that he said they could not tell me, because even now he has little knowledge of our tongue. When these tales came to my ears, you may guess, O people of the mist, that if I had doubted before, now my heart was shaken, and yet I had no proof. In my darkness I prayed to the gods for light, and lo, light came. Among the followers of these wanderers was a woman, and but yesterday this woman visited me and confessed all. 40 years ago she had fled from among our people, I know not why, but she took with her a knowledge of our secrets. It was she who told them of the gods and the story of the gods, and she instructed them how they should deceive us and win the red stones which they desired. But now her heart repents her of the evil, and I will summon her before you, that ye may judge between me and these liars who have brought me to this shame. Bring forth the woman." There was a silence, and so intense was the interest that no sound came from the audience, which watched for the appearance of the witness. Presently Soa advanced from the shadows at the foot of the colossus, and escorted by 2 priests, took her stand in the centre of the semicircle of judges. "Speak, woman," said Nam. Then Soa spoke. "I am of the people of the mist," she said, "as ye may know by looking on me and hearing me. I was the daughter of a priest, and 40 years ago, when I was young and fair, I fled this land for my own reasons, and travelled south for 3 months' journey, till I came to a village on a mighty river, where I dwelt for 20 years, earning a livelihood as a doctoress of medicine. Then there came into that village a white man, whose wife gave birth to a daughter and died. I became the nurse of that daughter. She is the woman who sits before you, and her name is Shepherdess. 20 years more went by, and I desired to return to my own land, that I might die among my people. I told the tale of my land and of its wealth to the shepherdess and to her husband, the deliverer, for I dared not travel alone. Therefore in my wickedness I showed them how they might feign to be the gods of the people of the mist, come back according to the legend, for I saw that the dwarf, the deliverer's servant, was shaped like to the shape of the statue of Jal, who sits in stone above you. Being greedy, they fell into the plan, for above all things they desire to win the precious stones. But when we were come hither, the true gods visited me in a dream, so that my heart was troubled because of the evil which I had done. And yesterday I escaped to Nam, and told him all the tale which you have heard. That is the story, people of the mist, and now I pray your mercy and your pardon." Soa ceased, and Leonard, who had been watching the multitude, whispered to Juanna, "Speak quickly if you could think of anything to say. They are silent now because of their astonishment, but in another minute they will break out, and then—" "People of the mist," cried Juanna, taking the hint, "you have heard the words of Nam and the words of her who was my servant. They dare to tell you that we are no gods. So be it. On this matter we will not reason with you, for can the gods descend to prove their godhead? We will not reason, but I will say this in warning. Put us away if you wish, and it may well chance that we shall suffer ourselves to be put away, since the gods do not desire to rule over those who reject them, but would choose rather to return to their own place. Yet for you it shall be a sad and unlucky day when you lift a hand against our majesty, for in going we will leave you that by which we shall be remembered. Aye, we will bequeath to you three things: famine and pestilence and civil war, which shall rage among you and destroy you till ye are no more a people. Ye have suffered our servants to be murdered, and disobeyed our commands, and it is for this reason, as I have told you, that the sun shines no more and the summer will not come. Complete your wickedness if ye will, and let the gods follow by the path that their servants trod. Then, people of the mist, ye shall reap as ye have sown, and death and desolation shall be your harvest. Now for that base slave who has borne false witness against us. Among the many things she has told you, one thing she has left untold, that she is the daughter to Nam the priest, that she fled the land because she was chosen bride to the snake, and is therefore an apostate worthy of death. One word also as to Nam, her father. If his tale be true, then he himself is condemned by it, for doubtless he knew all at the beginning from the lips of his daughter Soa. Yes, knowing the truth, he dared to set up gods in the land whom he believed to be false, trusting thereby to increase his own power and glory. And when these failed him because of his wickedness, then he did not scruple to cry aloud his shame. I have spoken, people of the mist. Now judge between us, and let fate follow judgment, for we renounce you. She ended, her face alight with anger, and her eyes flashing with excitement, and so great was the power of her eloquence and beauty that it seemed to throw a spell of silence over the hearts of her fierce and turbulent audience, while Soa slunk back into the shadow and Nam cowered visibly. "It is false, O people," he cried in a voice that trembled with rage and fear. "My daughter told me the tale for the first time at dawn today." His words awoke the audience as it were, and instantly there arose a babel of sounds that rent the very skies. "His daughter! He says that she is his daughter. Nam owns his crimes," yelled some. "Away with the false gods," shouted others. "Touch them not, they are true gods and will bring a curse upon us," answered a third party, among whom Leonard recognized the voice of Olfan. And so the clamour went on. For a full 10 minutes it raged, till the exhaustion of those that made it brought it to its end, and Juanna, who all this while sat silent as some lovely marble statue, became aware that the spokesman of the elders was once more addressing the multitude. "People of the mist," he said, "hold your peace and hearken to me. We have been chosen judges of this matter, and now, having consulted together, we will give judgment, and you shall be bound by it. As to whether these strangers who are named Aca and Jal are true gods or false, we say no word. But if they are false gods, then surely Nam is guilty with them." Here a shout of assent burst from the audience, and Leonard, watching the high priest, saw him tremble. "Yet," he went on, "they have told us by the mouth of her who sits before you that it is because of our offence that the sun has ceased to shine at their command. Therefore at their command it can be made to shine. Then let them give us a sign, or let them die, if indeed they are mortal. For if they are not mortal we cannot kill them, and this shall be the sign which they must give. If tomorrow at dawn the mists have vanished, and the sun shines red and clear on the snows of yonder mountain, then it is well, and we will worship them. But if the morning is cold and mist-laden, then, true gods or false, we will hurl them from the head of the statue into the pit of the snake, there to be dealt with by the snake, or to deal with him as it may chance. That is our judgment, people of the mist, and Nam shall carry it out if need be, for he shall keep his power in his place until all these wonders are made clear, and then himself he shall be judged according to their issue. Now the great mass of the people cried aloud, for this was a wise and just saying, but others were silent, for though they did not agree with it, they dared not dispute the sentence. Then Juanna rose and said, "We have heard your words, and we will withdraw to consider them. And by dawn ye shall see us seated on the black one yonder. But whether we will cause the sun to shine, or choose to pass on to our own place by the path of boiling waters, we do not know, though it seems to me that the last thing is better than the first. For we weary of your company, people of the mist, and it is not fitting that we should bless you longer with our presence. Nevertheless, should we choose that path, those evils which I have foretold shall fall upon you. Olfan, lead us hence." The king stepped forward with his guards, and the procession passed back toward the palace solemnly and in silence, for none attempted to bar their way. They reached it safely at exactly 10 o'clock by Leonard's watch. "Now let us eat and drink," said Leonard, when they stood alone in the throne room, "for we shall need all our strength tonight." "Yes," answered Juanna with a sad smile, "let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Francisco's Expiation. When they had finished their meal, which was about as sad an entertainment as can well be conceived, they began to talk. "Do you see any hope?" asked Juanna of the other three. Leonard shook his head and answered, "Unless the sun shines at dawn tomorrow, we are dead men." "There is little chance of that, boss," groaned Otter, "for the night is as the nights have been for these 5 weeks. No wonder that this people are fierce and wicked who live in such a climate." Juanna hid her face in her hands for a while, then spoke. "They did not say that any harm was to come to you, Leonard, or to Francisco, so perhaps you will escape." "I doubt it," he answered. "Besides, to be perfectly frank, if you are going to die, I would rather die with you." "Thank you, Leonard," she said gently, "but that will not help either of us much, will it? What will they do with us? Throw us from the head of the statue?" And she shuddered. "That seems to be their amiable intention, but at any rate we need none of us go through with it alive. How long does your medicine take to work, Juanna?" "Half a minute at the outside, I fancy, and sometimes less. Are you sure that you will take none, Otter? Think, the other end is dreadful." "No, shepherdess," said the dwarf, who now, in the presence of imminent danger, was as he had been before he sought comfort in the beer pot, brave, ready, and collected. "It is not my plan to suffer myself to be hurled into the pit. Nay, when the time comes, I shall spring there of my own free will, and if I am not killed, and an otter knows how to leap into a pool, then if I cannot avoid him, I will make a fight for it with that great dweller in the water. Yes, and I will go to make ready for that which I will fight." And he rose and departed to his sleeping place. Just then Francisco followed his example, seeking a quiet place in which to pursue his devotions, and thus Leonard and Juanna were left alone. For some minutes he watched her as she sat beside him in her white temple dress, her beautiful face looking stern and sad against the dusky background of the torchlight, and a great shame and pity filled his heart. The blood of this girl was on his hands, and he could do nothing to help her. His selfishness had dragged her into this miserable enterprise, and now its inevitable end was at hand, and he was her murderer, the murderer of the woman who was all the world to him, and who had been entrusted to his care with her father's dying breath. "Forgive me," he said at length, with something like a sob, and laying his hand upon hers. "What have I to forgive, Leonard?" she replied gently. "Now that it is all finished, and I look back upon the past few months, it seems to me that it is you who should forgive, for I have often behaved badly to you." "Nonsense, Juanna. It was my wicked folly that led you into this, and now you are about to be cut off in the beginning of your youth, and in the flower of your beauty. I am your murderer, Juanna," and dropping his voice he hesitated, then added, "It may as well out now, for time is short, though I have often sworn that nothing should make me say it. I love you." She did not start or even stir at his words, but sat staring as before into the darkness. Only a pink flush grew upon the pallor of her neck and cheek as she answered. "You love me, Leonard? You forget Jane Beach?" "It is perfectly true, Juanna, that I was once attached to Jane Beach, and it is true that I still think of her with affection. But I have not seen her for many years, and I am certain that she has thrown me over and married another man. Most men pass through several affairs of the heart in their early days. I have had but one, and it is done with. When I first saw you in the slave camp, I loved you, Juanna, and I have gone on loving you ever since. Even after I became aware from your words and conduct that you did not entertain any such affection for myself. I know that your mind has not changed upon the matter, for had it done so, you would scarcely have spoken to me as you did today after Olfan left us. Indeed, I do not altogether understand why I have told you this, since it will not interest you very much and may possibly annoy you in your last hours. I suppose it was because I wished to make a clean breast of it before I pass to where we lose all our loves and hopes." "Or find them," said Juanna, still looking before her. Then there was silence for a minute or more, till Leonard, believing that he had got his answer, began to think that he would do well to leave her for a while. Just as he was about to rise, Juanna made a gentle movement. Slowly, very slowly, she turned herself. Slowly she stretched out her arms towards him, and laid her head upon his breast. For a moment Leonard was astounded. He could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses. Then, recovering himself, he kissed her tenderly. Presently Juanna slipped from his embrace and said, "Listen to me, Leonard. Are men all blind, I wonder, or are you an exception? I don't know and don't want to know, but certainly it does seem strange that what has been so painfully patent to myself for the last 5 or 6 months should have been invisible to you. Leonard, you were not the only one who fell in love yonder in the slave camp. But you quickly checked my folly by telling me the story of Jane Beach, and of course after that, whatever my thoughts may have been, I did my utmost to hide them from you, with more success, it seems, than I expected. Indeed, I am not very sure that I am wise to let you see them now, for though you declare that Jane is dead and buried, she might re-arise at any moment. I do not believe that men forget their first loves, Leonard, though they may persuade themselves to the contrary when they are a long way from them." "Don't you think that we might drop Jane, dear?" he answered with some impatience, for Juanna's words brought back to his mind visions of another love scene that had taken place amid the English snows more than 7 years before. "I am sure I am quite ready to drop her, now and for ever, but do not let us begin to spar when so little time is left to us. Let us talk of other things. Tell me that you love me, love me, love me, for those are the words that I would hear ringing in my ears before they come death to this world and its echoes, and those are the words with which I hope that you will greet me some few hours hence in a happier land. Leonard, tell me that you love me for today and for tomorrow, now and forever." So he told her that and much more, speaking to her earnestly, hopefully, and most tenderly, as a man might speak to the woman whom he worshipped and with whom is about to travel to that shore of which we know nothing, though day and night we hear the waves that bear us forward break yonder on its beach. They talked for long, and ever while they talked Juanna grew gentler and more human, as the barriers of pride melted in the fire of her passion, and the shadow of death gathered thicker upon her and the man she loved. At length her strength gave way utterly, and she wept upon Leonard's breast like some frightened child, and from weeping sank into deep slumber or swoon, he knew not which. Then he kissed her upon the forehead, and carrying her to the bed laid her down to rest a while before she died, returning himself to the throne room. Here he found Francisco and Otter. "Look, boss," said the dwarf, producing from beneath his goatskin cloak an article which he had employed the last hour in constructing. It was a fearful and a wonderful instrument, made out of the two sacrificial knives that had been left by the priests on the occasion of the kidnapping of the last of the settlement men. The handles of these knives Otter had lashed together immovably with strips of hide, forming from them a weapon 2 feet or more in length, of which the curved points projected in opposite directions. "What is that for, Otter?" said Leonard carelessly, for he was thinking of other things. "This is for the crocodile to eat, boss. I have seen his brothers caught like that before in the marshes of the Zambesi," replied the dwarf with a grin. "Doubtless he thinks to eat me, but I have made another food ready for him. Ah, of one thing I am sure, that if he comes out there will be a good fight, whoever conquers in the end." Then he proceeded to fix a hide rope to the handles of the knives, and having made it fast about his body with a running noose, he coiled its length, which may have measured some 30 feet, round and round his middle, artfully concealing its bulk together with the knives beneath his cloak and moocha. "Now I'm a man again, boss," said the dwarf grimly. "I have done with drink and such follies to which I took in my hours of idleness. For the time has come to fight, and I shall win. Boss, the waters are my home, and I do not fear crocodiles however big, no, not one bit, for as I told you, I have killed them before. You will see, you will see." "I'm afraid that I shall do nothing of the sort, Otter," answered Leonard sadly, "but I wish you luck, my friend. If you get out of this mess, they will think you a god indeed, and should you only find the sense to avoid drink, you may rule here till you die of old age." "There would be no pleasure in that, boss, if you were dead," answered the dwarf with a heavy sigh. "Alas, my folly has helped to bring you into this trouble, but this I swear, that if I live, and my spirit tells me that I shall not die tonight, it will be to avenge you. Fear not, boss. When I am a god again, one by one I will kill them all, and when they are dead, then I will kill myself and come to look for you." "It is very kind of you, Otter, I am sure," said Leonard, with something like a laugh, and at that moment the curtain swung aside and Soa stood before them, accompanied by 4 armed priests. "What do you want, woman?" exclaimed Leonard, springing towards her as though by instinct. "Go back, Deliverer," she said, holding up her hand and addressing him in the Sisutu tongue, which of course those with her did not understand. "I am guarded, and my death would be quickly followed by your own. Moreover, it would avail you little to kill me, since I come to bring you hope for the life of her you love and for your own. Listen, the sun will not shine tomorrow at the dawn. Already the mists gather thick and it will hold. Therefore the shepherdess and the dwarf will be hurled from the head of the statue, while you and the bald pate, having witnessed their end, will be kept alive till the autumn sacrifice, there to be offered up with the other victims." "Why do you come to tell us all this, woman?" said Leonard, "seeing that we knew it already, that is, except the news of the postponement of our own fate, which I for one do not desire. What hope is there in this story? If you have nothing better to say, get you gone, traitress, and let us see your hateful face no more." "I have something more to say, Deliverer. I still love the shepherdess as you love her," and she added with emphasis, "as bald pate yonder also loves her. But this is my plan. Two must die at dawn, but of those two the shepherdess need not be one. The morning will be misty, the statue of the god is high, and but few of the priests will see the victim shrouded in her black robe. What if a substitute can be found so like her in shape and height and feature that in the twilight and beneath the shadow of the hood none shall know them apart?" Leonard started. Who could be found? Slowly Soa raised her thin hand and pointed to Francisco. "There stands the man," she said. "Were he wrapped in the cloak of Aca, who would know him from the shepherdess? The pool and the snake do not give back that which they have swallowed." If Leonard had started before, now he fairly recoiled, as the full meaning of this terrible proposition possessed his mind. He looked at Francisco, who stood by wondering, for the priest did not understand the Sesotho dialect. "Tell him," she said. "Wait a while," he answered hoarsely. "Supposing that this were carried out, what would happen to the shepherdess?" "She would be concealed in the dungeon of the temple, in his dress and under his name," and again she pointed to Francisco, "until such time as a chance could be found for her to escape, or to return to rule this people unquestioned and with honour. My father alone knows of this plot, and because of his love for me, he suffers me to try it, desperate as it seems. Also, I will tell you all the truth. He is himself in danger, and he believes that by means of the shepherdess, who, when she reappears, having survived the sacrifice, will be held by the people to be immortal, he may save his life when the day of his own trial comes." "And do you think," said Leonard, "that I will trust her alone to you, wicked and forsworn as you are, and to the tender mercies of your father? No, it is better that she should die and have done with her fears and torments." "I do not ask you to do so, Deliverer," said Soa quietly. "You will be taken with her, and if she lives, you will live also. Is that not enough? These men here come to bear you and Bald Pate to the dungeons. They will bear you and the shepherdess, knowing no difference. That is all. Now tell him. Perchance he may not be willing to accept." "Francisco, come here," said Leonard in a low voice, speaking in Portuguese. Then he told him all, while Soa watched them with her glittering eyes. As the tale went on the priest turned ashen pale and trembled violently, but before it was finished he ceased to tremble, and Leonard, looking at his face, saw that it was alight as with glory. "I accept," he said in a clear voice, "for thus it will be given to me to save the life of the Senora, and to atone for my offence. Come, let me make ready." "Francisco," muttered Leonard, for his emotion would not suffer him to speak aloud, "you are a saint and a hero. I wish I could go through this in your stead, for most gladly would I do so, but it is not possible." "It seems then that there are two saints and heroes," replied the priest gently. "But why talk thus? It is the bounden duty of either or both of us to die for her, yet it is far better that I should die, leaving you alive to love and comfort her." Leonard thought a moment. "I suppose it must be so," he said, "but heaven knows it is a terrible alternative. How can I trust that woman Soa? And yet, if I do not trust her, Juanna will be killed at once." You must take the chance of it, answered Francisco. After all, she is fond of her mistress, and it was because she grew jealous that she fled to Nam and betrayed us. There is another thing, said Leonard. How are we to get Juanna away if once she suspects the plot? There will be an end to it. Soa, come thither. She came, and he put this question to her, telling her at the same time that Francisco consented to the scheme and that Juanna slept behind the curtain and might awake at any moment. I have that with me which shall overcome the difficulty, deliverer, answered Soa, for I foresaw it. See here, and she drew a small gourd from her dress. This is that same water of which Saga gave your black dog to drink when I escaped you. Now mix it with some spirit, go to the shepherdess, awake her, and bid her drink this to comfort her. She will obey, and immediately deep sleep will take her again, that shall hold her fast for 6 hours. It is not a poison? Asked Leonard suspiciously. No, it is not a poison. What need would there be to poison one who must die at dawn? Then Leonard did as she told him. Taking a tin pannikin, one of their few possessions, he emptied the sleeping draught into it and added enough native brandy to colour the water. Next he went into Juanna's room and found her lying fast asleep upon the great bed. Going up to her, he touched her gently on the shoulder, saying, "Wake, my love." She raised herself and opened her eyes. "Is that you, Leonard?" she said. "I was dreaming that I was a girl again, and at school at Durban, and that it was time to get up for early service at the church. Oh, I remember now. Is it dawn yet?" "No, dear, but it soon will be," he answered. "Here, drink this. It will give you courage." "How horrid that spirit tastes," she said, then sank back slowly on the cushion and in another minute fell sound asleep again. The draught was strong and it worked quickly. Leonard went to the curtain and beckoned to Soa and the others. They all entered except the priests, who remained clustered together near the doorway of the great chamber, talking in low tones and apparently taking no notice of what passed. "Take off that robe, Bald Pate," said Soa. "I must give you another." He obeyed, and while Soa was engaged in clothing Juanna's senseless form in the gown of the priest, Francisco drew his diary from the pocket in his vest where he kept it. Rapidly he wrote a few lines on a blank page, then shutting the book, he handed it to Leonard together with his rosary, saying, "Let the Senora read what I have written here, after I am dead, not before, and give her these beads in memory of me. Many is the time that I have prayed for her upon them. Perhaps she will wear them after I am gone, and although she is a Protestant, sometimes may offer up a prayer for me." Leonard took the book and the rosary and placed them in an inner pocket. Then he turned to Otter and rapidly explained to him the meaning of all that was being done. "Ah, boss," said the dwarf, "put no faith in that she-devil, and yet perhaps she will try to save the shepherdess, for she loves her as a lioness loves her young. But I'm afraid for you, boss, for you she hates." "Never mind about me, Otter," answered Leonard. "Listen, if they are going to hide us in the dungeons of the temple, if by any chance you escape, seek out Olfan and try to rescue us. If not, farewell, and may we meet again in another place." "Oh, boss, boss," said Otter with a deep sob. "For myself I care nothing, nor whether I live or die, but it is sad to think that you will perish alone, and I not with you. Oh, why did Boss Tom dream that evil dream? Had it not been for him, we might have been transport riding in Natal today. I would that I had been a better servant to you, boss, but it is too late now." And as he spoke, Leonard felt a great tear fall upon his hand. "Never mind the servant, Otter," he answered. "You are the best friend, black or white, that I ever had, and heaven reward you for it. If you can help the boss yonder at the last, do so." At the least, see that he swallows the medicine in time, for he is weak and gentle, and not fitted to die such a death." And he turned away. By this time Soa had arrayed Francisco in the black robe of Aca. The white dress worn in the temple ceremonies he did not put on, for it remained upon Juanna, completely hidden from sight, however, by the priest's gown. "Who would know them apart now?" asked Soa triumphantly, then added, handing Leonard the great ruby which she had taken from Juanna's forehead. "Here, Deliverer, this belongs to you. Do not lose the stone, for you have gone through much to win it." Leonard took the gem, and at first was minded to dash it into the old woman's sneering face, but remembering the uselessness of such a performance, he thrust it into his pocket together with the rosary. "Come, let us be going," said Soa. "You must carry the shepherdess, Deliverer. I will say that it is Bald Pate, who has fainted with fear. Farewell, Bald Pate. After all, you are a brave man, and I honour you for this deed. Keep the hood well about your face, and if you would preserve the shepherdess alive, be silent, answering no word whoever addresses you, and uttering no cry, however great your fear." Francisco went to the bed where Juanna lay, and holding out his hand above her, as though in blessing, he muttered some words of prayer or farewell. Then turning, he clasped Leonard in his arms, kissed him, and blessed him also. "Goodbye, Francisco," said Leonard in a choking voice. "Surely the kingdom of heaven is made up of such as you." "Do not weep, my friend," answered the priest, "for there in that kingdom I hope to greet you and her." And so these friends parted. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The White Dawn. Lifting Juanna in his arms, Leonard hurried from the sleeping apartment to the throne room, where he halted, hesitating, for he did not know what was to happen next. Soa, who had preceded him, surrounded by the 4 priests, and with a torch in her hand, stood against the wall of the chamber where she had laid bound on the night of the drugging of Otter. "Bald Pate has fainted with fear. He is a coward," she said to the priests, pointing to the burden in Leonard's arm. "Open the secret way and let us pass on." Then a priest came forward, and pressing upon a stone in the wall, which gave way, leaving a space sufficiently large for him to insert his hand and pull upon some hidden mechanism with all his force. Thereon a piece of the wall swung outward as though on a pivot, revealing a flight of steps beyond which ran a narrow passage. Soa descended first, bearing the light, which she was careful to hold in such a way as to keep the figure of Leonard and the burden that he bore in comparative darkness. After her went 2 priests, followed by Leonard, carrying Juanna, the rear being brought up by the remaining priests, who closed the secret door behind them. "So that is how it is done," thought Leonard to himself, turning his head to watch the process, no detail of which escaped him. Otter, who had followed Leonard from Juanna's chamber, saw them go, though from some little distance, for, like a cat, the dwarf could see in the dark. When the rocket closed again, he returned to Francisco, who sat upon the bed lost in prayer or thought. "I have seen how they make a hole in the wall," he said, "and passed through it. Doubtless our comrades, the settlement men, went that way. Say, shall we try it?" "What is the use, Otter?" answered the priest. "The road leads only to the dungeon of the temple. If we got so far, we should be caught there, and everything would be discovered, including this trick," and he pointed to the robes of Aca which he wore. "That is true," said Otter. "Come then, let us go and sit upon the thrones, and wait till they fetch us." So they went to the great chairs and sat themselves down in them, listening to the tramp of the guards outside the doorway. Here Francisco resumed his prayers, while Otter sang songs of the deeds that he had done. More especially a very long one which he had composed upon the taking of the slave camp, to keep his heart alive, as he explained to Francisco. Quarter of an hour passed, and then the curtains were drawn aside, admitting a band of priests headed by Nam, and bearing 2 litters. "Now silence, Otter," whispered Francisco, drawing his hood over his face. "Here sits the god," said Nam, waving the torch he carried towards the 2 quiet figures on the thrones. "Descend, ye gods, that we may bear you to the temple, and seat you in a lofty place, whence ye shall watch the glories of the rising sun." Then, without more ado, Otter and Francisco came down from their seats and took their places in the litters. Presently they felt themselves being borne forward at a considerable speed. When they were outside the palace gates, Otter peered through the curtain in hope of perceiving some change in the weather. In vain. The mist was denser than usual, although it grew grey with the light of the coming dawn. Now they were at those gates of the temple that were nearest to the colossal idol, and here, at the mouth of the numerous underground passages, guards assisted them to descend. "Farewell, Queen," whispered the voice of Olfan in Francisco's ear. "I would have given my life to save you, but I have failed. As it is, I live to avenge you upon Nam and all his servants." Francisco made no answer, but pressed on down the passage, holding his head low. Soon they were at the foot of the idol, and, led by priests, began to ascend the stairway in the interior of the statue. Up they toiled slowly in the utter darkness. Indeed, to Francisco, this, the last journey of his life, seemed the longest. At length they emerged upon the head of the colossus, where neither of them had been before. It formed a flat platform about 8 feet square, quite unprotected at the edges, beneath which curved the sheer outlines of the sculptured head. The ivory throne whereupon Juanna had sat when first she visited the temple was gone, and instead of it, placed at the verge of the forehead, were 2 wooden stools upon which the victims must seat themselves. From this horrible elevation could be seen that narrow space of rock between the feet of the colossus and the wall of the pool, where was the stone altar, although, owing to the slope of the bowed head, he who stood upon it almost overhung the waters of the well. Otter and Francisco seated themselves on the stools, and behind them Nam and 3 other priests took their stand, Nam placing himself in such a position that his companions could not see anything of Francisco's slight form, which they believed to be that of the shepherdess. "Hold me, Otter," whispered Francisco. "My senses will leave me, and I shall fall." "Shut your eyes and lean back, then you will see nothing," answered Otter. "Moreover, make ready your medicine, for the time is at hand." "It is ready," he answered. "May I be forgiven the sin, for I could not bear to be hurled living to the snake." Otter made no answer, but set himself to watch the scene beneath him. The temple was filled with mist that from the great height looked like smoke, and through this veil he could just distinguish the black and moving mass of the vast assembly, who had sat the long night through, waiting to witness the consummation of the tragedy, while the sound of their voices, as they spoke together in hushed tones, reached him like that of the murmuring of distant waters. Behind him stood the 4 priests or executioners in a solemn, silent line, their eyes fixed upon the grey mist, while above them, around them, and beneath them was nothing but sheer and giddy space. It was a hideous position, heightened by every terror that man and nature can command, and even the intrepid dwarf, who feared neither death nor devil, and over whom religious doubts had no power, began to feel its chilling influence grip his heart. As for Francisco, such mind as he had left to him was taken up with fervent prayer, so it is possible that he did not suffer so much as might have been expected. 5 minutes or more passed thus, then a voice spoke from the mist below, saying, "Are those who are named Aca and Jal on high, O priest?" "They are on high," answered Nam. "Is it the hour of dawn, O priest?" said the voice again, and this time Otter knew it for that of the spokesman of the elders. "Not yet awhile," answered Nam, and he glanced at the snow peak that towered thousands of feet into the air behind and above the temple. Indeed, every eye in that assembly was staring at this peak, although its gigantic outline could only be seen dimly through the mist, dimly as the shape of a corpse buried in a winding sheet of snow. Here, upon the loftiest precipice of the mountain, the full light of morning struck first and struck always, for the pinnacles soared far above the level of the mist wreaths, and by the quality of that light this people judged the weather of the newborn day. If the snow was rosy red, then they knew that ere long the sun would shine upon them. If, on the other hand, it gleamed cold and white, or still worse grey, it was a sign that the coming day would be misty in the city and on the plains. Therefore in this, the hour of the trial of the gods whom they had set up, all that company watched the mountain peak as they had never watched before, to see if it should show white or red. Very gradually the light increased, and it seemed to Otter that the mist was somewhat thinner than was usual at this hour, though as yet it hung densely between them and the mountain snows. Now he could trace the walls of the amphitheatre, now he could see the black shimmer of the water beneath, and distinguish the glitter of the many hundreds of upturned eyeballs as they glared at him and beyond him. The silence grew more and more intense, for no one spoke or moved. All were waiting to see the dawn break upon the slope of snow, and wondering, would it be red or white? Must the gods die or live? So intense and fearful was the hush, unbroken by a breath of air or the calling of a bird, that Otter could bear it no longer, but suddenly burst into song. He had a fine deep voice, and it was a Zulu war song that he sang, the triumphant paean of the rush of conquering impus interspersed with the wails of women and the groans of the dying. Louder and louder he sang, stamping his naked feet upon the rock, while the people wondered at the marvel. Surely this was a god, they thought, who chanted thus exultingly in a strange tongue while men waited to see him cast into the jaws of the snake. No mortal about to die so soon, and thus terribly, could find the heart to sing, and much less could he sing such a song as that they heard. "He is a god," cried a voice far away, and the cry was echoed on every side, till at length suddenly the men grew silent, and Otter also ceased from his singing, for he had turned his head and seen. Lo, the veil of mist that hid the mountain's upper height grew thin. It was the moment of dawn, but would it be a red dawn or a white? As he looked, the vapours disappeared from the peak, though they still lay thick upon the slopes below, and in their place were seen its smooth and shining outlines clothed in a cloak of everlasting snows. The ordeal was ended. No touch of colour, no golden sunbeam or crimson shadow stained the ghastly surface of those snows. They were pallid as the faces of the dead. "A white dawn, a white dawn!" roared the populace. "Away with the false gods! Hurl them to the snake!" "It is finished," whispered Otter again into Francisco's ear. "Now take your medicine, and, friend, farewell." The priest heard, and clasping his thin hands together, turned his tormented face, in which the soft eyes shone, upward towards the heavens. For some seconds he sat thus, and then Otter, peering beneath his hood, saw his countenance change, and once more a glory seemed to shine upon it, as it had shone when, some hours since, Francisco promised to do the deed that now he was about to dare. And there was silence below, for the spokesman of the Council of Elders had risen, and was crying the formal question to the priests above. "Is the dawn white or red, ye who stand on high?" Nam turned and looked upon the snow. "The dawn is fully dawned, and it is white," he answered. "Be swift," whispered Otter into Francisco's ear. Then the priest raised his right hand to his lips, as though to partake of the sacrament of death. A moment later, and he let it fall with a sigh, whispering back to Otter, "I cannot, it is a deadly sin. They must kill me, for I will not kill myself." Before the dwarf could answer, nature, more merciful than his conscience, did that for Francisco which he refused to do for himself, for of a sudden he swooned. His face turned ashen, and slowly he began to sink backwards, so that he would have fallen had not Nam, who saw that he had fainted with fear, caught him by the shoulders and held him upright. "The dawn is white, we see it with our eyes," answered the spokesman of the elders. "O ye who stand on high, cast down the false gods according to the judgment of the people of the mist." Otter heard and knew that the moment had come to leap, for now he need trouble himself with Francisco no more. Swiftly he turned his head, looking for Nam, for he would know if he might carry out a purpose that he had formed. It was to seize the high priest and bear him to the depths below. It was not possible. He was out of reach. Moreover, were he to snatch Nam away, Francisco would fall backwards, and the others might see that this was not the shepherdess. Otter stood up upon his feet, and kicking the stool on which he had sat off the platform, he watched its flight. It flew into the water, never touching the rock, and then the dwarf knew that he had planned well. Now Nam and one priest seized the fainting form of Francisco, and the other two stepped toward Otter. The dwarf waited till their hands were outstretched to grasp him. Then suddenly he sprang at the man upon his right, and shouting, "Come thou with me," he gripped him about the middle in his iron grasp, and putting out all his strength, hurled himself and his burden into sheer space beneath. The priest shrieked aloud, and a gasp of wonder went up from the watching thousands as the dwarf and his victim rushed downward like a stone. They cleared the edge of the pool by an inch or two, no more, and struck the boiling waters, sinking through them till Otter thought that they would never rise again. But at last they did rise. Then Otter loosened the dead or senseless priest, and at that moment the body of Francisco, cast thither by Nam, struck the water beside him, and straightway vanished for ever. Otter loosened his grip, and diving beneath the surface, swam hard for the north side of the pool, for there he had noticed that the current was least strong, and there also the rock bank overhung a little. He reached it safely, and rising once more, grasped a knob of rock with one hand, and lay still where in the shadow and the swirl of waters he could not be discovered by any watching from above. He breathed deeply and moved his limbs. It was well, he was unhurt. The priest whom he had taken with him, being heaviest, had met the water first, so that though the leap was great, the shock had been little. "Ah," said Otter to himself, "thus far my spirit has been with me, and here I could lie for hours and never be seen. But there is still the snake to contend with," and hastily he seized the weapon that he had constructed out of the two knives, and unwound a portion of the cord that was fast about his middle. Then again he looked across the surface of the waters. Some 10 fathoms from him, in the exact centre of the whirlpool, the body of the priest was still visible, for the vortex bore it round and round, but of Francisco there was nothing to be seen. Only 30 feet above him Otter could see lines of heads bending over rocky edges of the pool and gazing at the priest as he was tossed about like a straw in an eddy. Now, if he is still there and awake, thought Otter, surely the father of crocodiles will take this bait. Therefore, I shall do my best to be still a while and see what happens. As he reflected thus, a louder shout than any he had heard before reached his ears from the multitude in the temple above him, so tumultuous a shout, indeed, that for a few moments even the turmoil of the waters was lost in it. Now what chances up there, I wonder, thought Otter again. Then his attention was diverted in a somewhat unpleasant fashion. This was the cause of that shout. A miracle, or what the people of the mist took to be a miracle, had come about. For suddenly, for the first time within the memory of man, the white dawn had changed to red. Blood red was the snow upon the mountain, and lo, its peaks were turned to fire. For a while all those who witnessed this phenomenon stood aghast. Then there arose the babble of voices which had reached the ears of Otter as he lurked under the bank of rock. "The gods have been sacrificed unjustly," yelled the people. "They are true gods. See, the dawn is red." The situation was curious and most unexpected, but Nam, who had been a high priest for more than 50 years, proved himself equal to it. "This is a marvel indeed," he cried, when silence had at length been restored, "for no such thing is told in our history as that a white dawn upon the mountain should turn to red. Yet, O people of the mist, those whom we thought gods have not been offered up wrongfully. No, this is the meaning of the sign. Now are the true gods Aca and Jal appeased, because those who dare to usurp their power have gone down to doom. Therefore the curse is lifted from the land, and the sunlight has come back to bless us." As he finished speaking, again the tumult broke out, some crying this thing and some that. But no action was taken, for Nam's excuse was ready and plausible, and the minds of men were confused. So the assembly broke up in disorder. Only the priests and as many more as could find place, Olfan among them, crowded round the edges of the pool to see what happened in its depths. Meanwhile, Otter had seen that which caused him to think no more of the shouting above him than of the humming of last year's gnats. Suffering his eyes to travel round the circumference of the rocky wall, he saw the mouth of a circular hole, situated immediately under the base of the idol, which may have measured some 8 feet in diameter. The lower edge of this hole stood about 6 inches above the level of the pool, and water ran out of it in a thin stream. Passing down this stream, half swimming and half waddling, appeared the huge and ungainly reptile which was the real object of the worship of the people of the mist. Great as were its length and bulk, the dwarf saw it but for a few moments, so swift were its movements. Then the creature vanished into the deep waters, to reappear presently by the side of the dead priest, who was now beginning to sink. Its horrible head rose upon the waters, as on that night when the woman had been thrown to it. It opened its huge jaws, and seizing the body of the man across the middle, it disappeared beneath the foam. Otter watched the mouth of the hole, and not in vain, for before he could have counted to 10, the monster was crawling through it, bearing its prey into the cave. Now once more the dwarf felt afraid, for the snake, or rather the crocodile, at close quarters was far more fearful than anything that his imagination had portrayed. Keeping his place beneath the ledge, which, except for the coldness of the water, he found himself able to do with little fatigue or difficulty, Otter searched the walls of the pool, seeking for some possible avenue of escape, since in his ardor for personal conflict with this reptile had evaporated. But search as he would, he could find nothing. The walls were full 30 feet high, and sloped inwards, like the sides of an inverted funnel. Wherever the exits from the pool might be, they were invisible. Also, notwithstanding his strength and skill, Otter did not dare swim into the furious eddy to look for them. One thing he noticed, indeed. Immediately above the entrance to the crocodile's den, and some 20 feet from the level of the water, 2 holes were pierced in the rock, 6 feet or so apart, each measuring about 12 inches square. But these holes were not to be reached, and even if reached, they were too small to pass, so Otter thought no more of them. Now the cold was beginning to nip him, and he felt that if he stayed where he was much longer, he would become paralyzed by it, for it was fed from the ice and snows above. Therefore, it would seem that there was but one thing to do, to face the water dweller in his lair. To this, then, Otter made up his mind, albeit with loathing and a doubtful heart. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Otter Fought the Water Dweller. Keeping himself carefully under the overshadowing edge of the rock bank, and holding his double-bladed knife ready in one hand, Otter swam to the mouth of the snake's den. As he approached it, he perceived by the great upward force of the water that the real body of the stream entered the pool from below, the hole where the crocodile lived being a supplementary exit, which doubtless the river flowed in times of flood. Otter reached the mouth of the tunnel without any great difficulty, and watching his chance, he lifted himself on his hands and slipped through it quickly, for he did not desire to be seen by those who were gathered above. Nor indeed was he seen, for his red headdress and the goatskin cloak had been washed away or cast off in the pool, and in that light his black body made little show against the black rock beneath. Now he was inside the hole, and he found himself crouching upon a bed of sand, or rather disintegrated rock, brought down by the waters. The gloom of the place was great, but the light of the white dawn, which had turned to red, was gathering swiftly on the surface of the pool, without as the mist melted, and thence was reflected into the tunnel. So it came about that very soon Otter, who had the gift, not uncommon among savages, of seeing in anything short of absolute darkness, was able to make out his surroundings with tolerable accuracy. The place in a corner of which he squatted was a cave of no great height or width, hollowed in the solid rock by the force of water, as smoothly as though it had been hewn by hand of man. In short, an enormous natural drain pipe, but constructed of stone instead of earthenware. In the bottom of this drain trickled a stream of water, nowhere more than 6 inches deep, and on either side of which, for 10 feet or more, lay a thick bed of debris ground small. How far the cave stretched, of course, he could not see, nor as yet could he discover the whereabouts of its hideous occupant, though traces of its presence were plentiful, for the sandy floor was marked with its huge footprints, and the air reeked with an abominable stink. Where has this evil spirit gone to, thought Otter? He must be near, and yet I can see nothing of him. Perhaps he lives further up the cave, and he crept a pace or two forward and again peered into the gloom. Now he perceived what had hitherto escaped him, namely, that some 8 yards from the mouth of the tunnel, a table-shaped fragment of stone rose from its floor to within 6 feet of the roof, having on the hither side a sloping plane that connected its summit with the stream bed beneath. Doubtless this fragment or boulder being of some harder material than the surrounding rock, had resisted the wear of the rushing river, the top of it, as was shown by the high water marks on the sides of the cave, being above the level of the torrent, which, although it was now represented only by a rivulet, evidently at certain seasons of the year poured down with great force and volume. "Here's a bed on which a crocodile might sleep," reflected Otter, creeping a little bit forward and staring at the mass of rock, and more especially at a triangular-shaped object that was poised on top of the sloping plain, and on something which lay beneath it. "Now, if that thing be another stone," thought Otter, "how comes it that it does not slip into the water as it should do, and what is that upon which it rests?" And he took a step to one side to prevent his body from intercepting any portion of the ray of light that momentarily shone clearer and pierced the darkness of the cave to a greater distance. Then he looked again and almost fell in his horror, for now he could see all. The thing that he had taken for a stone set upon the rock table was the head of the dweller in the waters, for there in it, as the light struck on them, two dreadful eyes gleamed with a dull and changing fire. Moreover, he discovered what was the object which lay under the throat of the reptile. It was the body of that priest whom Otter had taken with him in his leap from the statue, for he could see the dead face projecting on one side. "Perhaps if I wait a while he will begin to eat him," reflected the dwarf. "Remember the habits of crocodiles, and then I can attack him when he rests and sleeps afterwards." And acting on this idea, he stood still, watching the green fire as it throbbed and quivered, waxed and waned in the monster's eyes. How long he remained thus Otter never knew, but after a time he became conscious that these eyes had taken hold of him and were drawing him toward them, though whether the reptile saw him or not he could not tell. For a space he struggled against this unholy fascination, then, overcome by dread, he strove to fly back to the pool or anywhere out of reach of those devilish orbs. Alas, it was too late. No step could he move backwards, no, not to save his life. Now he must go on. It was as though the water dweller had read his mind, and drew its foe towards itself to put the matter to the test. Otter took one step forward. Rather would he have sprung again off the head of the colossus, and the eyes glowed more dreadfully than ever, as though in triumph. Then in despair he sank to the ground, hiding his face in his hands and groaning in his heart. "This is a devil that I have come to fight, a devil with magic in his eyes," he thought. "And how can I, who am but a common knob-nosed dwarf, do battle against the king of evil spirits, clothed in the shape of a crocodile?" Even now, when he could not see them, he felt the eyes drawing him. Yet, as they were no longer visible, his courage and power of mind came back to him sufficiently to enable him to think again. "Otter," he said to himself, "if you stay thus, soon the magic will do its work. Your senses will leave you, and that devil will eat you up as a cobra devours a mere cat. Yes, he will swallow you, and his inside will be your grave, and that is no end for one who has been called a god. Man, let alone gods, should die fighting, whether it be with other men, with wild beasts, with snakes, or with devils. Think now, if your master, the deliverer, saw you crouched thus like a toad before an adder, how he would laugh and say, 'Oh, I thought this man brave. Oh, he talked very loud about fighting the water dweller, he who came of a line of warriors. But now I laugh at him, for I see that he is but a cross-bred cur and a coward.' Yes, yes, you can hear his words, Otter. Say now, will you bear their shame and sit here until you are snapped up and swallowed?" Thus the dwarf addressed himself, and it seemed to his bewildered brain that the words which he imagined were true, and that Leonard really stood by and mocked him. At last he sprang to his feet, and crying, "Never, boss," so loudly that the cave rang with the echoes of his shout, he rushed straight at the foe, holding the two-bladed knife in his right hand. The crocodile that was waiting for him to fall insensible, as had ever been the custom of the living victims on whom it fixed its baneful glare, heard his cry and awoke from its seeming torpor. It lifted its head. Fire seemed to flash from its dull eyes. Its vast length began to stir. Higher and higher it reared its head. Then of a sudden it leaped from the slope of rock, as alligators, when disturbed, leap from the river bank into the water, coming so heavily to the ground that the shock caused the cave to tremble, and stood before the dwarf with its tail arched upwards over its back. Again Otter shouted, half in rage and half in terror, and the sound seemed to make the brute more furious. It opened its huge mouth as though to seize him, and waddled a few paces forward, halting within 6 feet of him. Now the dwarf's chance had come, and he knew it, for with the opportunity all his courage and skill returned to him. It was he who sprang, and not the crocodile. He sprang. He thrust his arm and the double knife far into the yawning mouth, and for a second held it there, one end pointing upward to the brain and one to the tongue beneath. He felt the jaws close, but their rows of yellow fangs never touched his arm, for there was that between them which held them some little space apart. Then he cast himself on one side and to the ground, leaving the weapon in the reptile's throat. For a few moments it shook its horrible head, while Otter watched, gasping, for the reek of the brute's breath almost overpowered him. Twice it opened its great jaw and spat, and twice it strove to close them. Oh, what if it should rid itself of the knife, or drive it through the soft flesh of the throat? Then he was lost indeed, but this might not do, for the lower blade caught upon the jawbone, and at each effort it drove the sharp point of the upper knife deeper towards its brain. Moreover, so good was the steel, and so firm were the hide bindings of the handles, shrunken as they were with the wet, that nothing broke or gave. "Now he will trample me or dash me to pieces with his tail," said Otter. But as yet the snake had no such mind. Indeed, in its agony it seemed to have forgotten the presence of its foe. It writhed upon the floor of the cave, lashing the rock with its tail, and gasping horribly the while. Then suddenly it started forward past him, and the tough hide rope about Otter's middle ran out like the line from the bow of a whaleboat when the harpoon has gone home in the quarry. Thrice the dwarf spun round violently. Then he felt himself dragged in great jerks along the rocky floor, which, happily for him, was smooth. A fourth jerk, and once more he was in the waters of the pool, ay, and being carried to its remotest depths. Now he is mad, thought Otter, who ties himself to such a fish as this, for it will drown me ere it dies. Had Otter been any other man, doubtless this would have been so, but he was as nearly amphibious as a human being can be, and could dive and swim and hold his breath, yes, and see beneath the surface as well as the animal from which he took his name. Never did such gifts stand their owner in better stead than during the minutes of this strange duel. Twice the tortured reptile sank to the bottom of the pool, and its depth was great, dragging the dwarf after it, though, as it chanced, between dives, it rose to the surface, giving him time to breathe. A third time it dived, and Otter must follow it, on this occasion to the mouth of one of these subterranean exits of water, into which the dwarf was sucked. Then the brute turned, and heading up the pool with the speed of a hooked salmon, and Otter, who had prayed that the line would break, now prayed that it might hold, for he knew that even he could never hope to swim against that undertow. It held, and once more they rose to the surface, where the reptile lay lashing the waters in its pain, blood pouring from its mouth and nostrils. Very glad was Otter to be able to breathe again, for during that last rush he had gone near to suffocation. He lifted his head, inhaling the air with great gulps, and saw that the banks of the pool were lined with spectators who shouted and surged in their mad excitement. After that he did not see much more for a while, since just then it seemed to occur to the crocodile for the first time that the man alongside of him was the cause of his suffering. At least it wallowed around, causing the waters to boil about its horny sides, and charged him. With its fangs it could not bite, therefore it struck at him with its tail. Twice Otter dived, avoiding the blows, but the third time he was not so successful, for the reptile followed him into the deep water and dealt him a fearful stroke before he could either sink or rise. He felt the rough scales cut into his flesh, and a sensation as though every bone in his body was breaking and his eyes were starting from his head. Faintly and more faintly he struggled, but in vain, for now life and sense were leaving him together, and everything grew black. But suddenly there came a change, and Otter knew vaguely that again he was being dragged through the water and over rock. Then darkness took him, and he remembered no more. When the dwarf awoke, it was to find himself lying on the floor of the cave, but not alone, for by his side, twisted into a last and hideous contortion, lay the snake god, dead. The upper part of the double knife had worked itself into its brain, and with a dying effort it sought the den where it had lived for centuries, dragging Otter with it, and there expired, how or when he knew not. But the dwarf had triumphed. Before him was stretched the ancient terror of the people of the mist, the symbol and indeed the object of their worship, slain by his skill and valour. Otter saw, and bruised and shaken as he was, his heart swelled with pride, for had he not done a deed single-handed, such as was not told of in the stories of this land? "Oh, that the boss were here to see this sight," he said, as he crawled along the length of his dead enemy, and seated himself upon its flat and loathsome snout. "Alas, he cannot," he added, "but I pray that my watching spirit may spare my life, that I may live to sing the song of the slaying of the devil of the people of the mist. Wow, that was a fight! When shall a man see another? And lo, save for many bruises and the cutting of the rope about my middle, I am not greatly hurt, for the water broke the weight of his tail when he smote me with it. After all, it is well that the line held, for it served to drag me from the pool as it had dragged me into it, otherwise I had surely drowned there. See, though, it is nearly done with," and grasping that end of the cord which hung from the jaws of the crocodile, he broke it with a jerk, for with the exception of half a strand, it was frayed through by the worn fangs. Thus, having rested himself a little and washed the worst of his hurts with water, Otter set himself to consider the position. First, however, he made an utterly ineffectual effort to extract the great knives. 10 men could not have moved them, for the upper blade was driven many inches deep into the bone and muscle of the reptile's massive head. But for this chance it would have soon shaken itself clear of them, but as it was, every contortion and gnashing of its jaws had only served to drive the steel deeper, up to the hilt indeed. Abandoning this attempt, the dwarf crept cautiously to the mouth of the cave, and peered at the further banks of the pool, whence he could hear shouts and see men moving to and fro, apparently in a state of great excitement. "Now I am weary of that pool," he said to himself, "and if I am seen in it, the great people will surely shoot at me with arrows and kill me. What shall I do then? I cannot stay in this place of stink, with the dead devil and the bones of those whom he has devoured, until I die of hunger. Yet this water must come from somewhere, therefore it seems best that I should follow it a while, searching for the spot where it enters the cave. It will be dark walking, but the walls and the floor are smooth, so that I shall not hurt myself, and if I find nothing, I can return again and strive to escape from the pool by night." Having thus decided upon the adventure, Otter began to carry it out with characteristic promptness, the more readily indeed because of his long immersion. The water had chilled him, and he felt a weariness creeping over him as a result of the terrible struggle and emotions that he had passed through. Coiling the hide rope about his middle, which was sadly cut by its chafing, he started with an uncertain gait, for he was still very weak. A few steps brought him to that rock on which he had discovered the head of the reptile, and he paused to examine it. Climbing the sloping stone, no easy task, for it was smooth as ice, he came to the table-like top. On its edge lay the body of that priest who had shared his fall from the head of the colossus. Then he inspected the surface of the rock, and for the first time understood how old the monster must have been which he had conquered in single combat. For there, where its body had lain from generation to generation, and perhaps from century to century, the hard material was worn away to the depth of 2 feet or more, while at the top of the sloping stone was a still deeper niche, where its head reposed as it lay keeping its sleepless watch on the waters of the pool. Around this depression, and strewn about the floor of the cave itself, were the remains of many victims, a considerable number of whom had not been devoured. In every case, however, the larger bones were broken, and from this circumstance Otter judged that, although it was the custom of this dreadful reptile to crush the life out of all who were thrown to it with a bite of its fangs, yet, like that of other animals, its appetite was limited, and it was only occasionally that it consumed what it had killed. The sight of these remains was so unpleasant and suggestive that even Otter, who certainly could not be called squeamish, hastened to descend the rock. As he passed round it, his attention was attracted by the skeleton of a man who, from various indications, must have been alive within the last few weeks. The bones were clad in a priest's cloak, of which the dwarf, who was trembling with cold, hastened to possess himself. As he picked up the robe, he observed beneath it a bag of tanned oxhide that doubtless had once been carried by the owner of the cloak. Perhaps he kept food in this, thought Otter, though what he who came to visit the water dweller should want with food I cannot guess. At the least, it will be bad by now, so I will leave it and be gone. Only a vulture would stay for long in this house of the dead. Then he started forward. For a few yards more he had light to guide his steps, but very soon the darkness became complete. Still the cave was not difficult to travel, for everywhere the rock was smooth and the water shallow. All that he needed to do was to walk straight on, keeping touch of one side of the tunnel with one hand. Indeed, he had but 2 things to fear: that he should fall into some pit, and that he might suddenly encounter another crocodile. For doubtless, thought Otter, the devil was married. But Otter fell into no hole, and he saw no crocodile, since, as it chanced, the water dweller of the people of the mist was a bachelor. When the dwarf had travelled up a steep slope for rather more than half an hour, to his intense joy he saw light before him and hurried towards it. Presently he reached the further mouth of the cavern that was almost closed by blocks of ice, among which a little water trickled. Creeping through an aperture, he found himself upon the crest of the impassable precipice at the back of the city, and that before him a vast glacier of green ice stretched upwards, whereon the sun shone gloriously. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Trapped. It will be remembered that some hours before Otter found himself in the light of day, after his conquest of the reptile god, Leonard found himself in a very different place, namely, in a secret passage bearing the senseless form of Juanna in his arms, and being guided by Soa, whither he knew not. On they went through the various tunnels, of the turnings of which Leonard tried to keep count in his mind, till at length Soa ushered him into a rock-hewn cell that evidently had been prepared for their reception, for on one side of it stood a bed covered with skin blankets, and on the other a table provided with the best food that the country could offer. At a sign from Soa, he laid Juanna down upon the bed, whereon the woman instantly threw a blanket over her, so as to hide her face from the eyes of the curious. Then of a sudden Leonard felt himself seized from behind, while his arms were held by two of the priests. A third, under Soa's direction, removed his revolver and hunting knife, which weapons were carried away. "You treacherous hag," said Leonard to Soa, "be careful, lest I kill you." "To kill me, Deliverer, would be to kill yourself and another. These things are taken from you because it is not safe that you should have them. Such toys are not for angry children." "Stay," she said to the fourth priest, "search his pockets." The man did as he was ordered, placing everything that Leonard had about him, such as his watch, Francisco's notebook and rosary, and the great ruby stone, in a little pile upon the table. Presently he came to the fragment of poison which was wrapped in a square of kid skin. Soa took it, and after examination said, "Why, Deliverer, you have been borrowing medicine that will bring you bad luck if you keep it." And going to a small aperture in the wall of the cell, she threw the tiny packet out of it, and after it a second packet, which Leonard recognized as having been taken from Juanna's hair. "There, now you cannot hurt yourself," she added in Portuguese. "Let me tell you something. So long as you remain quiet, all will be well. But if you attempt violence or escape, then you shall be bound and placed by yourself. Also, you will bring about the death of the shepherdess yonder. Be warned then by me, white man, and turn gentle, for remember that my day has come at last, and you are in my power." "That is very clear, my estimable friend," answered Leonard, controlling his wrath as best he might. "But for your sake I hope that the hour will never come when you shall be in mine, for then I may remember more than you wish. I do not in the least understand what you are aiming at, nor do I much care so long as a certain person is protected." "Do not fear, Deliverer, she shall be protected. As you know well, I hate you, and yet I keep you alive because without you she might die. Therefore, for her sake, be careful. Attempt no violence towards me or my father if we visit you alone, for we shall do so in order that she may not be discovered, and the moment that you lift a hand against us, it will be the beginning of her doom. And now I must leave you for a while, for something passeth in the temple which I desire to see. If she awakens before I return, be careful not to frighten her. Farewell." Then Soa went, taking the priest with her, and the massive timber door was closed upon them. After he had restored his various belongings to his pockets, the revolver and the knife which had been removed excepted, Leonard turned down the rug and looked at Juanna, who appeared to be plunged in a deep and happy sleep, for there was a smile upon her face. Next he examined the place where they were confined. It had two doors, that by which they had entered, and a second of equal solidity. The only other opening was the slit out of which Soa had dropped the poison. It was shaped like an inverted loophole, the narrow end facing inward. This aperture attracted Leonard's attention, both on account of its unusual form and because of the sounds that reached him through it. Of these, the first and most pervading was a noise of rushing water. Then, after a while, he distinguished a roar as of a multitude shouting, that was repeated again and again at intervals. Now he knew where they must be. They were hidden away in the rock of the temple, somewhere in the immediate neighborhood of the raging pool that lay in front of the colossus, and these sounds which he heard were the clamor of the people who watched the fate of Otter and Francisco. This conviction was terrible enough, but had he known that, as it entered his mind, the body of his friend the priest was traveling on its last journey within 4 feet of his eyes, Leonard might have been even more prostrated than he was. For an hour or more the shouting continued, then followed a silence broken only by the everlasting murmur of the waters without. When Soa departed she had left a fragment of dip made of goat fat burning upon the floor, but very soon this expired, leaving them in darkness. Now, however, light began to flow into the dungeon through the slit in the rock, and it seemed to Leonard that the character of this light was clearer than that to which they had been accustomed in this gloomy land. After a while Leonard sat down upon a stool, which he placed close to Juanna's bed, just where the beam of light pierced the shadows, and groaned aloud in the bitterness of his heart. It was over. The pure-hearted martyr Francisco was dead, and with him Otter, his faithful friend and servant. Except Soa, who had become an active enemy, at least so far as he was concerned, of all who travelled to this hellish country, Juanna and he alone were left alive, and sooner or later fate must overtake them also. The greatest and last failure of his life was about to be consummated, and he will go down into a nameless grave, there to be lost, having for many years suffered and toiled to no purpose, pursuing a chimera. Juanna still slept heavily under the influence of the drug, and he was glad of it, for when she woke it must be to a worse misery than any that had gone before. Partly for something to do, and partly because the cravings of nature made themselves felt even through his sorrows, Leonard turned to the table and ate and drank of the viands there, though not without fear that they might be doctored. As the food took effect upon him, some share of hope and courage entered into his heart, for it is a true saying that a full stomach makes a brave man. After all, they too still breathed and were unharmed in body, nor was it absolutely certain that they would be called upon to give up the ghost at present. This was much. Moreover, he had lived long enough to win the love of the fearless and beautiful girl who slept beside him, and though perhaps under such circumstances love, however true and passionate, ceases to occupy a commanding place in a man's heart, even then he felt that this was more, and that happier days might dawn when it would be, if not everything, at least most of all. As he thought thus, he saw colour creep into Juanna's pale face. Then she sighed, opened her eyes, and sat up. "Where am I?" she said, glancing round wildly. "This is not the bed on which I lay down. Oh!" she started. "Is it over?" "Hush, dear, hush, I am with you," said Leonard, taking her hand. "So I see. But where are the others? And what is this dreadful place? Are we buried alive, Leonard? It looks like a tomb." "No, we are only prisoners. Come, eat and drink something, and then I will tell you the story." She rose to obey him, and for the first time her eyes fell upon the robe she wore. "Why, this is Francisco's. Where is Francisco?" "Eat and drink," he repeated. She did his bidding mechanically, watching his face the while with wondering and frightened eyes. "Now," she said, "tell me, I can bear this no longer. Where are Francisco and Otter?" "Alas, Juanna, they are dead," he answered solemnly. "Dead!" she wailed, wringing her hand. "Francisco dead? Why then are we still alive?" "Have courage and listen, Juanna. After you went to sleep in the palace, Soa came to us with a plan which we accepted. What was the plan? She asked hoarsely. Twice he strove to tell her, and twice he failed. The words would not come. Go on. Why do you torment me? It was this, Juanna, that Francisco should be dressed in the robe of Aca and offered up with Otter in your place, while you were hidden away. Has it been done? She whispered. I believe so, Leonard replied, bowing his head to his breast. We are prisoners in a secret cell beneath the feet of the statue. There has been great noise and confusion without, and now for some time silence. Then Juanna sprang up and stood over him with flashing eyes. How dare you do this? She said. Who gave you leave to do it? I thought that you were a man. Now I see that you are a coward. Juanna, said Leonard, it is useless for you to talk like this. Whatever was done for your sake, not for that of anybody else. Oh, yes, you say so, but I believe that you made a plot with Soa to murder Francisco in order that you might save your own life. I have done with you. I will never speak to you again. You can please yourself about that, answered Leonard, who by now was thoroughly enraged. But I am going to speak to you. Look here, you have said words to me for which, were you a man, I would do my best to be avenged upon you. But as you are a woman, I can only answer them, and then wash my hands of you. As you must know, or will know, when you come to your right mind, I would gladly have taken Francisco's place, but it was impossible, for had I attempted to dress myself up in the robes of Aca, I should instantly have been discovered, and you would have paid the price of my folly. We all knew this, and after we had consulted, things were arranged as I have told you. I only consented to your being brought here on the condition that I was allowed to accompany you for your protection. Now I wish that I had left it alone and gone with Francisco. Then perhaps I should have found peace instead of bitter words and reproaches. However, do not be afraid, for I think it probable that I shall soon follow him. I know that you are very fond of this man, this hero, and also, by accident or design, that you had succeeded in making him a great deal too fond of you for his peace of mind. Therefore I make excuses for your conduct, which, with all such deductions, still remains perfectly intolerable. He paused and looked at her as she sat on the edge of the couch, biting her lip and glancing toward him now and again with a curious expression on her beautiful face, in which grief, pride, and anger all had their share. Yet at that moment Juanna was thinking not of Francisco and his sacrifice, but of the man before her whom she had never loved so well as now, when he spoke to her thus bitterly, paying her back in her own coin. I cannot pretend to match you in scolding and violence, she said, therefore I will give up argument. Perhaps, however, when you come to your right mind, you will remember that my life is my own, and that I gave nobody permission to save it at the cost of another person's. What is done, answered Leonard moodily, for his anger had burnt out. Another time I will not interfere without your express wish. By the way, my poor friend asked me to give you these, and he handed her the rosary and the notebook. He has written something for you to read on the last sheet of the journal, and he bade me say that, should you live to escape, he hoped that you will wear these in memory of him, and he touched the beads, and also that you would not forget him in your prayers. Juanna took the journal, and holding it to the light, opened it at hazard. The first thing she saw was her own name, for in truth it contained, among many other matters, a record of the priest's unhappy infatuation from the first moment of their meeting, and also of his pious efforts to overcome it. Turning the pages rapidly, she came to the last on which there was any writing. It read as follows: Senora, of the circumstances under which I write these words you will learn in due course. The pages of this journal, should you deign to study them, will reveal to you my shameful weakness. But if I am a priest, I am also a man, who soon shall be neither, but as I hope, an immortal spirit. And the man in me, following those desires of the spirit that find expression through the flesh, has sinned and loved you. Forgive me this crime, as I trust it will be forgiven elsewhere, though myself I cannot pardon it. Be happy with that noble gentleman who has won your heart, and who himself worships you as you deserve. May you be protected from all the dangers that now surround you, as I think you will, and may the blessings of heaven be with you and about you for many peaceful years, till at length you come to the peace that passeth understanding. And when from time to time you think of me, may you in your heart couple my name with certain holy words. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Senora, pardon me, and farewell. Juanna read this touching and noble-hearted adieu with an ever-growing wonder, and when she had finished it, put down the book, crying aloud, "Oh, what have I done to deserve such devotion as this?" Then with a strange and bewildering inconsequence she flung herself into Leonard's arms, and burying her head upon his breast, she began to weep. When she was somewhat calmer, he also read the letter and closed the book, saying, "The world is poorer by a perfect gentleman. He was too good for any of us, Juanna." "I think so," she answered. Just then they heard a sound without the door. It opened, and Nam entered, accompanied by Soa. "Deliverer," said the aged priest, whose countenance and troubled eyes bore traces of many conflicting emotions, "and you, shepherdess, I come to speak with you. As you see, I am alone, except for this woman, but should you attempt any violence toward her or me, that will be the signal for your deaths. With much toil, and at no little risk to myself, I have spared the life of the shepherdess, causing the white man, your companion, to be offered up in her place." "Has that offering been accomplished?" broke in Leonard, who could not restrain his anxiety to learn what had happened. "I will be frank with you, Deliverer," answered the high priest, when Juanna had translated his question, "since the truth cannot hurt me, for now we know too much of one another's secrets to waste time in bandying lies. I know, for instance, that the shepherdess and the dwarf are no gods, but mortals like ourselves, and you know that I have dared to affront the true gods by changing the victim whom they had chosen. The sacrifice has been accomplished, but with so many signs and wonders that I am bewildered. The people of the mist are bewildered also, so that none know what to think. The white man, your companion, was hurled fainting into the waters when the dawn had broken upon the mountain and was seen to be grey, but the dwarf, your servant, did not wait to have that office done for him, for he sprang thither himself, ay, and took one with him." "Brave Otter," cried Leonard, "I knew that you would die hard." "Hard did he die indeed, Deliverer," said Nam with a sigh, "so hard that even now many swear that he was a god and not a man." Scarcely had they all vanished into the pool when a wonder chanced such as has not been told of in our records. Deliverer, the white dawn turned to red, perchance, as I cried to calm the people, because the false gods had met their doom. "Then the true ones must be singularly blind," said Juanna, "seeing that I, whom you dare to call a false god, am still alive." This argument silenced Nam for a moment, but presently he answered. "Yes, shepherdess, you are still alive," he said, laying a curious emphasis on the still. "And indeed," he added hastily, "if you are not foolish, you may long remain so, both of you, for I have no desire to shed your blood who only seek to end my last days in peace. But listen to the end of the tale. While the people wondered at the omen of the changed dawn, it was seen that the dwarf, your servant, was not dead there in the pool. Yes, this was seen, Deliverer, To and fro in the troubled waters rushed the great water-dweller, and after him, keeping pace with him, went that dwarf who was named Otter. Aye, round and down to the lowest depths, though how it could be that a man might swim with a snake, none can say. "Oh, bravo, Otter," said Leonard again, bethinking himself of an explanation of the mystery which he did not reveal to Nam. "Well, what was the end of it?" "That none know for certain, Deliverer," answered the priest perplexedly. "At last the water-dweller, from whose mouth poured blood, was seen to sink with the dwarf. Then he rose again and entered the cave, his home. But whether the dwarf entered with him or no, I cannot say, for some swear one thing and some another, and in the foam and shadow it was hard to see. Moreover, none will venture there to learn the truth." "Well, dead or alive, he made a good fight for it," said Leonard. "And now, Nam, what is your business with us?" This question appeared to puzzle the priest a little, for, to speak the truth, he did not care to disclose the exact nature of his business, which was to separate Leonard from Juanna, without force if possible. "I came here, Deliverer," he answered, "to tell you what had happened." "Exactly," said Leonard, "to tell me that you have murdered my best friend, and one who was but lately your god. I thank you for your news, Nam, and now, if I might make bold to ask, what are your plans with reference to ourselves? I mean, until it suits you to send us after our companions." "Believe me, Deliverer, my plan is to save your lives. If the others have been sacrificed, it was no fault of mine, for there are forces behind me that I cannot control even when I guide them. The land is in confusion and full of strange rumours. I know not what may happen during the next few days, but till they are over you must lie hid. This is a poor place in which to dwell, but there is none other safer and secret. Still, here is another chamber which you can use. Perchance you have already seen it." And placing his hand upon what appeared to be a latch, he opened the second door which Leonard had noticed previously, revealing a cell of very similar construction to that in which they were, and of somewhat larger size. "See, Deliverer," he went on, "here is the place," and he stepped forward to enter the cell, then drew back as though in courtesy to allow Leonard to pass in before him. For once Leonard's caution forsook him, for at the moment he was thinking of other things. Almost mechanically he passed the threshold. Scarcely were his feet over it when he remembered the character of his host and the lodging, and turned quickly to come back. It was too late, for even as he turned, the heavy timber door closed in his face with a crash, and he was caged. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nam's last argument. For a moment Juanna stood stupefied, for the maneuver had been so sudden that at first she could scarcely realize its results. "Now, Shepherdess," began Nam blandly, "we can talk in private, for I have words to say to you which it is not fitting that other ears should hear." "You fiend," she answered fiercely. Then, comprehending that violence or remonstrance would be useless, she added, "Speak on, I hear you." "Listen, Shepherdess, and for your own sake I implore you, do not give way to grief or rage. I swear to you that no harm shall come to yonder man if you will but do my bidding. Shepherdess, you are found out. I know, and the people know, that you are no goddess. It had been safer to sacrifice you today, but partly because of the pleading of my daughter, who loves you, and partly for other reasons, I have caused you to be saved alive. Now, Shepherdess, from this country there is no escape, as you have chosen to come hither. Here you must remain for life, and in this cell you cannot live and die. Therefore, for my daughter's sake, I have cast about for a means to deliver you from your bonds and set you high in the land, ay, almost at its head." And he paused. "Perhaps you will come to the point," said Juanna, who was trembling with fear and anger. "It is this, Shepherdess," Nam answered, bowing. "Although you are dethroned as a goddess, you may still shine as a queen and rule over us as the wife of our king." "Indeed," replied Juanna, turning suddenly cold. "And how shall I, who am held to be dead, appear again as a woman wedded to your king? Surely the people would find that strange, Nam." "No, Shepherdess, for I have prepared a tale which shall explain the wonder, and already its rumour runs from mouth to mouth. It will be said that you were a goddess, and therefore immortal, but that for the sake of love you have put off your godhead and put on the flesh, that you might dwell for some years with him whom you desire." "Indeed," said Juanna again, "and what if I refuse to consent to this scheme, which, as I think, can have come only from a woman's brain?" And she pointed to Soa. "You are right, Shepherdess," answered Soa. "The plan is mine. I made it to save you, and also," she added coolly, "to be revenged upon that white thief who loves you, for he shall live to see you the wife of another man, a wild man." "And have you never thought, Soa, that I may have wishes of my own in this matter?" "Doubtless, yet the fairest women cannot always have what they may chance to wish. Know, Shepherdess, that this must be both for your own sake and for the sake of Nam, my father. Olfan loves you, and in these troubled times it is necessary that Nam and the priests should gain his support, which has been bought by now by the promise that you will be given to him in marriage on this very day. For you, Shepherdess, although you might have wished to wed one of your own race, at least you will rule a queen, and that is better than to perish miserably." "I think otherwise, Soa," Juanna answered calmly, for she saw that neither passion nor pleading would help her. "And of the two I choose to die." And she put her hand to her hair, then started, for she found the poison gone. "You will choose to die, Shepherdess," said Soa with a cold smile, "but this is not always so easy. I have taken your medicine from you while you slept, and here there are no other means to compass death." "I can starve, Soa," replied Juanna with dignity. "That takes some time, Shepherdess, and today you will become the wife of Olfan. Still it is needful that you should yourself consent to marry him, for this chief is so foolish that he declares that he will not wed you till you have accepted him with your own mouth and in the presence of witnesses." "Then I fear that the wedding will not be celebrated," said Juanna with a bitter laugh, for she could not refrain from giving some outward expression to all the loathing which she felt for this wicked woman, who in her fierce love would save the life of her mistress by selling her to shame. "I think that it will, Shepherdess," answered Soa, "for it seems that we have a way by which we can win you to speak those words which Olfan desires to hear." "There is no way, Soa." "What, none, Shepherdess? Think now. He who you name deliverer is a prisoner beyond that door. What if his life hangs upon your choice? What if he were shown to you about to die a fearful death from which you alone could save him by speaking a certain word?" Now for the first time Juanna fully understood the hideous nature of the plot whereby Soa proposed either to force her to become the wife of a savage, or thrust upon her the guilt of causing the death of the man whom she loved, and she sank back upon the couch, saying, "You would have done better to leave me yonder in the slave camp, Soa." Then, abandoning the tone of forced calm in which she had spoken hitherto, Soa broke out bitterly. "When you were in the slave camp, Shepherdess, you loved me, who have loved you from a child, for then no white dog had come to sow mischief between us, and to make you hate and distrust me. Then I would have died for you, ay, and this I would do now, but also I would be revenged upon the white dog, for I, who am husbandless and childless, had but this one thing, and he has taken it from me. You were to me as mother and lover and babe are to other women, my all, and now I am left desolate, and I will be revenged upon him before I die. But I still love you, Shepherdess, and could any other plan have been found to help you, I could not have forced this marriage on you. No such plan can be found. Thus alone you can live and become great and happy, and thus alone can I continue to feast my eyes upon you, though it be from far." She ceased, trembling with the strength of the passion that shook her, to which indeed her words had given but feeble expression. "Go," said Juanna, "I would have time to think." Then Nam spoke again. "We go, Shepherdess, in obedience to your wish, but before evening we shall return to hear your answer. Do not attempt to work mischief upon yourself, for know that you will be watched, though you cannot see the eyes that watch you. If you do but so much as lift a hand against your life, or even strive to cut off the light that flows through yonder hole, then at once you will be seized and bound, and my daughter will be set to guard you. Shepherdess, farewell." And they went, leaving Juanna alone, and a prey to such thoughts as can scarcely be written. For several hours she sat there upon the couch, allowing no hint of what she felt to appear upon her face, for she was too proud to suffer the eyes which she knew were spying on her, though whence she could not tell, to read her secret anguish. As she sat thus in her utter desolation, several things grew clear to Juanna, and the first of them was that Soa must be mad. The love and hate that seethed in her fierce heart had tainted her brain, making her more relentless than a leopard robbed of its young. From the beginning she had detested Leonard and had been jealous of him, and incautiously enough he had always shown his dislike and distrust of her. By slow degrees these feelings had hardened into insanity, and to gratify the vile promptings of her disordered mind she would hesitate at nothing. From Soa, therefore, she could hope for no relenting, nor had she better prospect with Nam, for it was evident that in his case political considerations operated as strongly as did those of a personal character with his daughter. He was so much involved, he had committed himself so deeply in this matter of the false gods, that rightly or wrongly he conceived Soa's plan to offer the only feasible chance of escape from the religious complications by which he was surrounded, that threatened to bring his life and power to a simultaneous end. It was out of the question, therefore, to expect help from the high priest, who was in the position of a man on a runaway horse with precipices on either side of him, unless indeed she could show him some safer path. Failing this, it would avail her nothing that he hated and feared Olfan, and only promoted this marriage in order to bribe the king into standing his friend during the expected political convulsions. Indeed, as she guessed rightly, Nam would much better like to know her safely over the borders of the Mist Land than to be called upon to greet her as its queen. This was obvious, seeing that, should she return to power, religious or temporal, it was scarcely to be hoped that she would forget the wrongs which she had suffered at his hands. The marriage was merely a temporal expedient designed to ward off immediate evil, but should it come about and the crisis be tided over, it was plain that the struggle between the false goddess and the perjured priest must be carried on until it ended in the death of one or both of them. However, all these things lay in the future, as Nam foretold it, a future which Juanna never meant to live to see. There remained Leonard and Olfan. The former, of course, was powerless, at least for the present, having suffered himself to be entrapped, though his lack of caution mattered little, for doubtless if guile had failed, force would have been employed. It was she who must save Leonard, for he could do nothing to save her. The more Juanna thought of the matter, the more she became convinced that her only hope lay in Olfan himself, who had sworn friendship to her, and who certainly was no traitor. She remembered that in their conversation of the day before, he had admitted that she could be nothing to him while Leonard lived. Probably Nam had told her that the deliverer was dead, and then it was actuated by his passion, which she knew to be genuine enough, that he had entered into a bargain with the priest. These must be the terms of the compact, the game of the false gods being played. Olfan undertook to support Nam and the rest of his party to the best of his power, for the consideration to be received of her hand in marriage, stipulating, however, that she should give it of her own free will. This, of course, she would never do, therefore Olfan's proviso gave her a loophole of escape, though Juanna was well aware that it would not be wise to rely too implicitly on the generosity of a savage chief in matters upon which savages are apt to be neither generous nor delicate. On this she must fall back as a last resource, or rather as a last resource but one. Meanwhile she would fight Nam and Soa step by step, yielding only when she saw that further obstinacy on her part would involve Leonard's destruction. It was possible, indeed it was probable, that everything might fail her, and in that event she must not fail herself. In other words, although the poison had been taken from her, she must find a means of death. Having thought these problems out so far as it was in her power to do, Juanna rose and began to walk up and down the cell, noting its construction and peculiarities. Doubtless Leonard was behind yonder door, but it was so thick that she could hear nothing of his movements. For the rest, it seemed clear that escape was impossible. Excepting the door, the shaft in the rock was the only other opening that she was able to see, but through this no child could pass, and if he might, it would be to fall into the pool of raging water. Had Otter lived through that fight with the snake god, she wondered? There was small chance of it, but at least he had made an end worthy of his reputation, and she felt proud of him. And the other, Francisco, of him also she was proud indeed, but for herself she was ashamed, for she knew that she had been to blame, though not designedly. Who would have guessed that this frail, timid man could prove himself such a hero, or who could estimate the power of the unsought and unhappy love which enabled him to conquer the fear of death? She had been wrong to be angry with Leonard, for she knew well that, if it could have been so, he would gladly have given his own life for hers. Alas, it seemed that she was always wrong, for her temper was quick, and the tongue is an unruly member. They had both of them been ready to die for her, and one of them had done so. Well, now it was probable that the tables would be turned before many hours were over, and that she would be called upon to offer herself to save her lover. If this came about, she would not forget the example of Francisco, but would rather try to equal it in the heroism of her end. The day passed slowly, and at length the gloom gathering in the little cell told her that night was near. Before it fell, however, Soa and Nam entered, bearing candles, which they fixed upon brackets in the walls. "We come, Shepherdess, to hear your answer," said Nam. "Will you consent to take Olfan for a husband, or will you not?" "I will not consent." "Think again, Shepherdess." "I have thought. You have my answer." At the words Nam seized her arm, saying, "Come hither, Shepherdess, I would show you something," and he led her to that door in passing which Leonard had been entrapped. And at the same time Soa extinguished one of the candles, taking the other in her hand as she left the cell, bolting the door behind her so that Nam and Juanna stood in darkness. "Shepherdess," said Nam sternly, "you are about to see him whom you named the Deliverer. Now remember this: if you cry out or speak above a whisper, he dies." Juanna made no answer, although she felt her heart grow faint within her. 5 minutes or more passed, and of a sudden a panel slid back in the upper part of the door, which connected the two cells, so that Juanna could see through it, although those who stood on the further side could not see her, for they were in light and she was in darkness. And this is what she saw. Ranged against the wall of the second prison and opposite to her were 3 priests holding candles in their hands, whereof the light shone upon their sullen, cruel faces and the snake's head tattooed on their naked breasts. In front of these men stood 2 other priests, and between them was Leonard, bound and gagged. On the hither side of the cell, and not more than 2 feet from the open panel, stood Soa, on whom the eyes of the executioners were fixed, as though awaiting a command. Between Soa and these men yawned an open hole in the rock floor. When Juanna had gazed upon this scene for some 20 seconds, the sliding panel was closed, apparently by Soa, and Nam spoke. "You have seen, Shepherdess," he said, "that the Deliverer is bound, and you have seen also that before him is a hole in the floor of the prison. He who falls down that hole, Shepherdess, finds himself in the den of the snake beneath, from the visiting of whom no man has ever returned alive, for it is through it that we feed the water dweller at certain seasons of the year, and when there is no sacrifice. Now, Shepherdess, you must choose between 2 things, either to wed Olfan of your own free will this night, or see the Deliverer thrown to the snake before your eyes, and afterwards to wed Olfan whether you will it or not. What do you say, Shepherdess?" Juanna took counsel with herself, and came to the conclusion that she would resist a little longer, for she thought that this scene might have been planned merely to try her fortitude. "I refuse to marry Olfan," she answered. Then Nam opened the panel and whispered a word into the ear of Soa, who uttered a command. Instantly the 2 executioner priests flung Leonard onto his back upon the ground, an easy task, seeing that his legs were fastened with ropes, and dragged him forward until his head hung over the oubliette-like hole. Then they paused, as though waiting for some further order. Nam drew Juanna some few paces away from the door. "What is your word now, Shepherdess?" he said. "Is the man to die or be saved? Speak swiftly." Juanna glanced through the opening and saw that now Leonard's head and shoulders had vanished down the oubliette, while one of the priests held him by the ankles, watching Soa for the sign to let him fall. "Loose him," said Juanna faintly. "I will marry Olfan." Stepping forward, Nam whispered to Soa, who issued another order. Thereupon the priests drew Leonard from his perilous position, and unwillingly enough rolled him to the side of the cell, for they would have preferred to be rid of him. At that moment also the shutter was closed. "I said loose him," repeated Juanna, "now that the man lies unable to move like a fallen tree on the ground." "No, Shepherdess," replied Nam, Perchance you may yet change your mind, and then it would be troublesome to bind him afresh, for he is very strong and violent. Listen, shepherdess, when Olfan comes presently to ask your hand, you must say nothing of that man yonder, for he deems him to be dead, and the moment you speak of him, he will be dead. Do you understand?" "I understand," answered Juanna, "but at least the gag might be taken from his mouth." "Fear not, shepherdess, it shall be done when you have spoken with Olfan. And now, at what hour will it be your pleasure to see him?" "When you will. The sooner it is finished the better." "Good. My daughter," he added to Soa, who had just then entered the cell, "be pleased to make fire, and then summon the King Olfan, who waits without." Soa departed upon her errand, and overcome with terror, which she would not show, Juanna sank upon the couch, hiding her face in her hands. For a while there was silence. Then the door opened again, and, heralded by Soa, Olfan, the king, stood before her. "Be careful, shepherdess," whispered Nam as they entered. "One word, and the deliverer dies." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Be noble or be base. For a while there was silence. Then Juanna looked up, searching Olfan's face with her eyes. Nothing was to be read there, for it was impossible to pierce the mask of solemn calm beneath which, in common with all his race, the king was accustomed to hide his thoughts. He leaned on the shaft of his broad spear, his head bowed slightly as though in humility, his dark eyes fixed upon her face, immovable, impassive, a picture of savage dignity. Indeed, Juanna was fain to confess to herself that she had never seen a grander specimen of the natural man than that presented by the chief of the People of the Mist, as he stood before her in her rock prison. The light of the candles fell full upon him, revealing his great girth and stature, besides which those of the finest men of her own race would have seemed insignificant. It shone upon the ivory torques, emblems of royalty, which were about his neck, wrist, and ankles, upon the glossy garments of black goatskin that hung from his shoulders and middle, and the raven tresses of his hair bound back from his forehead by a narrow band of white linen, which showed in striking contrast against the clear olive colouring of his face and breast. "Speak, Olfan," said Juanna at length. "It was told to me, Queen," he answered in a low, full voice, "that you had words to say to me. Nevertheless, now as always, I obey you. Queen, I learn that your husband, he whom you loved, is dead, and believe me, I sorrow for you. In this shameful deed I had no hand, that together with the end of the other white man and the dwarf, must be set down to the account of the priest, who swears that he was driven to it by the clamour of the people. Queen, they have all gone across the mountains and through the sky beyond, and you, like some weary dove, far travelled from a southern clime, are left to prey among the eagles of the People of the Mist. But a few hours since I thought you dead also, for with all the thousands in the temple I believed that it was your fair body which Nam hurled at dawn from the brow of the statue, and I tell you that when I saw it, I, who am a warrior, wept and cursed myself, because although I was a king, I had no power to save you. Afterwards this man, the high priest, came to me, telling me the truth, and a plan that he had made for his own ends, whereby you might be saved alive and lifted up among the people, and he also might be saved, and my rule be made sure in the land. And he ceased. "What is the plan, Olfan?" asked Juanna after a pause. "Queen, it is that you should wed me and appear before the people no longer as a goddess, but as a woman who has put on the flesh for her love's sake. I know well that I am all unworthy of such honour, moreover, that your heart must be sore with the loss of one who was dear to you, and little set upon the finding of another husband. Also I remember certain words that passed between us, as a promise which I made. All these things I told to Nam, and he answered me, saying that the matter was urgent, that here you could not be hid away for long, and that if I did not take you to wife, then you must die. Therefore, because my love towards you is great, I said to him, go now and ask her if she will smile upon me, if I come before her with such words." Nam went, but before he went, he made certain agreements with me on matters of policy, under which I must pay a heavy price for you, lady, and forego revenge, and forget many an ancient hate, all of which things I have promised to do, should you smile upon me, so great is my love towards you. The hours went by, and Nam came back to me, saying that, having weighed the matter in your mind, your answer was favourable. To this I replied that I did not trust him, and would take it from your lips alone. And now, Queen, I am here to listen to your word, and to offer myself to you, to serve you all my life as your husband and your slave. I have little to give you who have been bred up in sunnier lands, and among a more gentle people. I, who am but the wild chief of men, whose hearts are rugged as our mountains, and gloomy as a winter's day that is heavy with snow to come. Only myself, the service of my soldier spears, and the first place among the children of the mist. Now let me hear your answer, and be what it may, I will accept it without a murmur, for least of all things do I desire to force myself upon you in marriage. Still I pray you, speak to me plainly once and for all, for if I must lose you, I would know the worst, nor I can bear, when you have smiled upon me, to see you turn away. Nay, I would sooner die." And once more he bowed his head, leaned upon his spear, and was silent. Juanna considered the position rapidly. It was hopeless and cruel. Nam and Soa were on either side of her, the latter standing near the door with the sliding panel beyond which Leonard lay bound, and she knew well that did she speak a single word of the truth to Olfan, it would be the signal for her lover's death. It was possible that the king might be able to protect her own person from violence, but if Leonard died, it mattered little what became of her. There was but one thing that she could do, declare herself willing to become the wife of Olfan. Yet it seemed shameless thus to treat this honourable man, the only friend that they had found among the people of the mist. But of truth, such necessity as hers cannot wait while those in their toils weigh scruples or the law of honour. "Olfan," she said, "I have heard you, and this is my answer. I will take you as my husband. You know my story. You know that he who was my lord is but this day dead." Here Soa smiled approvingly at the lie, "and that I loved him. Therefore, of your gentleness, you will accord me some few weeks before I pass from him to you, in which I may mourn my widowhood. I will say no more, but surely you can guess the sorrow of my heart, and all that I have left unsaid." "It shall be as you wish, Queen," replied Olfan, taking her hand and kissing it, while his sombre face grew radiant with happiness. "You shall pass into my keeping at that time which best pleases you, yet I fear that in one matter you must be troubled now, this very hour." "What may that be, Olfan?" asked Juanna anxiously. "Only this, Queen. that the rite of marriage, as we practice it, must be celebrated between us. It is necessary for many reasons, which will be made clear to you tomorrow. Moreover, such was my bargain with Nam, sealed by an oath sworn upon the blood of Aca, an oath that I do not dare to break." "Oh, no, no," said Juanna in acute distress. "Think, Olfan, how can I, whose husband is not 6 hours dead, vow myself to another man upon the altar of his grave? Give me some few days, I pray you." "Most willingly would I do this, lady, but I may not. It is against my oath. Also, what can it matter? You shall remain alone for as long as it shall please you." Then Nam spoke for the first time, saying, "Shepherdess, waste no breath in words, for learn that though this garment of modesty is becoming to one newly widowed, yet you must put it from you. More depends upon this ceremony than you know of. The lives of many hang upon it, our own perchance among them, and especially the life of one whom it does not become me to speak." And as though by accident, Nam let his eyes rest upon the door of the adjoining cell. Of his auditors often thought that he was alluding to his own life, but Juanna and his daughter knew well that he spoke of that of Leonard, which would be sacrificed did the former persist in her objections to the instant celebration of the marriage. "You hear his words, Queen," said Olfan, "and there is weight in them. The times are very dangerous, and if our plot is to be carried through before midnight, I must make an oath to the captains and the council of the elders that you have come back from death to be my wife." "Maybe," answered Juanna, catching at a straw in her despair. "But must I, who shall be set over this people as queen, be married thus in secret? Or at the least I will have witnesses. Let some of the captains whom you trust, Olfan, be brought here to see us wed. Otherwise the time may come when I shall be held to be no true wife, and there are none to establish my honour by their words." "There is little to fear of such a thing, Queen," answered Olfan with a faint smile. "Yet your demands are just. I will bring 3 of my captains here, men who will not betray us, and they shall be witness to this rite," and he turned as though he would go to seek them. "Do not leave me," said Juanna, catching him by the wrist. "I trust you, but these 2 I do not trust. I fear to be left alone." "There is no need for witnesses," exclaimed Nam in a threatening voice. "The shepherdess has asked for witnesses, and she shall have them," answered Olfan fiercely. "Old man, you have played with me long enough. Hitherto I have been your servant, now I will be your master. Some hours ago your life was forfeit to me, for the white dawn had turned to red, and I meant to take it, but you bribed me with this bait," and he pointed to Juanna. "Nay, do not lay your hand upon your knife. You forget I have my spear. Your priests are without, I know it, but so are my captains, and I have told them where I am. If I vanish, as many vanish here, my life will be required at your hands, for Nam, your power is broken. Now obey me. Bid that woman summon him who guards without. No, you do not stir," and he lifted the spear till its keen blue point quivered over the high priest's naked breast. "Bid her to go to the door and summon the guard. I said to the door, but not beyond it, or beware." Nam was cowed. His tool had become his master. "Obey," said the Soa. "Obey, but no more," echoed Olfan. Snarling like a wolf, the woman slipped past them to the door, and opening it a little way, she whistled through the crack. "Hide yourself, lady," said Olfan. Juanna retreated into the shadow behind the candle, and at that moment a voice spoke through the door, saying, "I am here, father." "Now speak," said Olfan, advancing the spear an inch nearer Nam's heart. "My son," said the priest, "go to the entrance by which the king entered, where you will find 3 captains, generals of the king. Lead them hither." "And see that you speak to no one on the way," whispered Olfan in Nam's ear. "And see that you speak to no one on the way," repeated Nam. "I hear you, father," replied the priest, and went. Some 10 minutes passed, and the door opened again. "The captains are here," whispered a voice. "Let them enter," said Nam. The order was obeyed, and 3 great men, armed with spears, stalked into the narrow chamber. One of them was the brother to the king, and the 2 others were his chosen friends. Then the door closed. "My brethren," said Olfan, "I have sent for you to acquaint you with a mystery, and to ask you to witness a rite. The goddess Aca, who this day was hurled into the pool of the snake, has returned to earth as a woman, and is about to become my wife." Here the captain started. "Nay, brethren, ask no questions. These things are so. It is enough. Now, priest, play your part." After that, for a while, all seemed a dream to Juanna, a dream of which she was never able to recover any exact memory. She could recollect standing side by side with Olfan, while Nam muttered prayers and invocations over them, administering to them terrible oaths which they took, calling upon the names of Aca and Jal, and swearing by the symbol of the snake. Beyond that everything went blank. Indeed, her mind flew back to another marriage ceremony, where she stood beside Leonard in the slave camp, and the priest Francisco prayed over them and blessed them. It was that scene which she saw, and not the one enacting before her eyes, and with its visions were mixed up strange impersonal reflections on the irony of fate, which had brought it about that she should figure as the chief actor in 2 such dramas, the first of which Leonard had gone through to save her, and the second of which she must go through to save him. At last it was done, and once more Olfan was bowing before her and kissing her hand. "Greetings, shepherdess. Hail, queen of the people of the mist," he said, and the captains repeated his words. Juanna awoke from her stupor. What was to be done now, she wondered? What could be done? Everything seemed lost. Then of a sudden an inspiration took her. "It is true that I am queen, is it not, Olfan?" "It is true, lady. And as queen of the people of the mist I have power, have I not, Olfan?" "Even to life and death," he answered gravely, "though if you kill, you must answer to the council of elders and to me. All in this land are your servants, lady, and none dare to disobey you, except on matters of religion." "Good," said Juanna. Then addressing the captains in a tone of command, she added, "Seize the priest who is named Nam, and the woman with him." Olfan looked astonished, and the captains hesitated. As for Nam, he did not hesitate, but made a bound towards the door. "Stay a while, Nam," said the king, making a barrier before him with his spear. "Doubtless the queen has reasons, and you would wish to hear them. Hold them, my captains, since the queen commands it." The 3 men sprang upon them. Once Nam tried to draw his knife, but failing in his attempt, he submitted without further struggle. With Soa it was different. She bit and tore like a wild cat, and Juanna saw that she was striving to reach the panel and to speak through it. "On your lives, do not suffer her to come to that door," she said. "Presently you shall know why." Then the brother of the king dragged Soa to the couch, and throwing her down upon it, stood over her, his spear point at her throat. "Now, queen," said Olfan, "your will is done, and perhaps it may please you to explain." "Listen, king, and listen, you captains," she answered. "These liars told you that the deliverer was dead. Was it not so? He is not dead. He lies bound in yonder cell. But had I spoken a word to you, then he would have died. Olfan, do you know how my consent was won to be your wife? A shutter within that door was opened, and he, my husband, was shown to me, gagged and bound, and being held over the mouth of a hideous pit in the floor of his prison, that leads I know not whither. Consent or he dies, they said, and for my love's sake I consented. This was the plot, Olfan, to marry me to you, partly because the woman yonder, who was my nurse, did not desire my death, and partly that Nam might use me to save himself from the anger of the people. But do not think that you would have kept me long, Olfan, for this was in the plot also, that when you had served their purpose, you should die by secret means, as one who knew too much. It is a lie, said Nam. Silence, answered Juanna. Let that door be opened, and you shall see if I have lied. Wait a while, Queen, said Olfan, who appeared utterly overcome. If I understand you right, your husband lives, and therefore you say that the words which we have spoken and the oaths that we have sworn mean nothing, for you are not my wife? That is so, Olfan. Then now I am minded to turn wicked and let him die, said the king slowly. For know this, lady, I cannot give you up. Juanna grew pale as death, understanding that this man's passion, now that once he had given them way, had passed beyond his control. I cannot give you up, he repeated. Have I not dealt well with you? Did I not say to you, consent or refuse, as it shall please you? But having once consented, you must not go back upon your words. What have I to do with the reasons that prompted them? My heart heard them and believed them. Queen, you are wed to me. Those oaths that you have sworn may not be broken. It is too late. Now you are mine, nor can I suffer you to pass from me back to another man, even though he was your husband before me. But the deliverer, must I then become my husband's murderer? Nay, I will protect him, and, if it may be, find means to send him from the land. Juanna stood silent and despairing, and at this moment Soa, lying on the couch, broke into a shrill and mocking laugh that stung her like a whip and roused her from her lethargy. King, she said, I am at your mercy, not through any wanton folly of my own, but because fate has made a sport of me. King, you have been hardly used, and, as you say, hitherto you have dealt well with me. Now I pray you let the end be as the beginning was, so that I may always think of you as the noblest among men, except one who died this day to save me. King, you say you love me. Tell me then, if my life hung upon a word of yours, would that word remain unspoken? Such was my case. I spoke the word, and for one short hour I betrayed you. Will you, whose heart is great, bind me by such an oath as this, an oath wrung from me to save my darling from the power of those dogs? If this is so, then I have erred strangely in my reading of your mind, for till now I have held you to be a man who would perish ere he fell so low as to force a helpless woman to be his wife, one whose crime is that she deceived him to save her husband. She paused, and clasping her hands as though in prayer, looked up into his troubled face with beseeching eyes. Then, as he did not speak, she went on. King, I have one more word to say. You are the strongest, and you can take me, but you cannot hold me, for that hour would be my last, and you but the richer by your broken honour and a dead bride. Olfan was about to answer when Soa, fearing lest Juanna's pleading should prevail against his passion, broke in, saying, Be not fooled, King, by a woman's pretty speeches, or by her idle threats that she will kill herself. She will not kill herself. I know her well. She loves her life too much, and soon, when you are wed, she will love you also, for it is the nature of us women to worship those who master us. Moreover, that man, the deliverer, is not her husband except in name. For months I have lived with them, and I know it. Take her, king, take her now, this hour, or live to mourn her loss and your folly all your life's days." "I will not answer that slave's falsehood," said Juanna, drawing herself up and speaking proudly, "and it were more worthy of you not to listen to them, king. I have spoken, now do your will. Be great or little, be noble or be base, as your nature teaches you." And suddenly she sank to the ground, and shaking her long hair about her face and arms, she burst into bitter weeping. Twice the king glanced at her, then he turned his head as though he dare look no more, and spoke, keeping his eyes fixed upon the wall. "Rise, queen," he said hoarsely, "and cease your tears, since you are safe from me. Now as always I live to do your will, but I pray you hide your face from me as much as may be, for, lady, my heart is broken with love for you, and I cannot bear to look on that which I have lost." Still sobbing, but filled with admiration and wonder that a savage could be thus generous, Juanna rose and began to murmur thanks, while the captains stared, and Soa mocked and cursed them both. "Thank me not," he said gently. "It seems that you, who can read all hearts, have read mine aright, or perchance you fashioned it as you would have it be. Now, having done with love, let us to war. Woman, what is the secret of that door?" "Find it for yourself," snarled Soa. "It is easy to open when once you know the spring, like a woman's heart, Olfan. Or if you cannot find it, then it can be forced, like a woman's love, Olfan. Surely you who are so skilled in the winning of a bride need not seek my counsel as to the opening of a door, for when I gave it but now upon the first of these matters, you would not hearken, Olfan, but were melted by the sight of tears that you should have kissed away." Juanna heard, and from that moment made up her mind that whatever happened she had done with Soa. Nor was this wonderful, for few women could have pardoned what she had suffered at her hands. "Drive the spear into her till she speaks, comrade," said Olfan. Then, at the touch of steel, Soa gave up mocking and told the secret of the door. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Otter Came Back. After he had rested a while at the bottom of the glacier, Otter set to work to explore the cliff on the top of which he found himself, with the view of descending it and hiding at its foot till nightfall, when he hoped to find means of re-entering the city and putting himself in communication with Olfan. Very soon, however, he discovered that if he was to return at all, he must follow the same route by which he had come. Evidently the tunnel sloped upward very sharply, for he was standing on the brow of a precipice cut into 3 slopes, which, taken together, may have measured some 300 feet in height, and so far as he could see, it was utterly impossible to descend any of these cliffs without the aid of ropes. Nor could he continue his investigations over a wide area, for about 400 paces to the left of the opening to the subterranean passage, whereof, by the way, he was very careful to note the exact position, the mountain pushed out a snowy shoulder, with declivities so precipitous that he dared not trust himself on them. Then he tried the right-hand side, but with no better luck, for here he was stopped by a yawning rift in the rock. Now Otter sat down and considered the situation. The day was still young, and he knew that it would be foolish to attempt escape from the pool before dark. In front of him the mountain rose steeply till, so far as he could judge, it reached the pass, which lay some 2 miles off, at the base of that main peak, on whose snows the priest had watched the breaking of the dawn. Part of this declivity was covered with blocks of green ice, but here and there appeared patches of earth, on which grew stunted trees, shrubs, and even grass and flowers. Being very hungry, it occurred to Otter that he might find edible roots among this scanty vegetation. With this hope, he began to climb the slope, to be rewarded in due course by the discovery of a vegetable that he recognized, for it was the same which had been offered to him on the occasion of his unlucky outbreak that had resulted in the casting away of the rubies. With this poor food the dwarf filled himself, and having found a bough that made him an excellent staff, he continued his climb, desiring to see what there might be on the other side of the neck. Arriving there without any great difficulty, Otter stood astonished. Although he was not much given to the study of scenery, below him lay the city of the mist, with its shining belt of rivers that, fed from the inexhaustible mountain snows, meandered across the vast plains, now no longer hidden in mist, which they had trodden on their journey. Above his head the mighty peak towered thousands of feet into the air, till it ended in a summit shaped like a human finger pointing eternally to the heavens. Before him the scene was even stranger, made up as it was of snowy fields broken by ridges of black rock and laid one beneath the other like white sails drying upon the slopes of a sand-hill. Gradually, as the eye travelled downward, these snow fields grew fewer and fewer, till at last they vanished altogether, and their place was taken first by stretches of grassland, and finally, at the foot of the mountain, but what seemed to be a rich and level country, interspersed with clumps of bush and forest trees. The first of these patches of snow lay within 5 furlongs of where the dwarf stood, but several hundred feet below him. Between the neck of the pass and the snow stretched a mighty rift or chasm, with sides so sheer that no goat could have kept a footing on them. Yet this gulf was not without its bridge, for a rock wall rose from the bottom of the chasm, forming the bed of a glacier which spanned it from side to side. In some places the wall was comparatively level, and in others it showed descents sharp as those of a waterfall. This remarkable bridge of ice, that varied from 100 paces to a few yards in width, was bordered on either side by the most fearful precipices, while, just where its fall was sheerest and its width narrowest, it seemed to spring across a space of nothingness, like the arch of a bridge thrown from bank to bank of a river. Indeed, at this point, its line became so attenuated that in the glittering sunlight Otter was doubtful whether it was not broken through for a distance of some yards. Being of an inquiring mind, the dwarf decided to satisfy himself upon the matter. All around him lay slabs of rock, some of which were worn perfectly smooth, and to the thinness of a tombstone, by centuries of polishing in the iron jaws of glaciers. Selecting one of these of convenient size, Otter approached the edge of the bridge, pushing the stone before him over the frozen snow. Here the ice was perfect, except for a slight hoar frost that covered it, for the action of the wind prevented the snow from gathering on the bridge, and whenever the sun was strong enough to melt its surface, it froze again at night, so that no slide upon a parish pond could have been more slippery or free from inequalities. Otter gave his stone a push, and away it went, sometimes swiftly and sometimes at a trifling speed, according to the nature of the angle down which it passed, leaving a bright green ribbon upon the ice in its wake, whence it swept the hoarfrost as it sped. Once or twice he thought that it was going to stop, but it never did stop. At length it approached the steepest and narrowest part of the descent, down which the stone rushed with fearful velocity. "Now I shall see whether the bridge is broken," thought Otter, and just then the rock, traveling like an arrow, came to that portion of the glacier where, for a width difficult to estimate, it stretched unsupported over space and measured only some feet across. On it flew, then seemed to leap into the air, and once more sped forward till it reached the further slope of snow, up which it travelled for a distance and stopped, appearing, even to Otter's keen sight, no larger than a midge upon a tablecloth. Now if a man had been seated on that stone, he might have passed this bridge in safety, said Otter to himself, yet it is one that few would care to travel, unless sure death were behind him. Then he determined on a second trial, and selecting another and somewhat lighter stone, he sent it upon its journey. It followed precisely the same course as its predecessor, but when it came to the knife blade of the bridge it vanished. I am sorry for that stone, thought Otter, for doubtless it, that has been whole for many years, is at this moment only little pieces. A third time he repeated his experiment, choosing the heaviest rock that he could move. This messenger also leaped into the air at the narrowest portion of the bridge, then passed on in safety to the slope of snow beyond. A strange place, thought Otter, and I pray that it may never be my lot to ride one of those stone horses. Then he turned down the mountain again, for the afternoon was advancing. When he reached the entrance to the river bed, sunset was at hand. For a while he sat watching the fading light and eating some more roots which he had gathered. Now he crawled into the passage and commenced his darksome journey towards the home of the dead water-dweller, though what he was to do when he got there he did not know. No accident befell him, and in due course he arrived safely in the den, his journey being much facilitated by the staff he bore, which enabled him to feel his way like a blind man. Creeping to the edge of the pool, he listened to its turmoil, for the shadows were gathering so fast, with some ghost-like shapes of foam excepted, he could not even see the surface of the water. If I go in there now, how can I get out again? Otter thought sadly. After all, perhaps I should have done better to return while it was still light, for then by the help of my staff and the rope I might have made shift to climb the overhanging ledge of rock, but to try this now were madness. I will go back and sit in the cave with the ghosts of the god, and his dead till morning comes again, though I do not crave their company. So he retreated a few paces and sat in silence near the tail of the dead crocodile. After a while a loneliness took hold of him. He tried to sleep and could not, for it seemed to Otter that he saw eyes staring at him from the depths of the cave, and heard dead men whispering to each other tales of their dreadful ends. Moment by moment his fears grew upon him, for Otter was very superstitious. Now he fancied that he could distinguish the head of the reptile limned in fire and resting on the edge of the rock as he had seen it that morning. Doubtless, he thought, this monster is a devil and has come to life again to be revenged upon me. Wow, I liked him better when he was in the flesh than now that he has turned himself to fire. Then to comfort himself he began to talk aloud, saying, Otter, unlucky that you are, why did you not die at once instead of living on to be tormented by ghosts? Perhaps your master the boss, whom alone you love, is dead already, and waits for you to come to serve him. You are very tired. Say now, Otter, would it not be well if you took that rope which is about your middle and hanged yourself? Thus you too would become a ghost and be able to do battle with them in their own fashion. And he groaned loudly. Then of a sudden he grew fearful indeed. The short wool stood upon his head, his teeth chattered, and as he said afterwards, his very nose seemed to grow cold with terror. For as he sat, he heard, or seemed to hear, a voice speaking to him from the air, and that voice his master's. "Otter, Otter," said the voice. He made no answer. He was too frightened. "Otter, is that you?" whispered the voice again. Then he spoke. "Yes, Boss, it is I. I know that you are dead, and call me. Give me 1 minute till I can undo my rope, and I will kill myself and come to you." "Thank you, Otter," said the voice, with a ghastly attempt at a laugh. "But if it is all the same, I would much rather that you came alive." "Yes, Boss, and I too would rather stop alive. But being alive, how can I join you who are dead?" "You fool, I am not dead," said Leonard. "Then, Boss, how is it that you speak out of the air? Come near to me, that I may touch you and be comforted." "I cannot, Otter. I am bound and in a prison above you. There's a hole in the floor, and if you have a rope, as I heard you say, perhaps you could climb up to me." Now the dwarf began to understand. Rising, he stretched the long staff he had brought with him high above his head, and found to his delight that he could touch the roof of the cave. Presently the point of the staff ceased to press upon the rock. "Is the place here, Boss?" said Otter. "It is here, but you must throw the stick up like a spear through the hole, for I am tied and cannot put out my hand to take it." "Stay a while, Boss. First I must make the line fast to it." "Good, but be swift, for I am in danger." Hurriedly Otter undid the rope from about his middle, knotting it securely to the centre of the stick. Then some 5 feet below the stick he made a loop large enough for a man to place his foot in, and having ascertained the exact situation of the opening in the roof of the cave, he hurled the staff upwards and jerked at the line. "It is fixed," whispered Leonard from above. "Now come up if you can." The dwarf required no second invitation. Seizing the rope as high as he could reach above his head, he began to drag himself up hand over hand. No easy task, for the hide cord was thin, and cut his fingers and his right leg, round which he had twisted it to get a better purchase. Presently, however, he succeeded in setting his foot in the loop he had prepared, when he found that his head and shoulders were in the hole, and that, by reaching upwards, he could grasp the staff which lay across it. The rest was easy. Within half a minute he lay gasping at his master's side. "Have you a knife, Otter?" "Yes, Boss, my small one. The big ones are down there. I will tell you that story by and by." "Never mind the story now, Otter. My hands are tied behind my back. Feel for the lashings and cut them. Then give me the knife that I may free my legs." Otter obeyed, and presently Leonard rose and stretched himself with a sigh of relief. "Where is the shepherdess, Boss?" "There in the next cell. They separated me from her, and since then I have been dangled by the legs over that hole, bound and gagged. I think in order to persuade her to consent to something or other by the sight of my danger, for doubtless she was placed where she could see all. Then they left me, and I managed to spit out the gag, but I could not undo the cords. I expect that they will soon be back again." "Then had we better not fly, Boss? I have found a passage that leads to the mountains." "How can we fly and leave the shepherdess, Otter? Since I have been held down the hole, only 2 men have visited me from time to time, for they think me helpless. Let us seize these men when they come in, and take their knives, for we are unarmed. Then we can think. Also, we shall have their keys." "Yes, Boss, we may do that. You take the staff, it is stout." "And what will you use?" asked Leonard. "Fear not, Boss. Do these men bear lights?" "Yes." "Then in 2 minutes I will make me a weapon." And untying the hide rope from the stick, he began to fumble with it busily. "Now I'm ready, Boss," he said presently. "Where shall we stand?" "Here," answered Leonard, leading him to the door. "We will crouch in the shadow, one on either side of this door, and when the priests have entered and closed it, and begin to look round for me, then we can spring upon them. Only, Otter, There must be no bungling and no noise." "I think that there will be none, Boss. They will be too frightened to cry at first, and after that they will become dumb." "Otter," whispered Leonard, as they stood in the dark, "did you kill the water dweller?" "Yes, yes, Boss," he chuckled in answer. "I caught him with the hook that I made ready, but he did not die easily, Boss, and if I had not been able to swim well, he would have drowned me." "I heard something of it from Nam," said Leonard. "You are a wonderful fellow, Otter." "Oh, Boss, it was no valour of mine. When I saw his eyes, I was horribly afraid. Only I thought how gladly you would have attacked him had you been there, and what a coward you would hold me could you have seen me shivering like a girl before a big lizard, and these thoughts gave me courage." "Oh, that is all very well," replied Leonard, and suddenly added, "Hush, be ready." As he spoke the door opened, and two great priests came through it, one of them bearing a candle. He who bore the light turned to shut the door, for he suspected nothing. Then at one and the same instant, Leonard, emerging from the shadow, dealt the first priest a blow upon the head with his staff, which stunned if did not kill him, for he fell like an ox beneath the pole-axe, while Otter, standing where he was, dexterously cast his hide rope about the throat of the second man, and drew the noose tight with a jerk that brought him to the earth. In 20 seconds it was all over. The men, who were the same that had held Leonard suspended in the oubliette, lay senseless or dead, and the dwarf and his master were engaged in possessing themselves of their knives and keys by the light of the candle, which, though it had fallen to the ground, fortunately remained burning. "That was well done, Otter," said Leonard, "and I am not ashamed to have done it, for these devils kicked me when I was bound. Now we are armed, and have the keys. What next?" Just then Otter sprang to his feet, crying, "Look out, Boss, here are more." Leonard glanced up to see, and behold, the second door in the cell was opened, and through it came Juanna, Olfan, Nam, Soa, and 3 other men. For a moment there was silence, till one of the captains cried out, "See, Jal, the god has come back, and already he claims his victims," and he pointed to the 2 priests. Then followed a scene of confusion, for even Olfan and Nam were amazed at what seemed to them little short of a miracle, while Leonard and Juanna had eyes for each other only, and the 3 captains stared at Otter like men who think they see a ghost. But one person in that company kept her head, and that person was Soa. The captain who guarded her had loosened his hold. Silently she slunk back into the shadows, and unseen of any, vanished through the doorway by which she had been led in. A minute passed, and Otter, thinking that he heard a noise without that door of the cell whereby the 2 priests had entered, which had been left ajar, went to it and tried to open it. Just then also Olfan missed Soa. "Where is the woman, Nam's daughter?" he cried. "It seems that she has escaped and shut us in, King," answered Otter calmly. Followed by the others, Olfan sprang first to the door of the cell where they were, and then through the connecting passage to that of Juanna's prison. It was true, both were closed. "It matters nothing, here are the keys," said Leonard. "They will not avail us, Deliverer," answered Olfan, "for these doors are made fast without by bars of stone thicker than my arm. Now this woman has gone to rouse the college of the priests, who will presently come to kill us like caged rats." "Quick," said Leonard, "waste no time. We must break down the doors." "Yes, Deliverer," said Nam mockingly, "batter them in with your fists. Cut through the stonework with your spear. Surely they are as nothing to your strength." End of chapter 36.